Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha Massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing. That was basically impossible, since 100 rounds already sounded close to impossible, and that was even speaking in the context of a duel between experts. Most dueling matches in the ring were basically decided after a few punches or kicks, so how could there be a fight lasting several hundred rounds? The referee was stunned. Everything had happened so quickly that he only managed to react just now. He hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Stop, stop fighting." Then he looked at fourth Broju lying on the floor before he announced, the winner, Shinzen from the non-affiliates. Deju family-style school's disciples were furious. Meanwhile, those from the small sects and non-affiliates all raised their arms and started cheering. Great. Great fight. Good punching. Good brick technique. Old Brochin's brick technique has improved. Kill that shameless man. Beat up that despicable villain. Ha ha ha, how enjoyable. Good fight. The villain will definitely get what he deserves. Liu Yikan, Liu Yishang, Liu Yikan, and a few other people whom Zhang Yi had gotten close to were cheering the loudest. Chen Chen looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief, as though in disbelief at how Zhang Yi could have gotten so strong all of a sudden. Amid everyone's cheers, Zhang Yi gave a fist and palm salute in gratitude as he came out of the ring while laughing. Thank you, thank you. I got lucky that the thieving bastard did not succeed. Bro Chen, great showing. That felt so good. The thieving bastard will definitely lose. Evil will never prevail against good. When fourth Broju, who was lying on the floor, heard that, he almost vomited blood. He was so angry that he didn't know what he could say. Clearly, that Chen fellow had resorted to a sneak attack. He even shamelessly threw a hidden weapon to hit his face. But as it stands, why am I the despicable one? And shameless? And I'm even called a thieving bastard now? Fuck your grandma. Do you people still have any shame? 927 Then I'll listen to you people. Chapter 927, Then I'll listen to you people. Fourth Broju was carried out of the ring via stretcher. Winners were crowned and losers vilified. That was how all matches ended in the Chinese martial arts world. Whoever was more skilled would have the last say. The loser didn't have any right to speak. The duel ended just like that. The 10th match was the last to begin but the first to finish. The 8 Trigram School's disciples nearly fainted when they saw this. So that is Shinzen? Isn't his strength a little too great? 11th Bro, can your strength beat his? Man, that's hard to say. Is that an external style he's using? I don't know. He didn't even use any martial arts moves. That's right. I couldn't even tell which martial school's moves those were. Don't tell me that there's really a style called the swimming body 8 trigrams brick? Song Zhao, the 5th senior sister, evaluated, unless concealed power or some special type of kung fu was used, very few people in the entire Chinese martial arts world can compare to his strength. With normal training techniques, even if a person trains their entire life, their greatest strength would be no more than this. Liu Yu commented, he's an expert. Upon returning, Zhang Yi was surrounded by a group of people who gave him extremely good treatment. Bro Chen, I didn't know you had hidden talents. Please don't say that. That brick smash was wonderful. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Deju family-style school's sect leader Zhu Tan did not look up at all. As for some of the older boxing specialists of the Zhu family style, their focus was not on these brawls between the juniors. At today's martial arts conference, only Rao Amen was their cause of concern. She was their most formidable enemy. In the main ring, the duels gradually came to a close. The duels with both parties using weapons ended slightly faster while the unarmed duels took longer. In the match between both Yudangs, the Yudang sect emerged victorious. The Shaolin Monastery came out on top in the match against the Qingcheng sect. Victory was also decided among the non-affiliates. Today's dark horse was a newcomer to the Chinese martial arts world. He had actually managed to defeat a rather well-known boxing specialist of the Chinese martial arts world. His win earned him some fame. Of course, Zhang Yi gained some fame as well. Actually, this fellow was famous since last night. Who from the large sects did not know about Shenzhen? Basically everyone hated him to the bone. Afterwards, someone else came forward to issue a challenge. Qiandong, come and have a match with your grandpa. Grandson, grandpa is coming. Who is grandson calling? I'm calling you grandson. Whose grandson are you? I'm your grandpa. The enmity between them clearly ran very deep. They cursed at each other as they walked up into the ring and even continued to curse at each other while dueling. Grandson, take that. Receive this palm strike from your grandpa. Grandson, watch out for my attack. Your grandpa is watching out. Haha, my grandson got punched. Haha. Grandson, you're only helping your grandpa scratch his back. The referee didn't know whether to laugh or cry while watching this. The National Martial Arts Association's people were also speechless. They felt somewhat embarrassed as the Chinese martial arts world was opening up, standardizing, and taking the high-end route in the market. But those martial artists' characters and educational qualifications were not in line with this market expansion. There were always some people who liked to scold others, or liked to fight with a brick, or liked to scold others and fight with a brick. They could not curb the behavior of such people, so could only turn a blind eye to it all. After some of the others went into the ring to duel, an unexpected person came forward. He was the Huashan sect leader, Grandmaster Qinzai's junior brother Fan Wen. He was the person whom Zhang Yi met with at the entrance of the Holiday Resort's restaurant last night. The compensation of 1,000 yuan per person was negotiated by Zhang Yi and Fan Wen at the time. The moment Fan Wen stepped forward, he called out, "Little bro Qinzhen, it looks like you were born with superhuman strength and your martial arts are very good, so I was hoping to learn a little from you as well. Would you object to that?" Steward Fan? Steward Fan has issued a challenge to Senior Fan, take care of him. The large sects were getting excited. After watching the match between Zhang Yi and 4th Bro Zhu, they were largely unsure if they would be a match for that Shenzhen opponent, so they did not dare step forward to challenge him. Even the Zhu family style's disciples were staying silent. With the Huashan sect's Senior Fan issuing a challenge, he could definitely beat that Shenzhen. However, the people from the small sects and non-affiliates were outraged. Isn't his bullying? Senior Fan, how can you, as a senior, issue a challenge to a junior? You're totally on a different level. Despicable. Zhang Yi was tickled. When Fan Wen heard that, he said, "Alright then, since I'm your senior and older than you, then how about this, I'll give you a one-hand handicap. We'll exchange some pointers since I would like to see for myself what little bro Chin's fighting, brick style is like." The words brick style sounded very odd no matter how it was put. Liu Yigan shouted, "Bro Shenzhen, don't go." Li Quan hurriedly said, "That old man is really formidable." "Yeah." He Badao said, "Fan Wen is an expert who is ranked in the top 3 of the Huashan sect. He is also a prominent martial artist of the Chinese martial arts world. He is a master martial artist. You're not his match." Liu Yizhang tugged at him. "Bro Chen, be cautious. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him." The other non-affiliates all said the same. "Don't go. Don't bother with him. This is bullying. They're obviously targeting you. The Huashan sect has always been in cahoots with the Zhu family. That's right. Don't go." After listening to all that, Zhang Yi gave a fist and palm salute to the surrounding people. "Thank you, everyone, for your kindness." Everyone sighed when they heard this, as they knew their words had fallen on Qinzhen's deaf ears. However, they were simply making a passing remark. At this sort of martial arts conference, there had never before been a precedent of anyone declining a challenge. That was because it was more embarrassing for a martial artist to refuse a challenge than to lose a match. Of the many duels each year, even if they clearly knew that they could not beat their opponent, they still braced themselves to face the challenge, all because there was no other way to it. Zhang Yi walked out from the crowd as he said, "I feel very flattered that a Huashan sect senior is challenging me. I would also like to see for myself what the Huashan sect's martial arts are like." Fan Wen smiled and gestured with his hand, saying, "Little bro Chen, as you please." Fan Wen walked toward the dueling area. As Fan Wen's reputation was well known, numerous people at the venue looked over. They were surprised that Fan Wen would actually spar with a junior. This Qinzhen will surely have a hard time. The non-affiliates were still trying to talk him out of it. "Be careful. Don't be rash, bro Chen. Be cautious. Be cautious around him. Senior Fan is not easy to deal with. Don't go." Zhang Yi waved them off and said righteously, "Everyone, please don't try to talk me out of this. I've already decided. Since the large sects want to use me as an example to warn others, I definitely can't avoid it today. It doesn't matter whether I advance or retreat. For the dignity of the small sects and us non-affiliates, what reason do I have to back away from this challenge? I have to fight even if I die." Everyone was moved. They knew that Bro Shenzhen was going to accept the challenge for sure. Bro Chen's heroism will reach the clouds. Bro Chen is a heroic man. Think carefully. It's not embarrassing even if you don't go. Fan Wen was ready. The referee had already gone up into the ring. Zhang Yi suddenly looked around at the non-affiliates and flapped his hands, saying, "Don't talk me out of this. Everyone, please don't do that. Why are you all still trying to talk me out of it? Hi. Whatever, I'll just listen to your advice then." Saying that, Zhang Yi turned around and walked back to his seat. Everyone present was dumbfounded by what they saw. Liu Yikan fainted. He Badao fainted. Fan Wen fainted. Everyone from the large and small sects nearly face-planted. "Fuck, you really aren't gonna fight? We were just being fucking polite with you, alright?" 928 Is the legacy of the Taiji Fist actually lost? Chapter 928, Is the legacy of the Taiji Fist actually lost? With this episode, the venue's atmosphere became rather awkward. Although the saying went, "Listen to advice and you won't starve," weren't you still too easily talked out of it by us? Didn't you say that you would be fighting for the dignity of the small sects and non-affiliates? That you'd go into the fight even if you knew you would die? Weren't you not going to give in to the large sect's despotism? Your sister. Where exactly do your principles lie? Why did you choose to turn around just because others politely tried to talk you out of the challenge? You're totally going against the grain of martial arts routines. Zhang Yi walked cool as a cucumber back to his seat. He did not consider this event to be of any importance. Liu Yizhang wiped away his sweat and said, "Bro Chen, why did you come back?" Contrary to expectations, Zhang Yi gave a look of astonishment and said, "Didn't you guys tell me to walk away from the fight?" Liu Yizhang. Liu Yikan. Li Quan. Yan Hua. We did try to talk you out of it. But no one was expecting you to agree so readily. But with Zhang Yi saying that, they could not find any other reasons to reply to him, because they had really shouted for him to walk away from the fight. Whatever. You win. The 8 Trigram School's disciples looked at one another. Song Jiao said with exasperation, "That Shenzhen, why does it seem like he's kinda shameless?" Zhu Fan was also dumbfounded. "It's not that he seems that way, but that he's actually kinda shameless." Zhao Yunlong said, "Take away the kinda. He's just shameless." Lu Yulu said in a speechless manner, "Why do I find that person so familiar?" With the crowd there, they could not even see Chen Zhen clearly, much less spot a little girl like Chen Zhen. The Huashan Sex Fan Wen, who was already ready to go in the dueling area, furrowed his brows in anger. "Chen Zhen, do you intend to duel me or not? What's the meaning of this?" The large sects were angered too. Especially the Huashan Sex disciples, who felt that their martial sex senior had gotten played, making all of them infuriated. When Grandmaster Chen Zai heard the commotion over here, he also frowned and swept his gaze to Zhang Yi. "Shameless. Say so if you're afraid. Hey Chen, I bet you're just afraid to fight. You just can't beat our martial uncle Fan. Stop finding excuses. If you're skilled enough, you should step forward. Right, if you're skilled enough, come out and fight. Chen Zhen, let me ask you a simple question. Do you have the courage to exchange blows with our martial uncle Fan? Our master has already said that he'd give you an advantage, but you're still afraid of taking on the challenge? Come out. Come out. Come forward if you're so skilled." The Huashan sect kept goading him from their side. But Zhang Yi was unmoved. He was neither embarrassed nor nervous and was completely untroubled by them. Instead, he started chatting, a smile on his face, with Liu Yikan who was seated beside him. "Look at how wonderful the fight over at Section 3 of the dueling area is." Liu Yikan grunted, "Ah." Zhang Yi asked, "Which martial sect is that person from?" Liu Yikan answered, It looks like the Zinyi Fist." Another Huashan sect disciple called out, "Not brave enough to challenge my martial uncle? Chen Zhen, do you have the courage to challenge me instead, then? This won't be considered bullying, right? Second senior bro. Go get him, second senior bro. Destroy him. Right, destroy him. That Chen Zhen is super infuriating." Yan Hua was afraid that he would be on the losing end, so reminded, "That is the Huashan sect's second senior brother. He's one of the most outstanding disciples of this generation. Compared to the Zhu family style's fourth bro Zhu, he's way better than him, so you must be careful." But as it turned out, Zhang Yi was still chattering away with Liu Yikan, as though he had heard nothing. He even conveniently turned around to Yan Hua to ask, Bro Yan, what style of martial arts do you practice?" Yan Hua. The surrounding people. The conversation went on until Liu Yikan and Yan Hua could no longer keep a straight face, yet Zhang Yi was still as indifferent and calm as ever. This made Liu Yikan, Liu Yizhang, and a number of the surrounding non-affiliates and small sect disciples feel extreme admiration for him. Bro Chen Zhen's skin is really goddamn thick. This was also a skill that most people did not have. The Huashan sect's disciple shouted until their voices turned hoarse. Fan Wen was so angry that he just returned to his seat. The Huashan sect's second senior brother also looked extremely angry. But Zhang Yi remained in his place. No matter how his opponents tried to draw him in, he did not step forward. Why would he want to duel? Earlier, in the match with 4th Bro Zhu, Zhang Yi only did it because he had wanted to test his skills in a real fight. Moreover, after watching so many matches, he had gained a slight understanding of his personal power. He had also gained a deeper understanding of the entire Chinese martial arts world standards and the division of ranks for the experts, so why would he still bother with dueling anyone? It wasn't like he was here to fight anyway. Oh, just because you guys shouted and tried to incite me, I must step forward to duel you guys? Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you know how much this bro is worth? This bro can command an appearance fee of over 1 million RMB just by appearing in an interview. Can you people pay me such a sum? A fellow like Zhang Yi was not someone from the martial arts community anyway. All he knew was that he had to sneak into the enemy's camp today to make a mess of things. But as for the rules of the Chinese martial arts world, or whatever honor or dignity, he did not care for any of that. As a result, he would naturally feel that this wasn't something to be embarrassed about. The large sex could watch no longer. Forget about him. What kind of a hero is that? He's a disgrace to our martial arts world. He is even afraid of accepting a challenge? How infuriating. I've never come across such a ruffian before. Why did the National Martial Arts Conference invite someone like him to participate? In so many conferences, there has never before been someone who didn't accept a challenge. He is the first. A lot of those from the large sex glared at Zhang Yi with contempt, looking very uncomfortable with being labeled together with him as members of the Chinese martial arts world. All of them were indignant at Zhang Yi for the Huashan sect. The Huashan sect leader, Qinzai, spoke, "Quiet down, everyone." With that, all the large sects and Huashan sect's disciples did not utter another word. They looked up and realized that all the matches had ended and that there was no one else who came forward to issue a challenge to anyone. Everyone was startled and knew that the main event was starting soon. In the blink of an eye, the entire venue fell silent. They no longer cared about denouncing Shenzhen. Qinzai stood up. "Is there anyone else?" No one answered. Qinzai asked again, "Let me ask again, is there anyone else?" Still, there was no answer. Only then did Qinzai nod his head and signaled with his hand for the 10 National Martial Arts Association's referees to get out of the ring and stand to the side. Then, quite a few National Martial Arts Association's employees came into the ring to clear the area and put the weaponry back on their racks. A female employee picked up the brick that Zhang Yi had taken from somewhere and took a long, hesitating look around before she finally just threw it somewhere onto the ground. The second round of events at the martial arts conference ended. Liu Yikan looked up into the ring. Zhang Yi raised his head. Chen scowled. The Zhu family style's disciples clenched their fists. The 8 Trigram school's disciples looked to the ring. It's beginning. It's time for official business. How do you think they will fight to settle their differences? I don't know. A battle of grandmasters, it'll be really wonderful to watch. Yeah, it's a once-in-a-lifetime battle. This year's National Martial Arts Conference certainly won't be like the ones before it. The events of today will be immortalized for future generations, and as witnesses to it, we truly should feel honored. How exciting. Let's see how this feud will be settled. Supporting the Zhu family. Grandmaster Rao has definitely crossed the line this time. She is openly provoking our martial arts world by upsetting the norms. The National Martial Arts Association definitely won't let this go. Amid everyone's gaze, the incumbent leader of the Zhu family style school, Zhu Tang, finally opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, as though he had been preparing a long time for this moment. It felt like a sharp sword suddenly being unsheathed. He stood up and strode toward the fight ring, then suddenly kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air before landing in the ring that was around 1.4 meters tall. He did this without any effort at all, but landed inside the wooden ring with a loud crash and violently shook it. The dust particles swirled up against the glow of the sun upon impact. Great Kung Fu. Beautiful. Grandmaster Zhu's skills have advanced greatly. He is indeed worthy of the title of Grandmaster. For most jump and land moves, this wouldn't seem unusual in the eyes of a real expert. As they say, laypersons watch the buzz, while professionals examine the skill. But at this moment, the Huashan Sex Fan Wen was a little astonished. In his opinion, compared to the Grandmaster Zhu he had seen a few years back, even though Zhu Tang had aged by a little, his martial arts skills did not seem to have regressed one bit. In fact, it even looked like he had improved. Reaching the level of Grandmaster was the pinnacle of Chinese martial arts. But there was also a division of strength among the Grandmasters. For example, their Huashan sect leader, Chen Zai, who was also Fan Wen's senior brother, would be considered the weakest of the 5 Grandmasters when it came down to their martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Rao Aizen was the strongest of the 5. Several years ago, Zhu Tang was supposedly at the level between them, a little stronger than his senior brother but a little weaker than Rao Aizen. However, that was a comparison from those days. Today, it was more difficult to determine who was the strongest of the grandmasters. Besides, how could people like him judge the martial arts of these grandmasters? There was no way he could assess their skills at his level. He could only get a general feel of how it might be. For instance, the way that Grandmaster Zhu Tang made his appearance today clearly gave many people the feeling that his martial arts were much better than a few years back. It was probably the same for Qin Zai since internal style martial artists usually improved over time. The only unknown was whether Rao Aiman's skills had regressed during this time. In the past few years, no one had seen Rao Aiman, nor knew where she had gone, nor what she had done. In the past 6 months of challenging the Zhu family-style school's training halls, it was comparable to using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. The Zhu family-style's disciples were obviously not worthy of Rao Aiman to exercise her efforts on and stood basically no chance against her. Therefore, Rao Aiman's current martial arts skills were still a mystery to everyone, including to the two grandmasters Zhu Tang and Qin Zai. The venue was enveloped in silence. Zhu Tang was in the ring. His expression this time was no longer the same as when he had stood there earlier. The aura he gave off was utterly different from before. This time, he did not even hold a microphone and just projected his voice to speak. Even so, every word that he spoke was loud and crisp. No matter where someone sat, they could still hear him very clearly. Zhu Tang said, "Dear friends and colleagues of our national martial arts world, the previous events have all came to an end. It is a little shameful to say this, but the next event has to do with me settling a personal feud with a certain someone. There's nothing to be shameful about. Grandmaster Zhu, just announce it. Right, everyone is here as your witness. The Kongtong sect, the Huashan sect, the Iron Palm sect, and all the other martial sects were very supportive." Zhu Tang nodded and said, "All right, then I shall first give my thanks to everyone present. I am sure that everyone has already heard something about the cause of this issue. As a grandmaster, Rao Aiman has gone around abusing her powers against my juniors, bullying my Zhu family-style's disciples, and tearing down my training halls. This has brought about great losses to the Zhu family. Ignoring economic losses, which are secondary, it has hurt our Zhu family-style's reputation. That is something I won't tolerate." Numerous shouts suddenly rang out from the audience. The Huashan sect, supporting Old Master Zhu. The Kongtong sect, supporting Grandmaster Zhu. The Kunlun sect, supporting Vice President Zhu. Intolerable. No need to keep tolerating. The 8 trigram school has gone too far. Grandmaster Zhu is big-hearted and did not argue with you people in the past, yet you people still don't know where to draw the line? Going around the entire country to bring down the Zhu family-style's training halls? If this can be tolerated, then what would be intolerable? This is too despicable. Many of those from the large sects were looking angrily in the direction of the 8 trigram school. The 8 trigram school's disciples were irritated by this. Lu Yu shouted, "Have you people forgotten about the blood debt of my senior sister's little sister and brother-in-law?" The Huashan sect's Fan Wen said bluntly, "That was just a very normal match in which they willingly put their lives on the line." Song Jiao said furiously, "Quit your fucking bullshitting. Old Crook Zhu's son has committed so many evil deeds and used martial arts to bully others. Our senior sister's little sister had only agreed to a death match with him to settle their feud. But when Old Crook Zhu saw that his son was about to meet his end, he interfered in the match to save him, dealing some injuries to my senior sister's little sister and brother-in-law. Let me ask you then, who were the ones bullying the weak there? Let me ask you again, who did not follow the rules of our martial arts world? How are you going to repay this debt?" The Huashan sect's second senior bro harumphed. "And who witnessed that?" A deputy leader of the Kongtong sect scoffed, "Ridiculous. That's complete nonsense." The Kunlun sect leader said, "Grandmaster Zhu is a big-hearted man, how could he possibly do something like that? What you heard were just rumors within the martial arts community and should not be taken seriously. Even if Grandmaster Zhu had hurt those two, it must have been during a normal match. They died a year later, so how can you place the blame on Grandmaster Zhu for their deaths?" Zhao Yunlong said angrily, "Sect leader of Kunlun, don't you dare pretend like you don't know a thing. Don't you know what concealed power is? When one gets struck by concealed power, their inside suffer irreparable damage." Master Sun, from an iron palm branch, repeatedly shook his head. "Where's the proof? The evidence? You keep addressing him as Old Crook Zhu. Do you have any manners?" Actually, no one could relate the event that happened many years ago too clearly, and there were all sorts of rumors flying around. But whatever the truth, one could easily guess what had really happened. All they knew was that Zhu Tang's son was indeed not a good person, and Zhu Tang had also fought with Rao Aiman's sister and brother-in-law. As for the details, nobody really knew about them. The 8 trigram school's people started arguing with the large sects. The small sects and non-affiliates did not say anything and only whispered among themselves. Grandmaster Zhu's son was indeed. Oh, I know. You don't need to mention that. My opinion about this is pretty close to the 8 trigram school's version of events. I heard that there were witnesses to the incident, but no one said anything about it afterwards. SHHH, be quiet. Don't let anyone hear you. We can only speculate among ourselves, but that person is still a grandmaster after all. Why do the large sects seem so united? Who knows if they'd already discussed their stand before this? Let's just watch how it turns out. Don't talk anymore. Yeah, it's not something that we can really do anything about either. It's a fight between gods. At the other end, the two sides were still arguing. The large sects shouted, Rao Aizen is a tumor within our martial arts world. The 8 trigram school shouted back, Old Krukju is despicable and shameless. Bullying and injuring so many of the Zhu family style's disciples, who is the shameless one here? If you're so good, you should have brought this up to Grandmaster Zhu directly. Why did you have to injure so many of the Zhu family style's disciples? Our eldest senior sis has issued countless challenges to Zhu Tang in the past half a year, but he dared not answer to her challenges due to his guilt. He did not even dare to step out of his hole. How else can she bring it up to him then? All those years ago, when Zhu Tang injured our senior sister's little sister and brother-in-law, she went to confront the Zhu family about it. When Zhu Tang realized that the situation was not to his advantage, he even teamed up with the Huashan sect leader to take her on and defeated her. So how can you still have the cheek to say that? That's because Rao Aizen had nothing better to do. Her sister and brother-in-law's business had nothing to do with Grandmaster Zhu at all, yet she came looking for trouble. That in and of itself was already her fault for coming to confront others with no good reason, so who cares if the Grandmasters teamed up? If a thief breaks into your house, you're not even allowed to retaliate. Bullshit. The Zhu family-style school's disciples cut in. That incident from all those years ago was due to her sister and brother-in-law being less skilled, yet they still agreed to the death match. Since they were responsible for their own lives, what else is there left to argue about? The 8 trigram school's disciples were so angry that they were trembling. The large sects had the numerical advantage. With every one of them just saying something, it was more than enough to drown them out, and even the guilty could be presented as innocent. Moreover, judging from their unity, it seemed like those from the large sects had already discussed this prior to the conference. Over there, Chenchin was also trembling. The large sects and the Zhu family style's disciples were speaking about Chenchin's dead parents without a care in the world, and some people even spoke with acrimony of them. There was also someone from the Zhu family style who said that they deserved it for losing. Zhang Yi's face sank when he heard that. He clutched Chenchin's little hand, but found that it was ice cold as she clenched her fist tightly. Suddenly, the Huashan sect leader stepped forward. Grandmaster Qinzai walked up into the ring and looked down, speaking loudly, "Let me say a few words." Only then did the large sects put down their hands, which they had been pointing at the 8 trigram school. They looked over and waited for this other grandmaster to speak. Qinzai was representing the National Martial Arts Association as the organizer and also was in charge of this event today. They heard Qinzai say, "Today's National Martial Arts Conference was called in advance, mainly because we wanted to settle this issue between the Zhu family and Rao Aizen. As a bystander, I largely understand the entire situation. Right now, I would like to talk about the following with everyone. Has anyone here heard of the Taiji Fist from over 100 years ago? The Taiji Fist?" Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. The people below the ring were taken aback. "I've heard of it. Of course I've heard about it. I heard my master talk about it once before. Yeah. That's a very famous internal style. A pity that it's already been lost for over 100 years." Qinzai looked at everyone and narrated, "There are still some historical records about the time when the Taiji Fist first appeared during the Qing dynasty. It pushed internal styles to a pinnacle at that time. Some of the large sects might not be strangers to this name, as a lot of masters and veterans from that time have passed down many legends and stories regarding the Taiji Fist by word of mouth. However, it was exactly this internal style, which had such a colorful history, whose legacy was lost over 100 years ago. This intangible cultural asset of our martial arts world did not get passed down, and it is a heartache both for me and for our martial arts world." The Huashan sect's Fan Wen sighed, "Hi, what a pity." The Kunlun sect's deputy leader also gave a light sigh. How brilliant would the Grandmaster of Taiji be at that time? But to this day, this martial arts style did not even get passed down to our time. Liu Yikan said excitedly, "They're talking about Taiji Fist." Li Quan could only sigh, "I've heard of it too. It's such a pity." Zhang Yi gave both of them a look but did not say anything. When the Taiji Fist was mentioned, the Zhu family style's disciples also had looks of yearning on their faces. When an ordinary person hears about Taiji, they might not think of it as a fighting style. Many people did not even know what the Taiji Fist was. But within the Chinese martial arts world, everyone had long heard about the Taiji Fist. Some of the real experts and veterans in the martial sects all knew about the legend and brilliance of the Taiji Fist from all those years ago, and knew just how powerful this style of martial arts was. There had been many people who had tried to recreate the Taiji Fist from the written records and oral accounts of those who had witnessed it before, and if they could even recreate 10 to 20% of it, it would have been good enough. However, no one had been able to do it so far, because this was not a martial arts form that followed a strict form. It wasn't like practicing sets that one would for external styles but an internal style martial arts that focused on the application of force, breathing techniques, and the flow of chi, which were all practiced differently from external styles. There was basically no way to recreate it to its original form by simply using bits and pieces of unconfirmed records. Therefore, many people gave up on doing so anymore, and the Taiji Fist was just used as an example of a legendary martial arts style in the Chinese martial arts world to be passed down generation by generation. The martial arts community could only hear about the brilliance of the Taiji Fist but were regrettably unable to witness the rebirth of this style of martial arts. Zhu Tang also revealed a slight tinge of regret. Hi. Qinzai continued, the times now are different. Our martial arts world has entered a new chapter in its history. We have our own new set of rules and regulations, and the National Martial Arts Association will not tolerate those who break them. A feud between martial sects? Bullying others with martial arts? These are both prohibited activities within our martial arts world. We cannot allow the tragedy of the Taiji Fist to happen again and let those martial arts styles, which have existed for hundreds of years, slip out of our hands. Otherwise, we will be sinners to our national martial arts world. We will be sinners to our nation. This speech stoked the anger of many people. Right. Grandmaster Chen has put it very well. We have to protect our martial arts heritage. This is the legacy of our nation. The Taiji Fist has already been lost. We cannot allow the Zhu family style to disappear as well. By doing what Rao Aizen did, she is basically trying to force the extermination of their school. Compared to the injuries suffered by those Zhu family style's disciples, the protection of our Chinese martial arts legacy is much more important. Rao Aizen is trying to end all these decades of the Zhu family style's legacy. This is even more vicious than ending one's family line. This is too much. Intolerable. We must definitely punish such behavior. Denounce Rao Aizen. Drive Rao Aizen out of our martial arts world. We can't let her continue acting arrogant like that. Right, we cannot allow the Zhu family style to become the second Taiji Fist. Everyone, let's stand together. Strip Rao Aizen of her martial arts. Destroy Rao Aizen. Everyone was freely expressing their anger. Besides the Zhu family, many of those from the large sects followed along and shouted. In the end, even those small sects who had much to gain from the subsidy that Zhu Tang was offering, and a small group of non-affiliates, had unknowingly followed along and started shouting when they heard that. Protect our martial arts heritage. Supporting Grandmaster Zhu. Drive Rao Aizen out of our martial arts world. The martial arts community has no place for such a grandmaster. Right, our martial arts world does not need a grandmaster like that. Everyone, let's stand united in denouncing treacherous Rao. Denounce treacherous Rao. 929 Death Match. Zhang Yi makes his appearance. Chapter 929, Death Match. Zhang Yi makes his appearance. The atmosphere was highly imposing. Almost everyone was standing against Rao Aizen. The Huashan sect's Fan Wen stepped forward and said, "We of the Huashan sect hereby proclaim our support for Grandmaster Zhu to seek an answer for the injustice he has suffered." Although sect leader Qinzai did not say anything, his words earlier had clearly expressed his attitude. Including the 2-versus-1 match between the Grandmasters those years ago, it was quite evident whose side Grandmaster Qinzai and the entire Huashan sect were on. Moreover, Qinzai and Zhu Tang were friends of many years. The Kunlun sect leader stepped up and said, "The Kunlun sect also expresses our support for Grandmaster Zhu." The Iron Palm's master son came forward as well. "I also express, on behalf of our sect, that all the Iron Palm's disciples present today will give our support to Grandmaster Zhu. Any who dare to break the rules are antagonizing our sect." The Kongtong sect deputy leader also came forward. "The Kongtong sect will also be supporting Grandmaster Zhu. And us, the Ma-Ashan sect." An old Taoist with a white beard shouted as he walked forward slowly. "And us, South Wudang. Us too, the Xinyai Fist. There's also us from the Splitting Mountain sect. And us, the Zhao family style. Count the Qingcheng sect in as well. Don't forget about us from the Shelline Monastery." Even the eminent monks of the Shelline Monastery were taking sides in this feud. Zhang Yi looked at those people and observed them one by one. His eyes got narrower and narrower as he took in all their faces. Those who understood Zhang Yi would know that he was angry now. Up to now, All of the large sects had shown their support for the Zhu family, and some of the martial sects even warned that if anyone dared to prevent this denouncement of Rao Aizen, it would mean that they would become their sworn enemies. Some of the small sects like the Splitting Mountain sect also joined their side and stood together with the camp led by Zhu Dan. A lot of the other small sects and basically all of the non-affiliates did not express their opinions and just stood on the sideline. They stayed neutral as they felt they couldn't afford to offend either party. The martial sects or training halls they represented were also wholly unqualified to take part in the affairs of this incident to begin with. On the other hand, there was no one who expressed any support for Rao Aizen, not a single person. There were only a solitary dozen or so disciples of the 8 trigram school standing there with her. Several hundred against a dozen or so? It was an overwhelming numerical advantage. Liu Yikan sighed and said, Grandmaster Rao is in trouble this time. This was indeed a hangman banquet. Yan Hua remarked. Li Quan said, she has made an enemy out of the entire martial arts community. He Badao said, looks like Senior Rao will find it hard to get away today. In the ring, Zhu Tan gave a fist and palm salute to his supporters. Zhu Tan, give thanks to every one of you. Grandmaster Zhu, you're being too polite. It's only right. Denouncing that treacherous Rao is everyone's responsibility. That Rao Aizen intends to exterminate your entire Zhu family this time. Who knows if she might do that next to our Iron Palm sect. Right, this is a matter that concerns all of the martial arts community, so you don't have to thank us for anything. The 8 trigram school's disciples were furious. Lu Yu said angrily, if you want to fight, just fight. What's with all that pompous reasoning? Song Zhao rebuked, all you sanctimonious people. Do you people really think you're from some righteous X? Tui. You're all just shit. Zhao Yanlong let out a furious laugh. What has the loss of the Taiji Fist's legacy for the past over 100 years got anything to do with your Zhu family? You're even comparing yourselves to the Taiji Fist? Do you people think you're qualified to be held in such regard? Suddenly, Rao Aizen opened her eyes. Senior sis. Eldest senior sis. They're really pushing it too far. Those hypocritical villains. Rao Aizen motioned with her hands for them to be quiet. She then looked up at Zhu Tan. Are you finished with your nonsensical talk? Then she turned to Qinzai. Are you also finished with your nonsensical talk? Are we fighting? Qinzai's expression sank a little. Zhu Tan looked at her. Of course we'll be fighting today. Rao Aizen said impatiently, then quit your bullshitting. Probably only a person like Rao Aizen, who was feared by everyone in the Chinese martial arts world, dared to speak in this manner to the 2 grandmasters, Zhu Tan and Qinzai. Zhu Tan looked at her indifferently and said, you were the one who issued the challenge, so the rules of the duel will naturally be decided by me. That fine? Rao Aizen asked, what do you propose? Zhu Tan's next words astonished everyone. He said, I propose a death match. Everyone at the venue jumped in fright. What? A death match? This. A death match between the grandmasters. The death match was a practice that had been passed down over many hundreds of years. Even after society had entered an age governed by law, the Chinese martial arts world still engaged in this tradition. But unless it was some great enmity, almost no one would choose to settle things in such a manner, especially when it concerned a feud between 2 grandmasters. This was a huge event that had never happened before. Everyone was so shocked their eyeballs nearly popped out. However, Rao Aizen's response to this astonished them even more. Rao Aizen did not even hesitate and just said, sure. Instantly, Zhu Tan was putting forward the rules of the match. There are a lot of you from the 8 trigram school today, so don't say that we're bullying you with our numbers. For this death match, let's send out 3 people from each side. We shall duel together in the same ring. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yi's expression changed. 3 people representing each side? A duel involving 6 people? What kind of rule was this? Wasn't it supposed to be a one-on-one match? Wasn't this battle supposed to be between the Zhu family style's leader and Rao Aizen? 3 people? Which 3 people? At the next moment, the faces of all those 8 trigrams palm people wholly changed. Because Qinzai had taken a step forward and stood quietly next to Zhu Tan. Qinzai was going to take part in the battle? Fuck your grandpa. Despicable. Bastard. Aren't you people playing dirty this way? 2 grandmasters against our senior sis by herself? Shameless. Fuck. The 8 trigram school's disciples were raging. The non-affiliates outside the ring were also stunned. How could they do this? The 8 trigram school was right. This really was somewhat of a shameless proposition. Seeing quite a few of the conference participants stirring, Qinzai could not help but explain, today is a one-off situation. Everyone here should know about Rao Aizen's martial arts. If old Zhu or I were to take her on alone, we certainly aren't going to a match for her. Yet, We cannot just watch helplessly as she continues rampaging and bullying others. Her actions are threatening to end the legacy of the Zhu family style, so we have to go to such lengths today. This is very unbefitting of the title of Grand Master, but there are some things that must be done. After much hesitation, we decided that this would be for the greater good. After today, I will voluntarily resign as the Vice President of the National Martial Arts Association. Zhu Tang frowned. Bro Chen, you're doing this because of our Zhu family style's problems. If anyone resigns, it should be me. Qinzai gave a wave of his hand. Don't say any more, old Zhu. I've already decided. Then he turned to the 8 Trigram school and said, we won't be filling all 3 places for the duel. It'll be just me and old Zhu representing our side. Below, some of the large sects were shouting. Grandmaster Chen, you don't have to do what you said. Right, why do you have to resign? You're suffering this humiliation on behalf of our martial arts world. That's right. Treacherous Rao's kung fu is more advanced. It's not embarrassing even if it takes 2 grandmasters to take her on. You're dishing out justice on behalf of the heavens, so of course you have to ensure that it gets served. It was Rao Aizen who issued the challenge first, and our martial arts world has its rules as well. The rules of the duel have always been set by those who get challenged, so there's nothing wrong with that at all. Besides, only the 2 of you are participating. That's already considered as giving them some leeway. Yeah, Grandmaster Chen, Grandmaster Zhu, the 2 of you are the real heroes here. You'd rather bear the infamy of teaming up than letting the treacherous bitch get away. That's something that requires a lot of courage and strength to do. You're both truly worthy of being the grandmasters of our time. Many from the large sects were cheering them on for their actions. Some of the Zhu family style's disciples were even holding back their tears as though they were suffering great heartache for the tremendous stress their sect leader was going through. Liu Yikan. Liu Yizhang gave a look to his brother. Zhang Yi was exasperated. He was truly exasperated. Rao Aizen was showing the exact same expression as Zhang Yi. Looks like I did not guess wrong. You've been holed up outside for the past half a year and not daring to go anywhere, and when you finally accepted my challenge all of a sudden, you clearly did not dare to take me on by yourself. Qinzai sighed. Just choose your representatives. Liu Yu roared with rage. Choose? Choose, my ass. Zhu Fan exploded in anger. How are we going to fight this way? Song Zhao said anxiously, eldest senior sis, let's leave. When she said that, a number of the Huashan sect and Zhu family style's disciples reacted the quickest. They blocked off the only pathway to get down the hill and said, if you're not fighting, don't even think of leaving this place today. Right. Denounced treacherous Rao. Otherwise, we won't let this rest. The challenge was proposed by your side. But you people are thinking of running away now? The path was blocked off. The 8 Trigram school was now a target for everyone. But Rao Aizen did not seem to mind. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Qinzai and Zhu Tang, then with a tap of her toe, she also jumped up into the ring. Alright, let me take on the 2 of you and practice some today. Auntie. Chen, in the crowd, rushed to her. Zhang Yi pulled her back right away. Chen cried, my aunt won't be able to win if the 2 of them team up. Zhang Yi muttered in a low and serious voice, I know that. Not only did he know this, the 8 Trigram school's disciples knew it as well, as did everyone from the Chinese martial arts world who were present at the conference. No matter how skilled Rao Aizen was, she would still find it difficult to take on 2 people at once. It would be exactly like the time she took on Qinzai and Zhu Tang several years ago. She would at most be able to injure one of her opponents, but at higher risk of getting injured herself. There was no chance she would emerge as the winner. Further, Zhu Tang's skills had improved again and Qinzai was also not at the same level as he was before. No one knew about Rao Aizen's kung fu, but even if she had improved as well, the circumstances were still the same. She couldn't possibly beat 2 grandmasters. This was a feat that was impossible. Nominate 3 people for the battle? Liu Yu rolled up his sleeves in anger. I will go and hold one of them off. Get back here. Song Zhao stopped him. Your kung fu is the weakest of everyone here. Like you would be able to hold them off. If we must go, it will be me and 6th junior bro. Zhu Fan immediately stood up. I'm ready. Don't be rash. An older disciple of the 8 Trigrams Palm said, the opponents are both grandmasters. What can you 2 do even if you take them on? Hold them off? How many attacks can you hold them off for? A single blow? Or 2? Perhaps 3? Among us, our 5th senior sis and 6th senior bro have the best skills and even they can't even hold them past 3 attacks. It'll only drag down eldest senior sis if you guys fight. She'll get distracted by wanting to protect you guys. Don't forget, this is a death match we're talking about. Liu Yu cursed in frustration, damn it. Zhao Yanlong said anxiously, then what should we do? What should we do? Zhu Fan clenched his fist in indignation and said, if eldest and second senior bro were here, that would have been great. With the two of them taking on a Grandmaster, they could at least hold them off for more than 10 attacks. What's the point of delaying them for 10 attacks? Eldest senior sis is more skilled old Krukju, but only by a little. They certainly couldn't settle their differences within 10 attacks. At the very least, Chenzai has to be held off for 30 attacks. Even with eldest and second senior bro, we wouldn't be able to do that. This is a doomed match. It was totally targeted at eldest senior sis. They want to make sure that eldest senior sis will lose this match. There was no intention of letting her leave this place at all. Bastard. Let's take them on. Take them on with what? They have several hundred people on their side. Then what can we do? Senior sis. You should leave. Right, with your skills, no one can stop you. Don't bother with us. However, Rao Aizen stayed motionless and just stared straight at Zhu Tan. The 8 trigram school's disciples were getting worried and really had no way to deal with this. The entire Chinese martial arts world was now standing against them. No one was willing to support them. Zhu Tan looked in the direction of the 8 trigram school and said, nominate your people. Nominate what people? How could they possibly nominate anyone? It was useless whoever they nominated. To everyone at the venue, it was clear that this was a death match of 2 grandmasters against 1 grandmaster. No one else would be allowed to interfere because no one could. Even all the martial arts experts in attendance, like the Iron Palm's Master Son or the Kunlun Sect's Taoist Han, none of them could possibly hold off a grandmaster for more than 10 attacks, let alone this new generation of 8 trigrams Palm disciples. It wasn't like there were no skilled experts who could take on a grandmaster. For instance, that eminent monk of the Shelline Monastery who had long since gone into seclusion, and that highly elusive non-affiliate Taoist. There were still quite a few of these hermits of the Chinese martial arts world who could probably fight a grandmaster and hold them off for many attacks. Unquestionably, none of those who could do it were in attendance of the conference today. But even if they were, they would not likely stand with Rao Aizen. Therefore, the outcome of the match was already decided. To say that they wanted to kill Rao Aizen today was probably a little over the top, but her keeping her skills was definitely something they wouldn't allow. No one could or would help her. However, there was someone who refused to let this to happen. While the 8 trigram school's disciples were anxiously circling around, a voice suddenly boomed, is this how the righteous martial sects and schools behave? Today is such an eye-opener for me. Zhu Tan bullied others and caused the loss of 2 lives, then explained that it was just a normal duel and how everyone was responsible for their own fates. But when someone else came to challenge your Zhu family style without even taking any human lives, and just injured a few disciples, it became a matter of treason and heresy. An outrage. The National Martial Arts Association has to step in to denounce people? And it's even 2 versus 1? You want to take her life too? Strip her of her martial arts? Fuck you people. What bullshit is this? He Badao said in shock. Bro Chen. Liu Yikan was also stunned. Bro Chen Zhen. None of them expected Chen Zhen to actually say something at this point in time. Bro Chen, you. Yan Hua was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire Chinese martial arts world is denouncing Rao Aizen, so what are you trying to do here? Bro Yan. Zhang Yi pulled Chen Chen over and handed her to him. In the group, Zhang Yi trusted Yan Hua the most. Although Yan Hua did not recognize him, Zhang Yi definitely had not forgotten him. On the airplane, they had gone through life and death together, so he knew what Yan Hua's character was like. Help me take care of the kid. Yan Hua was taken aback. What do you intend to do? A number of non-affiliates around them were also dumbfounded. Bro Chen Zhen. Bro Chen, you. Everyone was looking at him. Amid everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zhang Yi strode out from the crowd and unfastened the buttons of his down jacket. With a cold expression, he tore it away and flung it behind him. With those words, he had shocked the whole venue. Zhang Yi called out, nominate 3 people? There's no need for that. Just the 2 of us will be enough. With a lift of his leg, Zhang Yi went up into the ring. 930 Rao Aizen's Old Flame? Chapter 930, Rao Aizen's Old Flame? At the martial arts conference's venue. Everyone present at the ring was stunned. This martial arts conference was clearly organized as an effort by the large sects to denounce Rao Aizen. It was clearly an assault of several hundred people against her. It was clearly a situation in which the outcome was fixed after the 2 grandmasters joined hands for the battle. To say nothing of Rao Aizen, even the 8 trigram school's disciples would find it difficult to return home safely. It didn't matter who stepped up, it was useless. With Zhu Tan teaming up with Qinzai, they had the greatest combat strength that the Chinese martial arts world could muster. But no one had expected that at such a critical moment, Someone would actually side with the 8 trigram school and go up into the ring despite the large sex hostility. What did you say? The two of you would be enough? Has this person gone crazy? You're gonna team up with Rao Aizen to take part in a death match against the 2 grandmasters? Liu Yikan became anxious. Bro Chen. Stop fooling around. Come back. Liu Yizhang shouted too. Yan Hua was getting anxious. Ayo. What is going on here? What the hell is going on here? He Badao shouted, damn, why the fuck did you go up into the ring? Are you drunk, Bro Chen? Don't spout such nonsense, see come down quickly. Quickly. This isn't something that non-affiliates like us can be involved in. The opponents are 2 martial arts grandmasters. What are you going up there for? Many of the non-affiliates and people from the small sects outside the ring were on rather good terms with Zhang Yi. After last night's fight against the large sects, they had forged a good friendship, so when they saw this occur, they started panicking as well. Holy shit. Shenzhen, get back down here. Don't try to play the hero. This isn't the time for that. It's useless no matter who goes. This is a death match we're talking about. Are you throwing your life away, Bro Shenzhen? The people from the large sects were angered by this. Some of the 8 trigram school's disciples present today were quite skilled at kung fu. For example, the 5th disciple, Song Zhao, the 6th disciple, Zhu Fan, and even Zhao Yunlong's kung fu were acceptable. But even they did not go up as they knew they would drag her down if they did. But why did you not know that? What is that person trying to do? Isn't he Shenzhen? It's him. It's that shameless guy. Fuck, why did he go up into the ring? Yeah, when Senior Fan and the Huashan Sect's senior brother challenged him just now, he wasn't even their match since he was too afraid to accept their challenge. So why is he going up there now? 2v2? You were too afraid to even accept a Huashan disciple's challenge. How the fuck can you fight with grandmasters? Will you die if you don't show off? You're really a fearless one. Isn't he insulting everyone here by doing that? Chen. You're gonna die. Get the fuck down. Right, get the fuck down. As a nobody, why are you causing trouble? Am I Tabha, little almsgiver? Retreat. Many people from the large sects spoke out, wanting to stop this farce. The Huashan sect's fan when shouted, this isn't a match that you can be involved with. Get down. A nobody interfered with the death match involving 3 grandmasters, and he even wanted to participate in the match? This was an insult to many of the large sects members. If someone qualified had to enter the ring to fight, it should not be him. With his mediocre kung fu, he could not handle an attack from any one of the participants in the ring. In this crucial death match that is about to take place, are you trying to be the fly in the ointment? Take a look at yourself. Do you even think that you can take on grandmasters? Qin Zai looked at Zhang Yi. Zhu Tang also stared at him. Who are you? The 2 grandmasters had such an authoritative gaze that most normal martial artists would not be able to handle looking at them. But Zhang Yi was oblivious to it and nonchalantly uttered, what does it concern you? Bastard. How can you talk to my master in that manner? The Zhu family-style school was infuriated. Zhang Yi laughed. I've said what I've said. What can you do about it? The Iron Palm's master son stepped forward and shouted, I've said it already. Whoever dares to help old Kakrao will be an enemy of our Iron Palm sect and we will oppose him to the bitter end. Zhang Yi looked at him and asked, who do you think you are? Who does the Iron Palm sect think they are? Master Sun was furious. You're looking to die. The 8 trigram school's disciples were floored as they did not expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, the person who went up into the ring turned out to be the troublemaking non-affiliate from last night. Zhu Fan quickly said, Shenzhen, our 8 trigram school appreciates your kindness. But you are not their match and you won't help much even if you fight. 5th senior Sis Song Zhao said, please come down. Zhao Yunlong said anxiously, this isn't something that a non-affiliate can be involved in. Do you understand that? However, Lu Yulu was stunned. Hearing the words that were spoken by Shenzhen, looking at the appearance of that Shenzhen behind his sunglasses, the sense of familiarity strengthened and started surging within him. In the ring. When everyone thought that this person was just being ridiculously overconfident in himself, Rao Aizen's words shocked everyone present so much that their jaws almost dropped. Everyone who gave the matter some thought had believed Rao Aizen to be one of the fighters who would definitely not allow an unknown, weird non-affiliate to cause trouble like this, and would definitely have chased him off. With old Crook Rao's bad temper and sharp tongue, she would probably have lectured him and not appreciated his kindness at all. However, everyone present was stunned when they heard Rao Aizen's response. Rao Aizen glanced at Shenzhen and asked, what are you doing here? Rao Aizen recognized him at first glance. Ignoring the fact that Zhang Yi was wearing a pair of sunglasses, even if he were to cover his entire head with something, Rao Aiman would still recognize him from his voice. After all, they were quite familiar with each other and understood one another very well. Zhang Yi snapped, "Why do you think I'm here? Who asked you to come here? Get lost." Rao Aiman raised her chin. Zhang Yi got angry. "Get lost, your sister. It was easy for you to leave without even saying a proper goodbye, and you didn't even bother to call back much over the past 6 months. Tell me, who have I offended?" Rao Aiman replied, "I had important matters to handle." "Didn't I already tell you that? You said that you would be back in at most a month, but do you know what year it is already? Only you had important matters to handle? Like I don't have important business to attend to?" Zhang Yi became angrier the more he listened. "Do you think that I'm not busier than you? Do you think I don't have more on my plate?" Rao Aiman scoffed and scorned, "You call fighting with people every day important business?" Zhang Yi said angrily, "You don't need to worry about who I fight with. At least you can find me when you need me. But you? You actually disappeared for 6 straight months. Even better, your cell phone was turned off for the past 2 days. Tell me what you're trying to do. If there's a problem, you can just tell me. If not for my wit, I wouldn't have even known where you'd gone. Let me tell you this, old Rao. Only I could have found you. If it were anyone else, it would have been impossible to find you." The two of them started arguing noisily in front of numerous members of the Chinese martial arts world as though no one else were around. Liu Yikan was shocked. Li Quan was shocked. Yan Hua was shocked. Qin Zai was shocked. Zhu Ten was shocked. The disciples of the Huashan sect were shocked. The Zhu family style school was shocked. The people from the large sects were shocked. The small sects and non-affiliates were shocked. The 8 trigram school's disciples also wore expressions of shock. What was the meaning of this? This man actually knew Rao Aiman? And from their tones, why did it sound like 2 X's talking? 931 Are 2000 Teiji Fist Skill Experience Books enough? Chapter 931, Are 2000 Teiji Fist Skill Experience Books enough? The atmosphere at the venue was exceptionally odd. Everyone looked at one another blankly, shocked into confusion. The happenings in the ring were totally different from what they had expected. Even the punctuations appearing over their heads were different. Especially those unceremonious salutations that had came out of Chinzen's mouth, those dumbfounded many of them. "Old Rao. But you? Get lost, your sister?" Although many of the large sex people present had responded to the call of the 2 grandmasters to denounce Rao Aiman, they at most dared to scold her as treacherous Rao. Being labeled treacherous these days might not even be considered as being scolded anymore, especially in the era of the motherfucker, which was easily heard anywhere on the internet. It could not get any more elegant to be called treacherous in this case. After all, she was a grandmaster, and even a highly notorious grandmaster at that. She was a hooligan who'd spent half a year doing nothing but going around the country to bring down the Zhu family-style training halls and schools. Even if they had fallen out with her, they did not dare act rashly, especially when this person was Rao Aiman. That was why, at this moment, many of the large sect members were greatly surprised and shocked by those words of that non-affiliate Shenzhen. "You're calling her old Rao? And even saying but you? Your sister? Fuck, that was audacious. That was really too goddamn audacious." The Huashan sect's fan looked astounded. The Iron Palm's master son was also staring with astonishment. Even those large sect people who were very experienced and had seen it all could only react in that way, not to mention those from the small sects and the non-affiliates outside the ring. When they heard those words, they nearly knelt from the shock. Liu Yikan almost fainted. That's a grandmaster he's talking to. Why is Bro Chinzin speaking to her in that manner? Li Quan asked in shock. Could it be that he knows Senior Rao? He Badao suggested in disbelief. That's impossible. Liu Yizhang said. Yan Hu held Chen Chen's hand as he stared and flapped. This makes absolutely no sense. The others were also in shock. Isn't he a non-affiliate like us? Why did Bro Chen start scolding her the moment he went up? He even has the courage to scold a grandmaster? This. Just who on earth is this Chinzen? In the ring, Zhang Yi and Rao Aiman were not bothered by the spectators and kept bickering with each other. Rao Aiman said, "Get lost already. This is none of your business." Zhang Yi replied, "It's my business now." Rao Aiman said, "With those skills of yours, this is not a place for you to mess around." Zhang Yi scoffed, "Ha, don't you dare look down on my skills. Do you think you can defeat 2 grandmasters just by yourself? Someone has to help you hold off one of them no matter what. If your junior brothers and sisters can't help you, then let me do it." Rao Aiman did not outright refuse his offer, but just looked at him. "Are you sure you can do this?" Zhang Yi declared, "Even if I can't, I must still do it." "But this is a death match." Rao Aiman maintained. Zhang Yi said, "I know." Rao Aiman asked, How are you going to fight then? Zhang Yi snorted. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my ways. Rao Aiman narrowed her eyes and looked at him again. Let me ask you again, are you sure you can do this? Zhang Yi boasted, I can as long as you don't drag me down. Rao Aiman stated, it's not of my fault if you die. Zhang Yi laughed and said, just watch yourself. Zhang Yi understood Rao Aiman and Rao Aiman understood him. As the two of them were very familiar with each other, just by exchanging glances, they knew exactly what the other was thinking. The 8 trigram school section. Song Jiao said incredulously, there's actually someone in this world who dares to speak to eldest senior sis in that way? This is. Zhu Fan was also stunned. Why didn't eldest senior sis get angry? Zhao Yanlong also expressed his exasperation. What the fuck? The 8 trigram school's disciples knew Rao Aiman very well. Some of them even grew up under her care since childhood. They understood their eldest senior sister's bad temper and sharp tongue better than anyone else. As a result, this incident perplexed them greatly. No one dared to speak to Rao Aiman in such a manner. Qinzai was bewildered as he stared at Zhang Yi. Zhu Tang also frowned. At this moment, everyone present had only one important question in mind. They wanted to ask, who on earth is this non-affiliate Shenzhen? Suddenly, Yan Hua was caught by surprise and Qinshan slipped from his grasp. He hurriedly chased after her. Hey! Where are you running off to? Qinshan ran out from the crowd and headed straight in the direction of the 8 trigram school. She called out some of their names as she ran over. Old Song, Old Zhu, Old Zhao, Old Lu. The disciples of the 8 trigrams palm were dumbstruck. Qinshan? Ayo. Young ancestor, what are you doing here? It's Qinshan. It's really her. The 8 trigram school's disciples immediately rushed forward and brought Qinshan into their fold. Song Jiao rebuked, how did you come here by yourself? It's too dangerous here. Qinshan pointed to the ring. I came here with him. Zhu Fan said startled, you came here with him? Zhao Yanlong could not understand, so he asked, why are you together with Shenzhen? Weren't you in Beijing? Now, if Lu Yu was still unable to recognize who Shenzhen was, then he really would be an idiot. Lu Yu gave a wry smile. That person is not even called Shenzhen. What? Who on earth is he? Little junior bro, do you know him? What's his background? The several of them fired questions at him. Lu Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, it's not only me who knows him. I think all of you should know him as well. Song Jiao asked in surprise, we know him too? Zhu Fan said immediately, how can that be? Zhao Yanlong said, is there such a person in our martial arts world? I don't have any memory of him. Another 8 trigrams palm disciple asked, don't tell me he's some great person of our martial arts world. It's not wrong to say that he's a great person, but he isn't a great person from our martial arts world. As there were outsiders around them, Lu Yu did not explicitly say his name. But it shouldn't be. The man I know never learned any Chinese martial arts. He's someone who should be completely unrelated to our group of martial artists. So what is he doing here? Yan Hua was taken aback by that. He suddenly recalled something after he overheard their conversation. He then immediately turned around and stared in disbelief at Qinzhen in the ring. He finally recognized him as well. Damn. It's him. I've been wondering who this goddamn familiar-looking man was. After finding out his identity, Yan Hua was even more shocked. Why were there always traces of him at every place? When he thought of this person leading the non-affiliates to cause trouble last night and the conflict that took place before the National Martial Arts Conference was convened, Yan Hua could only feel thousand strings of fuck flashing before his eyes. Liu Yikan, Liu Yishang, and the others who were a distance away were baffled. Why did Shenzhen's kid run over there? The people from the 8 trigram school also know that kid. Qinzhen and Rao Aiman actually know each other. What's their relationship? I recognize her. She's the orphan daughter of Rao Aiman's deceased little sister and brother-in-law. What did you say? That's their kid? That kid from back then has already grown up this much? This. Everyone from the Chinese martial arts world burst into an uproar. There was too much information. Everyone was getting more and more confused about the identity of Shenzhen. Why was he taking care of the daughter of Rao Aiman's little sister? Why could Rao Aiman put the child in his care with such confidence? This was not as simple as just knowing each other. Zhu Tan gazed at little Qinshan for a long time. Qinzai looked at Rao Aiman and Zhang Yi. Have you two decided yet? Zhang Yi answered, yes, it shall be a 2-on-2 match. Qinzai asked, this was supposed to be a 3v3 match. Are you sure you won't need a third person? That's not necessary. Zhang Yi said. Rao Aiman did not say anything, but her attitude showed her acquiescence. Her attitude once again shocked everyone. What was the meaning of this? Was Rao Aizen really going to join forces with Shinzen to deal with Grandmaster Shinzai and Grandmaster Zhu Tan? She didn't reject him? She wasn't afraid that he would drag her down? Shinzai did not expect this either. Zhu Tan said, "Then let's sign the agreement." At once, a disciple of the Zhu family style handed up a copy of the legal documentation for the death match from below the ring, so it was obvious that this document was prepared beforehand. He said, "With the signing, each participant will be responsible for their respective lives." Zhu Tan picked up the brush and wrote his name. Shinzai picked up the brush after him and wrote his name with a few strokes. As they were martial artists who communicated mainly through their fists, even though there were those who enjoyed calligraphy, it was clear that these two were not among that group. The pinnings of their names were each more ugly than the other. Zhang Yi glanced at the names in derision. When he picked up the brush, his entire aura changed. With a few lively and vigorous strokes, he wrote his name as well. He was open and above board with this. It was signed, Shenzhen. Rao Aizen also signed her name and glanced at the name written by Zhang Yi. She said nothing. Zhang Yi's calligraphy was so beautiful that it could not be described by just that word alone. The two characters were like a work of art. Within the lively and vigorous strokes, there was no lack of strength, and the ending stroke surged with a sense of carefreeness. This calligraphy had once again stunned the people present at the venue. Comparing Zhang Yi's signature to theirs, Shenzai and Zhu Tan both looked somewhat disconcerted. The other martial artists were also a little lost for words. For a hooligan who had used a brick to make sneak attacks on other people last night, a nasty fellow who incited a fight for no good reason, damn, could his words be penned any more beautifully than this? There was probably no one in the entire Chinese martial arts world who had better calligraphy than him, was there? They completed the signing of the deathmatch agreement. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. A person from the National Martial Arts Association announced, "The deathmatch shall begin in 10 minutes. Please get ready." Shinzai sat down in the ring and closed his eyes. Zhu Tan took a deep breath. He did not sit down, but stood there to let himself calm down gradually. His rate of breathing was also getting slower, only taking breaths once every 10 seconds. Rao Aizen did the same. Every martial artist had their own set of chi flow techniques. Before the deathmatch today, they absolutely needed to adjust their mental state and physical fitness to the optimum level. Only Zhang Yi was different. This fellow did not bother with adjusting his fitness at all, because he had something else to do. When Rao Aizen asked if he was up to the task, Zhang Yi actually knew that he was definitely not up to it. At least in his present condition, he was certainly no match for the Grandmasters. Although his physical fitness was enhanced respectively by each of the 1000 stats category fruits he had eaten, the Grandmasters had a lifetime of training in martial arts as a foundation. They had the peak combat strength within the Chinese martial arts world. Even if they lacked some aspects such as Zhang Yi's agility, they wouldn't be inferior by much. In addition, the Grandmasters practiced an internal style of martial arts. Therefore, other than the physical aspects, almost all of their power came from the inside. And there was also the incomprehensible domain and attacks involving concealed power that Zhang Yi was a total amateur at. Even if he wanted to depend on brute strength to fight against them, he still knew that it was impossible to beat them no matter how confident he was. But Zhang Yi did not hesitate in getting into the ring and signing the deathmatch agreement. Because he was enraged. Because he knew that he still had the Taiji fist to depend on. If 100 books were not enough, then would 500 books be enough? If 500 books were not enough, then would 1000 books be enough? If 1000 books were not enough either, then fuck your mother. Surely 2000 books would be enough. 932 The Legendary Grandmaster. Chapter 932, The Legendary Grandmaster. A deathmatch. 9 minutes to go. The National Martial Arts Conference venue at the top of the hill fell completely silent. No one dared to make a peep right now. Even if someone had an itchy throat and wanted to cough, they had to quickly cover their mouth to cough in the most silent way possible, as they were afraid that they would cause a disturbance to the three grandmasters meditating in the ring. The blowing of the wind was the only thing that could be heard on the hilltop, as well as noises emitting from someone's cell phone. D-Day, D-A-D-A-D-A. It sounded like someone was playing a game. Carefully listening to the game music, it was the latest mobile version of Plants vs. Zombies. Who was it? Fuck, who dared to play games at a time like this? And why was the game's volume so loud? After looking around the crowd, everyone was shocked to realize that the sound originated from the fight ring itself. It turned out that Shenzhen was actually playing the game on his cell phone, and as he was sitting quite close to the microphone, the game sounds on his cell phone were amplified even louder. Liu Yikan. He Dao. Yan Hua. Chenchen. The 8 Trigram School's disciples. Will this guy really be able to fight the Grandmasters? This is a fucking death match we're talking about. You, a non-affiliate whose kung fu is mediocre and is surrounded by 3 grandmasters, have only a few more minutes left until it begins. You don't even know if you will survive. So how can you still be in the mood to play games at such a time? Just how calm can you get? Just what kind of a person are you? Everyone was exasperated out of their minds by this behavior of his. Only Zhang Yi himself knew that his motive was not to play the game, but in fact use it to hide what he was really doing. Otherwise, if the crowd saw him tapping at the air, it would surely arouse suspicion. By this point, he had opened up the Game Rings merchant shop. He tapped on the Taiji Fist Skill Experience book that he had received from the lottery draw a long time ago, though it looked to everyone else like he was tapping on his cell phone screen. Over the past 2 years or so, Zhang Yi had gradually bought over 100 of these skill experience books. But to cope with today's situation, he was ready to push it to the limit. He had almost 1.9 billion reputation points remaining, and the cost of each Taiji Fist Skill Experience book was 1 million reputation points. Buy. 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 He tapped on the buy button like crazy. Afterwards, he flipped them open one by one and the Taiji Fist Skill Experience books dissolved into many glowing particles of light. The contents surged straight into his mind, becoming a part of him. If anyone could see what Zhang Yi saw, they would certainly be shocked into dropping their jaw. With the countless glowing particles of light surging into his mind, image after image of the Taiji Fist's moves flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. He could feel his strength burgeoning without end. 100 books. 200 books. 300 books. With his actions getting faster, the tapping on his cell phone also grew louder. The people outside the ring were looking at him at their wits' end. Some of the large sect's disciples were gnashing their teeth in hate and nearly insulted someone's mother. Eventually, Zhu Tang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, could no longer bear with this disturbance. The corners of his eyes twitched several times and he opened them, fed up. Do you have a screw loose? Zhang Yi subconsciously responded the moment he looked up at him. Do you have a screwdriver? Zhu Tang. Everyone. Qinzai, too, could no longer pretend to not have heard and opened his eyes in frustration. With the game's noisy sound effects and background music, how could he possibly still meditate in peace? So he walked over to Zhu Tang and discussed in low whispers their strategy for the battle. In this death match, they had to terminate all of Rao Aiman's kung fu and were not allowed to make any mistakes. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace after today. Qinzai asked softly, who will you take? Let me handle Rao Aiman, Zhu Tang replied. Qinzai made a noise of understanding. Then I will take care of that non-affiliate. Zhu Tang asked, who on earth is that person anyway? Qinzai pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know and can't judge either. But I have some memory of him from last night. During his duel with a Kunlun sect disciple, his skills were quite average as well as scummy. From the way that he is still playing games before the start of a death match, he must definitely be just an amateur, so there's nothing to fear about him. Zhu Tang nodded. I'll test Rao Aiman's skill first. Qinzai said, alright, I'll back you up whenever. Just be careful of Rao Aiman's swimming body form. I will, Zhu Tang responded. The two of them saw only Rao Aiman as a threat and did not take Shenzhen seriously. In the Chinese martial arts world, there were only a handful of experts. Which of those people did they not know about? Would there be anyone they couldn't identify? But they had never even heard of this non-affiliate called Shenzhen before, so there was really no point in taking him too seriously. For someone who would resort to using a brick in a duel and being such a young non-affiliate martial artist, even if he did start practicing martial arts when he was in his mother's womb, he could never get 3 attacks in against Qinzai. Moreover, this would be without Qinzai using his concealed power. Everyone saw this death match as a 2-on-1 match in practice. Rao Aiman would be taking on the duo of Zhu Tang and Qinzai. No one included Shenzhen as part of the battle. Zhang Yi was still furiously eating the skill experience books. His hand was constantly purchasing the item. 1,000 books. 1,500 books. 1,700 books. Finally, almost all 1.9 billion reputation points were spent. Zhang Yi did not bother spending whatever leftover points there were. At this moment, including the 100-odd Taiji Fist skill experience books that Zhang Yi had eaten in the past, the total experience that he had summed to a terrifying 2,000-odd experience books. Zhang Yi's mind was brimming with images of Taiji fish motifs 1, a series of Taiji moves, and the breathing techniques for the moves. With his mind overflowing with information, he exited the game on his cell phone and closed his eyes as he hurriedly tried to organize his thoughts and take in all of the knowledge that he had gained from eating these skill experience books. The experience was too great. The amount of knowledge that he now had was shocking. With every bit absorbed, Zhang Yi's comprehension of Taiji reached a higher plane. While there were no changes to his physical fitness, which remained the same as after he had eaten those 1,000 fruits of each stat category, His martial arts skill kept soaring. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. This feeling was so great and wonderful that there were no words to describe it. There was still a minute to go before the start of the death match. At last, Zhang Yi opened his eyes. Even he did not know what plane his martial arts had reached by now. But as far as everyone else could see, there were no visible changes to Zhang Yi. Zhu Teng and Chen Zai had gotten ready and each stood in a corner of the fight ring. Rao Aiman had also prepared herself to her best condition. She looked at Zhang Yi. "Can you?" Zhang Yi looked back at her. "Probably." Rao Aiman said quietly, "When the fighting starts, I won't be able to look after you." "That's not necessary." Zhang Yi said, "Just concentrate on taking on Zhu Teng." "How many attacks do you need me to hold Chen Zai off for?" Rao Aiman glanced at Zhu Teng and said, 30. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment then said, "All right." They took their positions. The 4 of them had chosen their spots to begin from. The 8 trigram school's Zhu Fan said anxiously, "5th senior sis, will that Chen Zan really be of any help?" "Who knows?" Song Zhao exclaimed. Why was he playing games before the start of the match? He must have a really bad gaming addiction. If I'd known that, I would have gone in his place instead. Zhao Yanlong looked at Lu Yu. Isn't that person too unreliable? It was time. Suddenly, one of the National Martial Arts Association's referees announced, "The death match will now officially begin." The entire venue immediately erupted. The large sects started a rabid commotion. "Come on, Master. Grandmaster Zhu, you can do it. Do your best. Martial Uncle is almighty. The Zhu family style shall prevail. Grandmaster Zhu shall be victorious." Several hundred voices rang out across the venue. When the 8 trigram school's disciples saw this, they started shouting too. "Eldest senior sis, you can do it. Don't hold back, eldest senior sis. Beat him up. Be careful, eldest senior sis." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who was also in the fight ring with them, seemed to have been forgotten. Zhang Yi did not mind. He just walked quietly to the southwest corner of the fight ring with his hands behind his back and did not say anything. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The cheering below the ring grew louder and louder, but it fell silent up in the ring. The opponents looked at each other, but no one made the first move. Suddenly, Zhu Teng was the first to break the deadlock. Kicking off the ground, his entire person shot forth like a cannonball. With a shout, he smashed toward Rao Aiman with a punch that seemingly carried a ton of weight behind it. This was what it was like to be in a battle of grandmasters. Either they did not make a move, or, if they did, they would attack to kill. But no one expected that Rao Aiman would not move. She did not even blink or even put up a defense. The 8 trigram school's disciples watched in fright. "Senior sis. Eldest senior sis." It wasn't until the incoming punch was an arm's length away that Rao Aiman moved. Floating into 8 trigram's footwork, she transferred into the kun stance too. Not only was she able to avoid Zhu Teng's punch, she even stuck fast to Zhu Teng and threw a palm strike at him. Zhu Teng blocked with his elbow and counterattacked with a kick. Rao Aiman seamlessly executed another 8 trigram's footwork step to easily shift herself slightly behind Zhu Teng before striking with her palm again. In a matter of seconds, the two of them had exchanged several blows. This was what it was like to be in a battle between grandmasters. It was spectacular. Many people in the audience forgot to breathe. They held their breaths as they fully concentrated on the fight in the ring. Chen Zai did not move. Neither did Zhang Yi. In fact, Chen Zai had been facing Rao Aiman all this while. Wherever Rao Aiman moved to, his feet would adjust in that direction in anticipation. He seemed ready to rush forward to help at any moment, but there was no reason to do so at this time. For now, he just wanted to see if Zhu Teng could handle Rao Aiman with his greatly improved kung fu. If he could, then Chen Zai had no need to take action and aid him. That would save them some face. After all, a 2-on-1 match was not really something to be proud of. After 3 attacks, the 2 grandmasters were evenly matched. The disciples from the Zhu family style were getting excited. Good. Master is awesome. Go, Master, go. Kill that treacherous Rao. The Zhu family style disciples and others from the large sects also gained a confidence boost from watching this. However, the fight was evenly matched after the first 3 moves. When Rao Aiman executed her 4th attack, all the large sect disciples who had just been cheering suddenly went quiet. Rao Aiman swivel-stepped and immediately attacked with a barrage of 8 trigrams linking palms. Zhu Teng wanted to dodge this but could not, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take her head on for 3 of the strikes. But by Rao Aiman's 3rd strike, Zhu Teng was unable to hold off her attacks any longer. He yelled, having already shown his full strength, and mustered his concealed power into his right fist. This could burst apart Rao Aiman's attack, so he repulsed her linking palms, which were also struck with her concealed power. 8 footprints could be seen clearly on the wooden floor of the fight ring. 2 of them belonged to Zhu Tang, who had made them while taking the hard blows from the attacks. The remaining footprints in the thick wooden floor belonged to Rao Aizen. If it were an attack directed purely at the wooden floor, a lot of the people present today could also leave their imprints. It was nothing less than needing enough strength to do so. But what had happened in the ring was entirely different. Zhu Tang and Rao Aizen had not channeled any force into their feet and were just attacking each other. When their concealed power was transmitted into their opponents, there would naturally be a shockwave sent through the body of the person taking the attack. This was an astonishing sight for many of those who had not seen a battle between grandmasters before. Song Zhao shouted, "Eldest senior sis, follow up your advantage." Zhu Fan said excitedly, "Old Krukju is no match for you." Chen Shen cried out, "Andy, you can do it." The non-affiliates said in astonishment, "Is this what it means to be a grandmaster? This is too scary. Heavens." Meanwhile, the real martial arts experts looked apprehensive. The Huashan Sex Fan Wen gasped, "Grandmaster Zhu is not her equal." The Iron Palm's Master Sun was also getting anxious. "Grandmaster Zhu can't go it alone. Rao Aizen's skill is too great." The Kunlun Sex leader exclaimed with a sunken expression. He had not expected that Zhu Tang still could not compare to her after all these years. Zhu Tang did not look too good. Even though Zhu Tang was not exactly losing yet, after only a few attacks, many of the experts present could see that Zhu Tang was not a match for Rao Aizen whether at moves or skill level. Rao Aizen was indeed still that past Rao Aizen. Even after disappearing for many years, she was still that legendary figure in the Chinese martial arts world. In a one-on-one fight, nobody was a match for her. Watching from his side, Zhang Yi could feel a tingle run down his spine. So old Rao was actually this amazing? 933 Zhang Yi's Concealed Power. Chapter 933, Zhang Yi's Concealed Power. The Zhu family was panicking. Grandmaster Chen. Grandmaster Chen, what are you waiting for? Finish off that treacherous Rao together. Attack her together. At this time, you can't mind your honor. If Rao Aizen is allowed to continue acting that arrogant, our entire martial arts world is done for. Rao Aizen remained calm and dealt another palm strike at Zhu Tang. With that strike, Rao Aizen remained rooted in her spot, while Zhu Tang stumbled back. The difference between them was obvious. Rao Aizen glanced at him. That all you got? In the entire Chinese martial arts world, perhaps only Rao Aizen was qualified to speak so contemptuously to a grandmaster. Zhu Tang's face darkened as he was forced to turn to his last resort. Old Chen, back me up. Even though Zhu Tang had not yet given all his effort, he knew that Rao Aizen was holding back as well. Both of them were waiting to deliver their fatal blow to the other. Chinzai, not too far away, sighed shallowly. He looked at Rao Aizen and said, "I'm sorry then. Watch out." He knew that he had no choice but to attack. The 8 Trigram School's disciples suddenly looked horrified. Lu Yu cried out, "Eldest senior sis, be careful." Zhao Yunlong said enraged, "Old Crukshen is coming for you." Song Jia yelled, "Eldest senior sis, be careful." They were haunted by fear. If their eldest senior sister took old Crukshu alone, the chance of victory was enormous. But if Chinzai joined the battle, then their eldest senior sister would be in danger. The situation was suddenly reversed. The atmosphere became strained. The next moment, the Huashan Sex leader, Chinzai, made his move. Darting forward, Chinzai advanced 3 meters from his original spot. He was heading straight for Rao Aizen and Zhu Tang. The Huashan Sex disciples said excitedly, "Come on, master. Our sect leader will definitely win this. Everyone has a responsibility to exterminate treacherous Rao." Chinzai closed in on Rao Aizen. With a yell, he showed an original stance of the Huashan sect that had never been passed down to anyone outside of the school. In everyone's anxious gaze, there were only Chinzai, Zhu Tang, and Rao Aizen in the ring. In the moment, even Chinzai and Zhu Tang had forgotten that this was a 2-on-2 match and there was still another person in the ring with them. Zhang Yi made his move. He lightly took 3 paces at a speed that was not fast, but had already drifted to Rao Aizen's side. He slowly got into an opening stance that no one could recognize. At this moment, Zhang Yi's bearing looked completely different from before. The crowd was stunned. Fan Wen said, "Chinzen?" Master Sun said, "It's him." Liu Yikan hollered, "Bro Chen, don't go." Lu Yu said, "Why you can't block that?" Song Zhao exclaimed, "Quick, dodge that attack." Chinzai was stunned and changed the direction of his attack. He headed straight for Zhang Yi and drove his palm strike toward him. This palm strike was meant for Rao Aizen and had a great deal of force. The attack was extremely ruthless. Even after redirecting it at Chinzen, he did not hold back. He was already committed to the attack, so even if he wanted to stop, it was impossible to do so. "You're gonna get yourself killed." This is what you get. Chinzai's gaze turned ruthless as he found a clear purpose. Finish off Chinzen first, then join Zhu Tang to deal with Rao Aimen. However, Chinzai and everyone else did not expect Chinzen to still look so calm at this moment. There was no change in his appearance at all. He did not dodge, instead raising his hands in a seemingly slow manner, although it was actually a very fast motion. Zhang Yi raised his hands and flicked his wrists, forming a strange rhythm that alternated between fast and slow. He warded off Chinzai's palm strike with his wrist. For a second, it seemed like they froze there. Right afterwards, Zhang Yi pivoted. Swinging his wrist downward, his opponent's strength was coolly negated with the move. That swinging of the wrist had somehow diverted all of his opponent's momentum into thin air. The palm strike was stopped. Chinzai was also stopped. It wasn't like Chinzai wanted to stop where he was. During the attack of his palm strike, he was in a constant state of motion. Just like a runner could not come to a halt all of a sudden, he required a buffer and time to come to a complete stop. But the scene that played out before Chinzai's eyes had surprised him. He had been stopped just like that even though he was moving very quickly before that. All of his strength was suddenly reduced to nothing as he lost all of his momentum, leaving him standing there. It was a very strange sight to behold. So strange that it felt unbelievable. Zhu Tang was stunned. Rao Aimen's eyebrows arched. Nobody in the crowd could react, all staring up at the ring with surprise. What's the matter? Grandmaster Chen, what's the matter? Why did you stop? What just happened here? Who can tell me what just happened? Could it be that Grandmaster Chen was holding back? He was worried that he would strike him dead with just a single palm strike. Master, don't hold back. No one could understand what they were seeing. They could only convince themselves that Chinzai had held back, afraid that his attack would be too heavy on his opponent, so had decreased the strength behind his palm strike to minimize any damage. However, only Chinzai, Zhu Tang, and a small few Chinese martial arts experts present today could see clearly. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew that this was not a matter of Chinzai holding back his strength. This was not good. This Chinzen was definitely not just some non-affiliate. The face of Fan Wen, part of the Huashan sect, grew cold with fear. Senior bro, be careful. When Fan Wen shouted that, many of the people from the large and small sects were stunned. Be careful? Be careful of what? Why would Grandmaster Chen have to be careful? But as it turned out, the next second, everyone understood exactly why Fan Wen had shouted those words of caution. Zhang Yi followed up with a move which was different from before. This time, he actively sought to attack with a very odd-looking set of moves. His palm struck out not in a straight line, but rather moved along an imaginary arc in midair. This palm strike started off slow but gathered speed while moving along the curved trajectory and pushed toward Chinzai. It wasn't a cross. It wasn't a vertical chop. It was just a simple push. Logically, such a move would not have much offensive strength. Chinzai blocked it with his own palm, which was imbued with some concealed power as he thought that he could use it to curb the enemy in one move. This was a move that was used to bully another since in most situations, a grandmaster would never apply concealed power when they came up against another internal martial arts expert who hadn't achieved concealed power. With the concealed power applied, there was no way that a person who didn't have it could block it. The fight would not go on any further than this. Meanwhile, Rao Aimen and Zhu Tang were having an increasingly fierce battle. Zhu Tang was already showing signs of defeat, so Chinzai was anxious to aid him. As a result, he acted unreasonably by dealing an attack laced with concealed power. Rao Aimen saw this in her peripheral vision. Dodge. Song Zhao shouted, it's concealed power. Lu Yu cried out, shameless. Zhao Yanlong cursed, old crook Chen, how shameful you are. The brothers, Liu Yigan and Liu Yistang, exclaimed, bro Chen, dodge that. But Zhang Yi did not dodge, or rather, there was no time to do so. An unknown force made him push his hand out, carrying an unbroken and ceaseless strength along with it. All of this was done instinctively. Zhang Yi did not really have full control of it. Boom. The two palms collided in midair. Zhang Yi felt an enormous force explode out from his palms, then the corners of his mouth twitched and his entire person trembled as he stumbled back 3 steps. Looking at Chinzai across from him, Chinzai was also destabilized as he took a large step backward. His flow of chi was disrupted and his palm was covered with sweat. Chinzai was stunned. Zhu Tang and Rao Aimen, in the midst of battle, were also stunned. The several hundred martial sects disciples of the Chinese martial arts world were stunned as well. In a single exchange where they pitted their palm strikes against each other, Zhang Yi and Chinzai were both injured. Fan Wen gasped. The Kunlun sect leader's heart skipped a beat. Song Zhao exclaimed in shock, concealed power. Zhu Fan said ecstatically, that's concealed power. Lu Yu simply could not believe his eyes. His jaw dropped. How did he know how to use concealed power? How could he have possibly trained to such a level that he could use concealed power? Heavens! This. Who is he? Fuck. Who the heck is he? Hibadao was utterly shocked. The people of the large and small sects, as well as the non-affiliates, were all stunned too. This was far too shocking. A non-affiliate whose origins were unknown actually pitted his skill against a Chinese martial arts grandmaster and did not lose. Further, both sides could even use concealed power. This was too fucking scary. Which crevice did this amazing Shinzen jump out from? 934 How do you know Taiji Fist? Chapter 934, How do you know Taiji Fist? The entire venue was in shock. A lot of people were so shocked that they could not even say a thing. They were having trouble accepting all that was playing out in front of them. Even the currently fighting Rao Aizen said in disbelief, "What the fuck, how did a rascal like you learn to use concealed power? Are you on steroids or something?" Zhang Yi shrugged. "There are a lot of things you don't know about me." Rao Aizen threw a palm strike at Shu Tang, then said, "Then I won't be worrying about you anymore. I'll leave that old Chen Fogi to you." "Wasn't that what we agreed on from the start?" Zhang Yi watched Chen Zai closely, but did not make any moves. "You take one, and I take one. That's what a 2v2 is." Those people who had encountered Zhang Yi and exchanged blows with him during last night's mass brawl were all breaking out into cold sweat now. They thought to themselves just how lucky it was that this guy had only used a brick to smash them yesterday. If he had used his attacks like he was today and attacked their heads, they probably would not be sitting here today. The Huashan sect's Fan Wen wore a solemn expression. The Huashan sect senior bro who had tried to incite Zhang Yi to a duel earlier was now so embarrassed that he did not dare utter a word. In fact, he was very frightened by the turn of events and cursed in his mind with a lingering sense of fear. "Fuck, if you could already use concealed power, why did you still bother to argue back and forth with us while standing together with those non-affiliates? Like any one of us below Grandmaster level were a match for you? But you? You even scolded and hassled us? How could you be so devious? And that swimming body 8 trigrams brick? 8 trigrams brick, your sister. Fuck. Elsewhere." A lean non-affiliate looked at Liu Yigan and the others, dumbfounded. "That guy traveled here with your group, right?" Liu Yigan wiped at his sweat. "Yes." A female non-affiliate asked them woodenly, "How did you guys get to know him?" Liu Yizhang looked more aghast than anyone around him. "Me and my brother, plus old he and old Li, met him on the bus while we were traveling here. He had a kid with him and told us that he was also a member of the martial arts community. He said that he had lost his invite and asked if he could travel with us. He said his name was Chinzin and his master was someone named Huoyuanjia. And there was also another master called Huang something?" Li Quan had a better memory. "Huang Feng. Right, that's the name," agreed Hibadao while nodding. One of the veteran non-affiliates said, "In our martial arts world, among the worthy experts, there is no one named Huang Feng or Huoyuanjia. Neither is there anyone called Chen Zhen. That must be a fake name. Him losing his invite must have been an excuse, since he probably did not even have one in the first place. He was never invited to this National Martial Arts Conference." Many of the non-affiliates did not seem too bothered by it. All of them could only think of one thing, the same thing: "Oh my god. We actually traveled together with a Chinese martial arts expert. We actually fought fiercely alongside a martial arts expert who could rival a martial arts grandmaster, and took part in a massive brawl last night with him against our enemies. And even scolded alongside him? In the ring." Chen Zai looked imposing. "Who are you really?" Zhang Yi laughed. "I am who I am." Chen Zai said, "Then which martial school do you belong to?" Zhang Yi smiled. "None of them." Chen Zai asked, "What martial arts style do you practice?" Zhang Yi said, "Guess." In the other side of the ring, Zhu Tang had lost a lot of strength, and it was getting more and more difficult for him to hold out. He was forced to shout, "Old Chen, get over here. I can't hang on for much longer." Rao Aizen rounded up the set of 8 trigrams Pom's moves. She was one of the Chinese martial arts world's 5 grandmasters, and currently the most skilled disciple of the 8 trigrams Pom. Even the leader of the 8 trigrams school was slightly less skilled than Rao Aizen, as Rao Aizen had mastered all of the 8 trigrams Pom's techniques to the pinnacle. Chen Zai was getting impatient. "Step aside." "No way." Zhang Yi smiled. Chen Zai said soberly, "You're not my equal." Zhang Yi said, "You can't do anything to me anyway. And if I try my best, I might even be able to injure you some." In his game rings inventory, he still had the one-up item that he'd received a long time ago from the lottery draw. With 2 lives, he would naturally be more confident in such a situation. Chen Zai said with a dark expression, "This is none of your business. Why would you want to make our entire martial arts world your enemy?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "Do you and Shu Tang represent our entire martial arts world?" And even if you do, who cares if I make you to my enemy? This bro has offended many people, so it's not like including our martial arts world amongst them would make any difference to me. Chinzai was enraged. You talk really big. Zhang Yi laughed, that's because you do not know me. That's right, Zhang Yi was not actually talking big. In the audience, Wen Yanhu and Blue Yu heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the venue today, perhaps only the two of them really knew that Chen Zhen was speaking the truth. He really did not care if he offended the Chinese martial arts world, as this fellow had already offended too many peers from too many different industries. His nickname of shit stirrer was definitely not for nothing. He was a professional shit stirrer with 20 years of experience. The only thing they probably did not expect was that he would came to stir shit in the Chinese martial arts world. Chinzai took a deep breath, then suddenly spat out, then let's give it a try. He took a large stride forward and quickly got beside Zhang Yi, wanting to end the battle quickly. He could not drag it out any further. As a grandmaster, his immediate attack was filled with concealed power. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. He met the attack with his palm and pinned it at Chinzai's wrist, twisting and squeezing. Chinzai's force in his palm was immediately reduced by a good half. With a low yell, his other hand turned towards Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi ducked to dodge and managed to avoid the attack, but then saw Chinzai changing his attack trajectory, shooting his palm down to smash against Zhang Yi's shoulder. Zhang Yi could not avoid this, and neither did he intend to avoid it. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he lowered his shoulder and went down on one knee, as though he were taking the palm strike on purpose. Surprisingly, he did not suffer any injuries. Then he straightened up and shrugged his shoulder up and returned the attack with an abrupt force. Chinzai's concealed power-laced palm strike was unexpectedly bounced back by the shoulder's motion and came back to bite him instead. Just what was this martial art style? Why did it feel so familiar? Chinzai was shocked and was not having a pleasant fight at all. In the audience, a veteran master fighter from the National Martial Arts Association suddenly said, "That looks familiar. Why does that martial arts technique look so familiar?" Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. What could it be? Just what could this martial arts technique be? A lot of people were thinking. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Chinzai continued their match against each other in the ring. Chinzai was superbly displaying the Huashan sect's martial arts. Sinister and ruthless moves were the characteristics of their martial sect. It was a very difficult martial arts style to face. However, Zhang Yi's coping of it astonished the spectators further and further. Zhang Yi did not make many moves, but every move he did make skillfully deflected all of the incoming attacks. Repulse. Deflect. Thrust. Push. Yank. Sever. Elbow. Bump. Negating the force. Transforming the force. Applying the force. Placed in a situation where his skills were inferior to his opponent, he still managed to fight on equal footing with Chinzai. Lu Yu was excitedly cheering, "Amazing. So cool." Zhao Yunlong rejoiced. "Great fighting." Song Zhao shouted excitedly, "Beautiful. Very beautiful." Zhu Fan was amazed. "Great kung fu." A female disciple of the 8 trigrams Pum was in disbelief even now. "Damn. That guy is actually a match for a grandmaster. What is this kung fu?" It was obvious to everyone that Chinzai's martial arts were better than Shinzen's, but Shinzen's martial arts were just too strange and unconventional. It was a totally different type of martial arts that did not follow any known form within the Chinese martial arts world, yet everyone knew that it was not randomly executed by the fighter. This was absolutely a complete style of Chinese martial arts, from its defense to its attacks. The Huashan sect disciples were both astonished and angered. "Master. Come on. The Huashan sect will definitely emerge victorious. Master shall emerge victorious." 10 exchanges had gone by. Zhang Yi could not do anything to Chinzai. But neither could Chinzai do anything to him for the moment. Chinzai was growing frustrated the more he fought. If it were his skills that were not a match for the opponent, there was nothing he could do. But the issue was that his skills were better than the opponent's, yet he couldn't do anything to him. This feeling was much too unbearable. He understood that the opponent's martial arts style had an upper hand because he had never seen nor come across it before, so he did not understand the basis of the moves. This was his reason for getting so frustrated. He felt like he couldn't summon any strength at all. There were even a few times the opponent had negated all the force behind his attacks. Zhu Tang was still shouting, "Old Chen." He was losing ground in his fight. Chinzai was frantic. Why? Why did this martial arts style feel so familiar when he had clearly never encountered it before? He could not understand. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Everyone in the crowd was gawking. Why did it turn out like this? Why? My goodness, what martial arts style is that? How can there be such an awesome martial arts style? He clearly did not exert any strength, So how did he negate his opponent's force? How did he manage to block that move? How did he bounce that attack back? Grandmaster Chen has not managed to land a single hit yet. This is too weird. Which sex kung fu is that? Suddenly, an extremely experienced and old martial arts master in the audience exclaimed, I realize now. I've figured it out. Then he looked astounded. All of a sudden, the Kunlun sect leader in the audience was also stunned. How can it be? How is that possible? He had also realized what it was and wore a shocked expression. Which school's kung fu is it? Yes. It's definitely that. That is what we call a force of 4 tails yielding 1,000 catties. A balance of yin and yang, hardness coupled with softness. It's definitely that. It has to be. Quite a number of the large sects leaders or elders had recognized it by now and were also dumbfounded when they realized. But most of the others still did not understand. What is it? What kung fu is that? Why is everyone reacting like that? Liu Yikan, Hibadao, and the other non-affiliates could not understand. The 8 trigram school's disciples were also confused. What major events had they not witnessed before in the many years of their lives? Why were all of these veteran martial arts masters looking so horrified? What sort of kung fu made you react in such a way? What sort of kung fu has astonished you so much? Finally, the answer was revealed. As the saying went, those closely involved cannot see as clearly as those not. Chinzai heard the shouting from outside the ring and something clicked in his head. He finally understood too. His expression changed greatly and he suddenly stopped attacking. He took a few steps back in extreme dread and gazed at Zhang Yi like he had seen a ghost. He stared at the stance that Zhang Yi was in and bellowed, How do you know Taiji Fist? 935 The successor of Taiji Fist appears. Chapter 935, The successor of Taiji Fist appears. How do you know Taiji Fist? With those words, the entire venue fell silent. Liu Yikan blinked several times. Taiji Fist? Hibadao said in a daze, What's Taiji Fist? A large sex disciple said in confusion, What fist? In the crowd, people were subconsciously repeating the same few words. Then, all of a sudden, everyone was so shocked that they nearly face-planted. They only managed to react after a long while. Taiji Fist? Holy fuck. What? What is Grandmaster Chen saying? The Taiji Fist that has been lost for over 100 years? That's not possible. How could it be Taiji Fist? Hasn't Taiji Fist been lost for over 100 years already? Everyone paled. The Huashan sex fan Wen was scared silly by the revelation. This. Everyone was so shocked by the claim that their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. When an eminent monk of the Shelline Monastery heard Chinzai shout those words, he also instantly recognized it and cried out, It's really Taiji. A lot of people did not believe it. They simply could not believe it. Impossible. Taiji was lost long ago. It's impossible for someone to know it. Right, it's impossible. It doesn't make sense for someone to know it. Then why are those masters so sure? Yeah, why are they so certain? A deputy leader of the Kongtong sect said with a sunken expression, Over 100 years ago, a martial arts expert suddenly appeared out of nowhere and used Taiji Fist to defeat the top experts of the 8 trigrams, Ziyi, Shelin, Niudang, Kunlun, Kongtong, Huashan, and 18 other martial sects that practiced external and internal martial arts styles. No one could stop him. But then the war started and the martial arts expert was never heard from again. Taiji Fist simply disappeared from this world. From then on, no other disciples or successors to Taiji Fist appeared. In the many books and records that we still have, only those words that were spoken by that Taiji Fist expert all those years were recorded. They're also the only clue our modern martial arts world has left of this legendary Chinese martial arts style. I believe that the records of many of the large sects would have this piece of history written in them. Quite a few of those from the large sects started asking questions. What words? Yeah, what words exactly? The Huashan sect's fan Wen looked over. The disciples from the 8 trigram school looked over. Many of the experts from the large and small sects looked over in unison. That Kongtong sect deputy leader said pensively, Taiji Fist says to use your mind to move energy. You must get the energy to sink. It is then able to collect in your bones. Use energy to move your body. You must get the energy to flow smoothly. Your body can then easily obey your mind. If you can raise your spirit, you will be without worry of being slow or weighed down. Thus it is said, your whole body will be nimble and your head top will be pulled up as if suspended. Your mind must perform alternations nimbly, and then you will have the qualities of roundness and liveliness. Thus it is said that you are to pay attention to the alternation of empty and full. When issuing power, you must sink and relax, concentrating it in one direction. Your posture must be straight and comfortable, bracing in all directions. Move energy as though through a winding path pearl, penetrating even the smallest nook, meaning the energy is everywhere in the body. Wield power like tempered steel, so strong there is nothing tough enough to stand up against it. The shape is like a falcon capturing a rabbit. The dynamic is like a cat pouncing on a mouse. In stillness, be like a mountain, and in movement, be like a river. Store power like drawing a bow. Issue power like loosing an arrow. Within curving, seek to be straightening. Store and then issue. Power comes from your spine. Step according to your body's changes. To gather is to release and to release is to gather. Disconnect but stay connected. In the back and forth of your arms, there must be folding. In the advance and retreat of your feet, there must be variation. Extreme softness begets extreme hardness. Your ability to be nimble lies in your ability to breath. The members of the Chinese martial arts world present were getting more and more astonished from hearing that. Use your mind to move energy? Use the energy to move your body? To gather is to release. To release is to gather? Wasn't that the set of fighting techniques Chinzin had just employed? The 8 trigram school's disciples were dumbfounded when they heard that. Zhu Fan was flabbergasted. Did that Shenzhen really use Taiji Fist? Zhao Yunlong let out a curse. What the fuck? Song Zhao said, how can he know? Lu Yu, Yan Hua, and Chen Chen were even more dumbstruck. They were the only people at the venue who knew of Chinzen's real identity, so it added even more disbelief. Everyone was stunned at his revelation. This mental shock was even more shocking than when Chinzin had revealed that he could use concealed power. Because this was not just any other martial art. It was the Taiji Fist. This was the legendary martial art that had disappeared for over 100 years. This was the martial arts that had beaten the entire Chinese martial arts world until no worthy opponents remained. Eva Zhutan, who was currently fighting in the ring, got distracted. When Chinzai and he heard the words Taiji Fist, their confidence was visibly shaken. Even Rao Amen was so shocked that she gasped and shouted, "Rascal, is that the truth?" Zhang Yi said calmly, "What do you think?" Rao Amen said, "How do you know Taiji Fist?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I've always known it." Rao Amen replied, "Then why didn't you tell me, you rascal?" "I've told you before." Zhang Yi was rather speechless at her reaction. "When you asked me back then, I told you that I knew Taiji Fist, but you said that I was bullshitting. Who the hell would know that you really meant it?" Rao Amen countered. Zhang Yi said, "Now you know." When everyone heard Chen Zhen admitting this himself, they all gasped one after another. To them, and even to the entire Chinese martial arts world, this revelation was simply unbelievable. Just saying the Taiji Fist had reappeared in the martial arts community again was enough to send shockwaves throughout the entire community. Why did Taiji Fist make a reappearance in this world? Why did it have to be at this time of all times? The Huashan sect leader, Qinzai, felt as though he had been slapped in the face. He had just made a speech at the National Martial Arts Conference using the story of Taiji Fist as an example to get his point across for not letting the Zhou family style follow in its footsteps. He said that they should not allow such precious intangible cultural assets to slip from their hands and be lost, thus using it as an excuse to attack Rao Amen for the greater good of the Chinese martial arts world. But not soon after, just 10 minutes later, a non-affiliate who knew Taiji Fist had appeared in the ring. How face-smacking. And it was really amazing. So the legends of the Taiji Fist that had shocked the entire martial arts community before were not just legends. It was no wonder Qinzai could not do any harm to his opponent even though he was obviously more skilled than him. So it turned out that his opponent was a practitioner of this style of martial arts. In the audience, Song Zhao could not longer hold it in. She seized Lu Yu. "Spit it out. Who on earth is that person?" Zhu Fan was also bursting with curiosity. "Little junior bro. Don't you know him? Hurry up and tell us." "A Taiji Fist master who has trained to use concealed power?" "This." A slightly older disciple of the 8 trigrams palm said, "Are any opponents below the level of Grandmaster worthy of him? Even if his opponent were a Grandmaster, he might still stand a chance of defeating them." The theory of Taiji Fist in and of itself was already meant to be used to curb a stronger opponent, using only a small amount of effort to push away something much heavier. "Little junior bro. Hurry up and tell us." Song Zhao said, "Because of eldest senior Sis's terrible social ties, her reputation in our martial arts world is in tatters. Who wouldn't avoid her if they could? So how did eldest senior Sis came to know such a powerful friend?" Lu Yu was anxiously wiping sweat off himself. "Because." Zhu Fan said, "Because of what?" Lu Yu gave a wry smile. "Because that guy's social ties are even worse than our eldest senior Sis's." Yan Hui, who was beside them, couldn't agree more. "Ah." Song Zhao was stunned. Zhao Yunlong was also stunned. There's someone who has a worse reputation than eldest senior Sis. Around them, the disciples from the large and small sects, as well as the non-affiliates, could no longer hold it in either. Who is he? Who the fuck can tell us who that is? A non-affiliate? How can such an expert not be affiliated with any of the martial sects? After a lapse of more than 100 years, the successor of Taiji is finally willing to show himself again? I have a feeling that the martial arts community will be plunged into chaos soon. Just who can he be? Hold up. What's the matter? He's familiar, he looks really familiar. Ah, now that you mention it, I think so too. Why do I, too, find him quite familiar now? Like I've seen him somewhere before? Liu Yikan, Liu Yizhang, and the others who had been traveling together with Zhang Yi were startled. If no one had mentioned that he looked familiar, they wouldn't have thought along that line. Now that they looked at him, this person truly looked familiar to them as well. They had definitely seen him before. They had definitely seen him somewhere before. Finally, Chinzai said something in the ring. After more than 100 years, I've finally had the honor to see for myself this generation's successor of the Taiji fist. Chinzai then made a slight fist and palm salute according to the Chinese martial arts world's traditions. Chinzai, of Huashan's five-way boxing won. This was a form of respect to the opponent, as well as to the legendary martial art of the Taiji fist. 1. Zhang Yi looked up at him and slowly lifted his hand to his sunglasses. He rested his hand on them for a moment before taking them off. Instantly, the entire hilltop fell utterly silent. Chinzai was shocked. Zhu Teng was also shocked where he was standing. Liu Yikan was dumbfounded. He Badao stunned. Song Zhao was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They heard the young man standing in the ring say in a plain manner, Zhang Yi, of the Taiji fist. 936 The Shit-Stirring Duo. Chapter 936, The Shit-Stirring Duo. When they saw this person. When they saw his face. When they heard his words. At the venue, countless people's expressions turned to extreme excitement in an instant. What did he say? He said Zhang Yi, of the Taiji fist. Zhang what? Zhang Yi. What Yi? Zhang Yi. What Zhang? Go away. A lot of people short-circuited for a moment. Non-affiliate Shinzin had just taken off his sunglasses and was immediately recognized by the spectators. Even though these martial artists did not usually pay attention to entertainment news and celebrities as they wouldn't possibly be sitting in front of their TVs every day to get ready to watch The Voice of China, it was impossible for most of them to not recognize this person standing before them. Because this person was famous nationwide. Even if they did not watch The Voice, they would still watch TV at times, right? Or had watched the Brain Gold commercial before? Or read the newspapers before? Or watched the news on TV before? Or watched Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala before? Or played Plants vs. Zombies before? Or had heard about the incident where a Korean celebrity got beaten up? Or heard their friends use those classic catchphrases for scolding people before? Or, when worst came to worst, they surely would have heard about that airplane hijacking incident that caused a sensation across the country, right? As long as they knew about any of those aforementioned examples, they would surely know him. This guy's notoriety was incredibly well known throughout the country. At most, some of them might be a little unfamiliar with him, but they definitely knew of him. Liu Yikan called out, "It's Zhang Yi." He Badao said, thrilled, "Goddamn." A female non-affiliate stuttered, Teacher Zhang? What's going on?" The 8 Trigram School's Song Zhao exclaimed. Zhu Fan exclaimed along with her, "Little junior bro, just what is going on here?" Liu Yu said with resentment, "I don't know why Teacher Zhang is here today either. Actually, during this time when eldest senior sis was away from Beijing, it was Teacher Zhang who had been taking care of Chenjun." Only Yan Hui, who was standing together with the 8 Trigram School, looked very accepting of the situation. Zhao Yanlong noticed. "Bro Yan, you recognized him early on?" "That's right." Yan Hui gave a wry smile. "Back during the airplane hijacking incident, I fought alongside Teacher Zhang Yi. We worked together to defeat the terrorists, so I'm a little more familiar with him." Though he said that, Yan Hui had actually recognized him considerably late. It was only when Zhang Yi had entered the ring that he managed to recognize him, but that wasn't because Yan Hui was not alert, nor was it due to him not paying attention to the news as part of the Chinese martial arts community. It was simply because he had not thought along that line at all. Zhang Yi? A celebrity? An A-list celebrity in the domestic entertainment industry? He actually turned out to be the successor of the Taiji fist that had been lost for over 100 years? In the ring, it was clear from Chinzai's expression that he knew Zhang Yi as well. "Why is it you?" Zhang Yi laughed. "Why can't it be me?" Outside the ring, a South Yudang disciple shouted, "It just cannot be you." At the venue, there were indeed quite a number of people who had watched Zhang Yi's latest film. Everyone here was still quite interested in a martial arts flick like that. In that movie, they clearly remembered the moves that Zhang Yi executed as the villainous Taiji fist grandmaster. It could easily be described as dog shit, as none of the moves were logical or made any sense at all. Back then, a lot of these martial artists would often bring it up as an after-meal subject and mock that multi-million RMB film. It was just so unprofessional and was purely done for the on-screen effects. Even they could single-handedly take on at least 5 of those so-called Taiji fist experts who appeared in the movie. But when they found out about Zhang Yi's true identity here, today, that he was the actual successor to the legendary Taiji fist, every one of them could sense a grass mud horse galloping across their vision. And behind this lead grass mud horse, there were another 10,000 grass mud horses surging toward it. Deception. What a goddamn deception. You were obviously the Taiji successor and had even mastered the usage of concealed power. But you being the only successor of this legendary martial arts in this world, and as a Chinese martial arts expert, how could you be so shameless as to use some dogshit, fake-ass Taiji fist moves to deceive the audience? Deceive the film buffs? Fuck, do you have a conscience, you? Fuck, do you have any shame, you? If the Taiji Grandmaster from over 100 years ago were still alive, he would surely be driven to the grave by you. You were faking all those moves. Outside the ring, the Zhu family style's fourth bro Zhu roared angrily, "Isn't your name Qinzhen? When one is away from home, doesn't one go by several aliases?" Zhang Yi was unabashed, unashamed, and unembarrassed. Someone from the Huashan sect said, "But on the deathmatch agreement, you signed off as Qinzhen. This is cheating. How can you still be considered a martial hero if you behave this way? How can you be considered a member of the martial arts community?" Zhang Yi looked at that person below the ring and boldly asserted, "Listen up, bro. I studied broadcasting in university, and my main profession is hosting. My side jobs involve me producing TV shows, performing crosstalks, writing calligraphy, composing poems, or if I go a little further, doing some mathematical research, or if I go even further, would bring me to guest starring in a movie." Pausing, Zhang Yi smiled coldly at that person. "Who the hell is a member of your martial arts community?" The Huashan sect disciple was at a loss for words. When everyone else heard this, they were also unable to snap back. "I didn't have time to bother with you people earlier, but you're trying to cast doubt on me now? Even bringing up the martial arts community to me? And being a hero?" Zhang Yi looked at those people from the large sects and said, "Two grandmasters of our martial arts world laying a trap and working on the inside with the National Martial Arts Association. The large sects colluding together and marching into battle as one. All of this just to deal with a single female comrade? Do you people need your fucking honor? Don't try to talk to me about whatever rules of the martial arts community. Zhu Tang already made the first move several years ago by interrupting a fight and causing the loss of 2 lives. So what justification do you people have? Weren't you people damn insistent on making sure that old Rao didn't leave this place alive? The National Martial Arts Association, who should have presided over this case as judge, has also joined the fuck in to muddy the truth and assist in doing evil. Just tell me, what sort of a martial arts community is this? Is this what you call being heroes? Is this what a grandmaster is like? Fuck you people. The entertainment industry is a much cleaner place than here." The 8 trigram school's Song Zhao cheered, "Well said." Zhu Fan also said excitedly, "Teacher Zhang. Beautifully said." Zhao Yunlong cursed, "These bastards. Not a single one of them is a good person. Bullying our eldest senior sis just because she stands alone? Even setting a trap by calling for a death match? Ha! I bet none of you could have expected our eldest senior sis to have backup." Lu Yu clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Teacher Zhang, thank you. Right, Master Zhang, all of us fellow disciples of the 8 trigram school will forever remember your grace. Thank you for today. Thank the heavens you came here today. Thank you for your great kindness, Teacher Zhang. Your supreme grace and kindness will be returned someday." The 8 trigram school's disciples knew that if it weren't for Zhang Yi being here today, their eldest senior sis would definitely have stood no chance of winning. But now, that situation had been completely reversed. Their eldest senior sister and a martial arts expert who practiced Taiji were fighting together in this death match. It seemed like their chances of winning were increasing by the moment. Rao Aizen said as she fought, "Why are you guys thanking him? This rascal still owes me rent." Zhang Yi said, a bit speechless, "Didn't you say that you would waive it?" "Did I ever say so?" "Yes, you did. You even said that you would leave the apartments to me." Her. Right at this moment, Zhu Tan was unable to dodge an attack and received a blow from Rao Aizen's palm. He was struck so hard that sweat flew from his forehead. Disciples from the Zhu family style school and many of the large sects looked gloomy. Shit. This is bad. Judging from the way that Zhang fellow had spoken with treacherous Rao, their relationship was not just simply knowing each other, it was clearly much deeper than that. After engaging in some banter, Zhang Yi said to those in the audience, "To all my fellow colleagues of our martial arts world, you come from large and small sects. There's also those who are not affiliated with any sex, but everyone is an adult and should know right from wrong, and understand what is good and evil. If any of you still have a shred of conscience and dignity left, touch your chest and ask yourselves this: is it really necessary to align yourselves to this sort of martial arts association? If Zhutang and Shinzai are willing to hide the truth to deal with old Rao this way, one of you might get handled this way some other day. Is there even any meaning for a bullshit association like this one to exist anymore? Are they worth pledging your allegiance to in a war? A lot of those from the small sects and the non-affiliates went quiet. Zhang Yi's words had motivated them into contemplation. The Huashan sex fan Wen shouted, "You better watch your words. Are you slandering the National Martial Arts Association? You have to answer to the law for that." He had blurted this out. But Zhang Yi shot right back at him, "You're talking about the law with me? Why didn't any of you bring up the law when Zhu Tan killed 2 people? Instead, why were you using the rules of the martial arts community when you talked of him causing their deaths? Do you even know what the goddamn law is, you? Slander? Sue me then." "Oh, but I think you don't know that I have recently gained a license to practice law." Fan Wen was literally choked back by his own words. The Iron Palm's master son said, "It was Rao Aiman who broke the rules first." A high-ranking monk of the Shelline Monastery said, "Today's dispute has nothing at all to do with your Taiji branch of martial arts. Almsgiver, please stand down and not commit a mistake here." Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Nothing to do with me? Then what the fuck has it got anything to do with your Huashan sect, Iron Palm, and Shelline Monastery? Did old Rao beat up your mother or your father? Why are you people bouncing around here? Stop trying to bullshit me. Your martial arts are not good, yet all of you are here taking sides and forming cliques and blowing hot air. Blowing hot air in front of me? Do you people know what I do for a living? You wish to debate me? Sure, let's decide on the topic then. Arguing or what? I can stand alone against several hundred of you at once. If I can't beat all of you, I will take on your family names. Shall we try?" The large sect's disciples were shaken by Zhang Yi's shamelessness. Yet no one came forward to debate him. This was a proper martial arts conference. Who the hell would want to argue with you over something like that? Of course, the most critical factor was that they knew in their heart of hearts that when it came to arguing, absolutely none of them were his match. This was what he did for a living in the first place. Besides, they had witnessed for themselves the power of Zhang Yi's eloquence at the resort's restaurant last night. It was truly a representation of words being able to revive the dead. Looking at those wounded and limping people wrapped in bandages in attendance today, and then thinking back on yesterday, they realized that all this was the fucking consequence of Zhang Yi's words, which kick-started it all. Before the martial arts conference was even convened, their forces were almost totally wiped out. Other than him, who else in the world could achieve something like that? What sort of talent was that? What sort of a mouth was that? They had finally seen for themselves just how much of a hooligan Zhang Yi was. He was as terrible as the news and the internet had described him. It was little wonder that he and Rao Aiman knew each other, and even had so much in common. Fundamentally, these two people walked more or less the same path. Rao Aiman was a shit-stirrer of the Chinese martial arts world, while Zhang Yi was a shit-stirrer of the entertainment industry. If these two were not friends, then who would be friends? Today, these two notorious shit-stirrers of their respective fields were standing together to face their enemies. So ask yourself, who in the entire world could match these two terrible hooligans? 937 Zhang Yi's Speed. Chapter 937, Zhang Yi's Speed. A death match whose outcome was decided from the start, a perfect trap that had been carefully laid out by the two grandmasters along with the various large sects of the martial arts community. This entire plan was now thrown into disarray by Zhang Yi's appearance. Grandmaster Zhu is in danger. This is bad. What should we do? Master. Martial uncle, be careful. Zhang Yi, you fucking meddler. You bastard. In the ring, Zhu Tang and Chen Zai knew that they were approaching a critical moment in the death match. Old Chen. Why are you still talking so much nonsense with him? Zhu Tang was already injured. Take him out. Chen Zai clenched his teeth. All right. Zhu Tang could no longer retreat any further and unexpectedly changed to a different set of fighting techniques. It was extremely vicious and do or die, giving up most of its defenses in exchange for killing blows. The death match had finally reached the concluding stage of desperation, the instant between life and death. Chen Zai also went for it. He was no longer as cautious as before, launching a thunderous attack with Huashan's five-way boxing techniques. Like a violent storm, he charged at Zhang Yi with heavy killing intent, as if a changed man. A low punch. A cutting fist. A high punch. Zhang Yi took them straight on, raising his hands to meet the punches as they came, and countered the attack's momentum by shifting his center of gravity to negate his opponent's first punches into nothingness. deflect, yank, push. The more he fought, the more lucid it became for him. In his mind, a voice kept echoing, if the opponent takes no action, you take no action. But once he takes even the slightest action, you have already acted. Zhang Yi lowered his shoulder and followed through to do a Taiji pushing hand technique. Power seems relaxed but not relaxed, about to expand but not yet expanding. When my power finishes, my intent of it continues. First in your mind, then in your body. Your abdomen relaxes and then energy collects in your bones. Spirit comfortable, body calm at every moment. Be mindful of this. If one part moves, every part moves, and if one part is still, every part is still. As the movement leads back and forth, energy stays near the back and gathers in the spine. Inwardly bolster the spirit and outwardly show ease. Step like a cat and move energy as if drawing silk. Throughout your body, your mind should be on your spirit rather than on the energy, for if you are fixated on the energy, your movement will become sluggish. Whenever your mind is on the energy, there will be no power, whereas if you ignore the energy and let it take care of itself, there will be pure strength. The energy is like a wheel and your waist is like an axle. The 8 energies of Taiji. 4 tails yield 1,000 caddies. With a muted crash, both Zhang Yi and Chen Zai were sent flying backwards. Grandmaster Chen. Sect leader. Master. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi. Outside the ring, many people were crying out. Zhang Yi clearly suffered a greater injury and flew over 2 meters backward, landing heavily on the floor. Meanwhile, Chen Zai, whose martial arts were better, logically should have not been affected much. Yet he was still injured due to Zhang Yi's counterattack, which was dealt after judging Chen Zai's concealed power with his listening power 1, causing them both to take injuries and fly backward. He fell and sprawled out in the ring. The Huashan Sex Fan Wen gasped, this is what Taiji Fist is? How legendary. This was really too domineering. Chen Zai Carp skipped up with a dark expression and returned to his feet. Watch this move. He came charging in for another attack. I'll take your life while you're in strife. Zhang Yi could feel his organs churning inside of him, but took a deep breath to quickly steady himself. He braced a hand on the floor and pushed himself back up. Right on time. The two of them once again started exchanging blows. A moment later, they were back at forcing each other into retreat. Chen Zai went back 2 steps. Zhang Yi went back 4. Before he could even really catch his breath, Chen Zai was rushing straight for him again. A killing blow imbued with concealed power was headed straight for Zhang Yi's abdomen. Those standing near enough could even hear the whistling of the wind as the attack was delivered. Zhang Yi blocked again. He kept some concealed power within his palm strike and went for Chen Zai's wrists, pushing his hands downward. But Chen Zai burst out with a yell and forcefully held them up by using his shoulders to push upward, turning this into a test of strength. Zhang Yi could no longer avoid him, since Rao Aizen was only several steps behind him at this point. He couldn't retreat anymore even if he wanted to. In these dire circumstances, he took to using a very well-known Taiji Fist technique at an extremely close distance, neutralizing power too. As their movements were too quick, the spectators could not even clearly see what was happening. Zhang Yi fell backwards, while Chen Zai fell on his sides, only not falling all the way to the floor as he put his hands on the floor to support himself. Chen Zai coughed lightly. Zhang Yi was the more seriously injured one, judging by how pale his face had turned. The exchanges were all-out blows. The two of them expended a lot of energy doing so. Concealed power wasn't actually some kind of internal skill or internal strength like what you see in wuxian novels and the like. To put it plainly, it was just the potential that one could achieve after pushing one's body beyond its physical limits. Due to differences in the practicing of internal styles and chi flow techniques, the concealed power achieved would be different as well. Chen Zai's concealed power was more vicious, while Zhang Yi's Taiji concealed power was softer and more tenacious. Also, concealed power was not infinite but limited by one's stamina instead. Under continuous attacks, not even a grandmaster could keep it up for long, much less peak martial arts masters. Chen Zai was visibly panting a little, but when he looked at Zhang Yi, he found that he was only panting as much as himself. Incredibly, he did not look like he had weakened at all. How was this possible? He could hang in there for this long? Chen Zai's expression sunk even more. He could never have expected that his opponent would have such great stamina. Even if he was young, this shouldn't be possible. Of course, he couldn't possibly know that this was due to the effect of those 1,000 fruits of stamina. That Zhang Yi was able to continuously hold him off, and even injure him, was not purely down to his skill with Taiji Fist. The 3,000 fruits of strength, stamina, and agility had a large part to play in all of this. Rao Aizen suddenly asked, "Are you doing okay?" Zhang Yi clenched his teeth. No problems. If only he had a few more reputation points. If he could have eaten another 1,000 Taiji Fist skill experience books. Or another 2,000 books? Or he could even have tried to get some stats category fruits in the game ring's lottery draw, too, to see if it could further help him break through his limits of strength and stamina. The lottery draw, 1's stats category fruits had already reached their limit. There would be no effects even if he ate more of them. He had yet to try out the improved version of the lottery draw in regards to this, but logically, he should be able to get even better. However, he didn't have many reputation points left anymore. Moreover, Zhang Yi had also achieved what he set out to do today. He wasn't here to determine who is better against a grandmaster anyway. He only needed to help Rao Aiman hold him off. The most important characters in the ring were Rao Aiman and Zhu Tang. As for the outcome of the match, it depended on these two people's duel. President Zhu. Grandmaster Zhu. Master, watch out. Suddenly, a scream rang out. The death match was finally going to be decided. Zhu Tang made a flailing attack and missed, then Rao Aiman dealt a palm strike straight to his face. Zhu Tang started bleeding from his nose and mouth, then took several unwitting steps backward. But his feet were clearly stumbling, and he was obviously hit so hard that he was concussed. He briefly lost consciousness. His defeat was decided. Old Zhu Chenzai was so anxious that he was fuming and wanted to rush over. But Zhang Yi blocked him. Chenzai roared, "Move aside." Zhang Yi said, "I won't fucking move aside." Song Jia yelled, "Eldest senior sis." Zhu Fan shouted, "Terminate that old crook Zhu." Lu Yu also yelled angrily, "A life for a life. Kill him." This was clearly not something that an experienced policeman would usually say. But since the Chinese martial arts world had its own set of traditional rules, for any duels that occurred or any deathmatch that took place here, there had not been any known cases of police reports even when someone had died. Even though the martial arts community was no longer the same as in the past, the same rules still applied. In a deathmatch, life and death would be determined by fate. Rao Aiman stepped forward and raised her palm. At this moment, everyone at the venue held their breath. Ah! Master! Dodge! But suddenly, a twist of events arose. From the direction of the large sex, two swishes suddenly broke the silence and traveled in the direction of the dueling ring. Many people were stunned by this. Even those from the large sex were stunned. Lu Yu raged, "They're darts!" Zhu Fan shouted hoarsely, "Eldest senior sis, watch out!" Song Jia yelled, "Scumbag! Motherfucker! Who is it? Who threw the darts as a sneak attack?" But there was no time to ask these questions. The darts were too quick. Even before the screams and shouts of the 8 trigram school's disciples had faded, 2 blinding spots of lights were already flying into the dueling ring. Steady. Precise. Vicious. Rao Aiman was standing perpendicular to the path of the incoming darts, while Zhang Yi had his back facing away from the large sex outside the ring. When he heard the word sneak attack, Zhang Yi's sweat glands exploded. His first reaction was to go to where Rao Aiman was, but the instant Zhang Yi turned around, he discovered that the 2 darts were actually coming straight for him. One was headed for his forehead. The other was aimed at some place slightly below his chest. This was bad. Zhang Yi was instantly angered. At this moment, the effects of those 1,000 fruits of agility showcased their powers. He clearly had his back facing the attack, and his face was only 1 meter away from one of the darts when he turned his head, but Zhang Yi somehow immediately figured out the trajectory of the darts as he crooked his head quickly to the right as the dart swooshed straight past him, brushing against several strands of hair on his head. A lot of the people were dumbfounded by this. Because that was simply too quick. Was he still human? Even a grandmaster might not be able to react like that. 938 A single man guards the pass. Chapter 938, A single man guards the pass. He dodged one, but could not avoid the other dart. It wasn't that he couldn't react in time. In fact, he could see it more clearly than anyone else, but his body just couldn't catch up to his thoughts and reaction. His center of gravity at this moment was off-kilter and there was no way to avoid it. He could only watch as the second dart made its way toward his chest. Liu Yikan shouted, "Bro Chen!" Chen Chen screamed, "Zhang Yi! I'm done for." Zhang Yi could only think of one thing now. He wondered if the one-up item in his game ring's inventory would be of any use. If he were to die here, then would that one-up item be activated automatically or not? Everyone thought that Zhang Yi would die for sure. But the next second, a hand that shouldn't have appeared there suddenly flashed across the front of Zhang Yi's chest. That beautiful hand of a woman was so quick that it moved with an afterimage like it was gliding through time. It traveled at a speed that no normal person could imagine. The audience could only see a blur. Ding! That second dart was caught by that hand between the fingers. The people below the ring created an uproar. Everyone was stunned. It was Rao Aiman. It turned out that Rao Aiman had managed to catch the dart in the nick of time. From this angle, in such circumstances, even Zhang Yi, the intended target, could only avoid the first dart. That had already made many people stare and drop their jaws. It was a reaction speed that even a grandmaster could not hope to achieve. But the second dart was still too much for him, yet who could have expected that Rao Aizen, who was a few steps away from Zhang Yi just a moment ago, would somehow manage with her out-of-this-world skills to backpedal and reach out to catch the flying dart. Rao Aizen. So this was that female grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts world who would send a shiver down anyone's spine, even if just from hearing her name? Between the grandmasters, could there possibly be such a big gap between their skill? A lot of the large sex people had thought before the conference that even if Rao Aizen were powerful, she would only be slightly better than Grandmaster Zhu and Grandmaster Chen. It shouldn't have been a great difference at all. But when they witnessed this scene now, everyone finally understood why Rao Aizen was able to single-handedly challenge the two grandmasters all those years ago, even managing to seriously injure one of them. The difference in martial arts skill between the three grandmasters Rao Aizen, Zhu Tang, and Chen Zai was definitely not just a little bit. Lu Yu shouted, "Senior sis." Zhang Yi looked astonished. "Why the hell did you save me?" It wasn't that he was ungrateful. But right at this moment, Hua Shan's five-way boxing technique was unleashed on Rao Aizen without warning, brushing past Zhang Yi as he stood there. When he was trying to avoid that first dart, Zhang Yi exhausted all of his strength and lost his balance. As a result, he simply could not react to this attack as Chen Zai finally slipped past him, having made this decision after a slight hesitation when he saw the dart flying toward them. If he did not grab hold of this opportunity, both he and Zhu Tang probably weren't going to leave this place alive. Eldest senior sis. Despicable. Bastard. Chen Zai, you motherfucker. The 8 Trigram School's disciples were infuriated. Chen Zai was faced with an internal struggle. As the vice president of the National Martial Arts Association and as a grandmaster, he still had his pride and cared about his status as well. But with everything turning out this way, he could only resort to this now. There was no other choice. Blunk. It was the muffled sound of a punch meeting the flesh. Chen Zai had furiously thrown a punch filled with concealed power at Rao Aizen's shoulder. To save Zhang Yi, Rao Aizen had exposed all of her openings while trying to catch the dart. She was practically defenseless at this moment and had no chance to avoid this punch. With the concealed power released, her entire body shook. "Senior sis. Old Rao." Shrieks rang out. But this was not the end. Behind Rao Aizen, Zhu Tang, who had earlier been struck into concussion, also made use of these 2 seconds to recover a bit. Although he was seriously injured now, when he saw Rao Aizen receiving a strong punch from his old friend Chen Zai, he still reflexively took action. Zhu Tang did not struggle with his decision, nor did he have any hesitation. He instantly attacked her with the Zhu family style's 21st form, the crushing punch. "Old crook Zhu. How dare you!" Yet another plunk sounded. Zhu Tang was slightly more skilled than Chen Zai, and even with his state of injuries, he could still muster up a lot of concealed power. With that punch, he had expended all of it and unleashed a deep strike on the center of Rao Aizen's back. "Eldest senior sis." Rao Aizen trembled. Many of the non-affiliates below the ring were breaking out in cold sweats from watching. This. Rao Aizen is done for. The female grandmaster of our generation is done for. Meanwhile, many of the large sex people showed looks of surprise. "We won. Master has won." One of the 8 Trigram School's female disciples burst into tears. "Eldest senior sis." But before the voices faded, everyone turned aghast. They saw that the pale and trembling Rao Aizen was still standing. Not only that, she narrowed her eyes and raised her palm in front of the terrified Zhu Tang and Chen Zai. She struck her palm downwards. Thump. Chen Zai was completely unprepared for this. He had not expected that Rao Aizen would still be able to make another attack and took the hit directly, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Tang was greatly shocked by this and could not dodge in time. With a low yell, Rao Aizen suddenly used a burst of concealed power to repel the power of the palm strike that Zhu Tang had landed on her back. When Zhu Tang stumbled backward a few steps, Rao Aizen turned and executed an 8 trigrams palm move, raising her hand up, but did not strike immediately. Instead, she raised it higher before suddenly attacking with a downward that looked neither fast nor slow, slapping Zhu Tang behind his neck. From the looks of it, this strike did not seem powerful. It looked like how friends slapped each other's back as a greeting. However, Zhu Tang's expression changed drastically. Crick. Crack. The creaking of bone snapping gradually sounded. From the neck down to the back. From the back down to the waist. Zhu Tang cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood, before immediately collapsing to the ground. In just a few short blows, Chen Zai fainted from his injuries, while Zhu Tang's survival was unknown. The entire venue went quiet. Not a sound could be heard. No one said anything. They saw Rao Aizen look down at the still conscious Zhu Tan with her eyes drooping and tell him in a slightly hoarse voice, "I finally avenged my younger sister and brother-in-law's deaths today. From now on, don't you even dare think of taking up martial arts again, or getting out of your bed to walk about. Just lay in bed and enjoy a life of being provided for. In another half a year, get someone to organize your funeral for you." "Oh wait, I doubt you have half a year left to do that since you have so many enemies around." Many of the Zhu family-style school's disciples leaped into the ring. "Master! Sect leader! Master!" Some of them started crying. Others were shouting desperately for help. After he heard Rao Aizen speak her piece, Zhu Tan opened his mouth and viciously tried to say something, but couldn't muster up a voice at all. With that, he immediately blacked out. The Huashan sect's disciples rushed over in panic to Chen Zai's side, avoiding Rao Aizen as they ran past her. "Martial uncle! Senior bro! Wake up! Wake up!" Fan Wen flusteredly checked Chen Zai's pulse and found that it was very weak. He realized that his senior brother was suffering from very serious injuries. The look on Fan Wen's face became even more unpleasant. The 8 trigram school's disciples were instantly elated. "Eldest senior sis! Eldest senior sis! Eldest senior sis!" Zhang Yi cursed, "Fuck your grandpa. Who threw those darts just now?" He could not take this lying down and wanted to take immediate action against the perpetrator. Rao Aizen suddenly glanced at Zhang Yi and said weakly, "Let's go." "Ah." Zhang Yi was taken aback. "Down the hill." Rao Aizen looked wan. Zhang Yi returned to his senses. "Okay." Rao Aizen took very slow steps, and left the ring in front of Zhang Yi. She walked in the direction of the 8 trigram school's disciples. When the members of the large sect who were in her way saw her, they panicked and hurried to the side to avoid her. Their fearful expressions when they saw her made it seem like they needed to stand at least several hundred meters away from her to feel safe. There were too many unexpected events in today's deathmatch. The emergence of the Taiji successor, a sneak attack from out of the ring, Rao Aizen's amazingly powerful martial arts. It wasn't so bad for Grandmaster Chen, even though he was rather heavily injured. He would likely make a recovery after several months of rest. But for Zhu Tan. Everyone who was present today knew full well that from this day forward, there would only be 4 Grandmasters left in the Chinese martial arts world. In today's battle of the Grandmasters, Zhu Tan had been stripped of his title. Rao Aizen slowly walked over. The 8 trigram school's disciples excitedly came over to congratulate her. "Senior sis. You finally avenged them. That last strike of your palm was executed with perfection." Chen Chen also came up to her. "Auntie." But it was right at this moment that Rao Aizen suddenly stopped in her tracks. She did not say anything and just fell forward without any warning. Beside her, Zhang Yi caught her and held her upright. "Old Rao. Senior sis. Eldest senior sis." Rao Aizen passed out. Only at this point did the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples realize that those 2 attacks by Chen Zai and Zhu Tan were imbued with concealed power as well. Their eldest senior sister had only forced herself to remain standing, but was in actual fact already suffering from internal injuries. This was seen by everyone as it happened. The large sects were startled. Suddenly, someone shouted. "Rao Aizen can't hold out any longer. Treacherous Rao has fainted. We cannot allow her to leave." "Right, we can't let them leave. If they are allowed to go today, all of the sects that have denounced her would never have another day of peace. Grandmaster Zhu has been maimed. Rao Aizen is capable of anything. If we allow her the chance to make a full recovery, none of us will be able to get away. Avenge Grandmaster Zhu. They only have a little more than a dozen people. We have several hundred. Rao Aizen can't fight anymore. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everyone, let's get them. Exterminate treacherous Rao. Everyone has a duty to do so. We cannot allow the tigress to return to the mountains." "Right, the tigress must not be allowed back into the mountains." With some of the martial sects members leading, a furor rippled through the rest. Fan Wen, who was helping Chen Zai up in the fight ring, looked over at the 8 trigram school, then breathed in and said to a disciple of his next to him, "Take care of the sect leader." The Iron Palm's master's son clenched his fists and took a step forward. When several of the Shelline monks saw this, they sighed and walked over slowly as well. 10 people. 50 people. 100 people. The large sects gathered an army of people. Seeing the turn of events, the people of the 8 trigram school were bitterly disappointed. Song Zhao pointed at them and shouted, "Respectable martial sects? Is this what respectable martial sects are like these days?" The fighters signed the deathmatch agreement. Some of you even played dirty and interfered with the match in the ring, using darts as a sneak attack. But now that you've lost, you're thinking of surrounding and attacking us? What sort of large sects are these? What sort of a national martial arts association is this? Zhu Fan said, "Fuck all of your ancestors." Zhao Yunlong was already picking up a weapon. Let's fight it out with them. Right. Let's fight it out with them. They're pushing us too far. Is there any justice? When Zhu Tan killed 2 people, they called it a normal duel in our martial arts world. When our eldest senior sis injured old Krukju, the National Martial Arts Association comes hunting for us and wants to exterminate all of us. What kind of logic is that? Just what kind of logic is that? Little junior bro. Take eldest senior sis and leave immediately. Right, little junior bro, your martial arts are the weakest among us. You won't be of much help here. Just take eldest senior sis and Chenchin and get out of here. I'm not leaving. Go already. The people from the large sects were approaching. The non-affiliates and those from the small sects were rather startled by what they were seeing. They had not expected that the large sects and people from the National Martial Arts Association would actually handle the matter this way. This was not something that any of them were willing to intervene in, because there were too many people from the large sects who were much more skilled than them. Further, their party consisted of the Shaolin Eminent Monks, the Huashan sect's Fan Wen, the Kunlun sect's leader, the Iron Palm's Master Sun, and so on and so forth, all of whom were masters at their respective martial arts styles. This was something that they had utterly no say in. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke. Zhang Yi handed Rao Aiman over to Song Zhao. Carry her. Song Zhao was taken aback. You. Zhang Yi gestured to them and said, get going. Lu Yulu was stunned. Teacher Zhang. Take old Rao and Chenchin down the hill and get out of here. Zhang Yi regulated his breathing a few times and stood there in front of them, blocking the only pathway down the hill. I'll hold them off for a while. Yan Hua was getting anxious. But you're injured too. Zhang Yi said, I can still hold them off. Zhu Fan said, they have over 100 people. Even if you're a grandmaster, you can't stop them. Zhang Yi raised his voice. Hurry up and get going. I have my own ways. Otherwise, none of us will stand a chance of getting away. Zhang Yi. Let's go together. Chenchin said loudly. Zhang Yi smiled. All of you, leave first. I'll be right behind you. Lu Yulu decided on the spot and grit his teeth. We can't delay any longer. Let's go. He then picked up Chenchin. Teacher Zhang. Please take care. Song Zhao's eyes reddened as she carried Rao Aiman on her back and started running with all her might. Let's go. Zhu Fan stomped his feet and followed them. Chenchin was screaming like mad. Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Lu Yulu's tears were almost falling, but he tightly held Chenchin and did not let go. He put her on his shoulders and ran down the hill at full speed. Yan Hua struggled with himself for a bit and did not move. Zhang Yi shouted, Old Yan! Hurry up and go! Yan Hua clenched his teeth so tightly that he almost crushed them. Finally, he turned around and chased after the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples. Soon, only Zhang Yi was left standing at this pathway that led downhill. 939 10,000 men pass out. Chapter 939, 10,000 men pass out. At the top of the hill, a lone person stood at the pathway leading downhill. The people from the large sects had rushed over and were closing in. Charge. Capture Rao Aiman. Revenge for Grandmaster Zhu. The pounding of numerous feet and deafening shouts could be heard clearly. Zhang Yi had blocked off the only pathway leading down the hill. Without any more worries, he started smiling. The injuries he'd sustained during the battle with Qinzai were getting more and more serious and he could his vital organs throbbing with pain. He coughed as though the more than 100 people across from him did not exist. Then he adjusted the button on his collar before leisurely lowering his head to tighten his shoelaces. He picked up a long forked branch that was at hand and had fallen from a tree. Under the suspicious gaze of everyone, Zhang Yi straightened up before drawing a line in front of him with the forked branch. The branch scratched against the ground, making squeaking noises. The people from the large sects were stunned. What the hell? What was he doing? 1 meter. 3 meters. 5 meters. Before long, Zhang Yi had marked a 5-meter line in front of him. Zhang Yi dusted off his dirty hands and threw aside the forked branch. He looked up at the dense crowd of large sect members and declared coldly, "Whomsoever crosses the line shall die." He said so in an extremely firm tone. There was no hesitation in it. Whomsoever crosses the line dies. A single declaration from him scared the mob of over 100 people standing across him into shock. Everyone who was about to break through where Zhang Yi was standing guard, suddenly stopped in their tracks in fear when they heard those words. No one knew why they had stopped because they did so instinctively. They were all stunned by the resolute tone of Zhang Yi's voice. The Huashan Sex Fan Wen said somberly, "Get out of the way." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "And what if I don't?" The Kongtong sect deputy leader was holding a weapon and staring at him. "Do you think that you can stop 100 of us by yourself?" "Feel free to try me," Zhang Yi said calmly. An elder disciple of the Iron Palm sect said fiercely, Rao Aizen has enraged the masses and made an enemy of our martial arts world. Since it has come to this, why are you still trying to be a hero? How many people can you stop with just you alone? 10? 20? Or 30? Not to mention, you're seriously injured. But even if you weren't, you couldn't stop us. Even if Rao Aizen were standing here unaffected by injuries, she couldn't stop all of us. Do you really think that you're superhuman? Right. He's injured. He already at his limit. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's attack together. There's no way he can stop us. Don't be afraid of him. We have a ton of people on our side. He can't fight anymore. Grandmaster Chen seriously injured him. He's at the end of his rope. With some interested party shouting, everyone's morale rose once again. Right, Grandmaster Chen and Zhang Yi were both injured in the death match earlier, but Zhang Yi was clearly the more severely injured one since he came under quite a lot of attacks from Grandmaster Chen. How could he possibly hold out any further? Just when everyone was intending to pile forward, Zhang Yi's next words shook everyone's morale again. Zhang Yi started to laugh. Do you really think that I can't fight when I'm injured? Alright then. His toe rubbed the ground where the line had been drawn. Let's see any of you try to cross this line. Quite a lot of the large sect's disciples looked at one another. The Iron Palm's master's son also had some hesitation as he sized Zhang Yi up, as though trying to make out how seriously injured he was and how much more he could handle. Zhang Yi challenged, come over. The other side was silent. Zhang Yi shouted again, hurry up. The other side remained silent. The more he said that, the more the large sects could not tell what he was up to and turned hesitant instead. That sentence, whomsoever crosses the line shall die, was like a sword hanging over their heads. No one had the courage to be the first to try. After all, the opponent was a martial arts master who was even the successor to the Taiji Fist. He was at the pinnacle now that Grandmaster Zhou had been stripped off his skills, Grandmaster Chen was unconscious, and Rao Aizen being severely injured. Nobody present at the National Martial Arts Conference was a match for him. Master Son asked, old Fan, how many attacks can you take him for? I don't know, Fan Wen said with a dark expression. The Kunlun sect's leader said, what are our chances if some of us teamed up together? Eldest Brozhu of the Zhou family style school said, we'd have to see how determined he is. If Zhang Yi really wants to fight with all his might and defend the pathway that goes downhill so that Rao Aizen and the others can have a chance to get away, then people will definitely die today. And it will not be just a few. There might be a lot of people dying. A lot people will die? These words silenced many of the large sects leaders and heads. Fourth Brozhu said anxiously, but he's already seriously injured. What if his injuries are not that serious? A Shaolin monk brought up. An old man from the Qingcheng sect asked, so what are we going to do? Hurry up and decide, sect leader. South Yudang's deputy leader also spoke up. Rao Aizen and the others are getting away. If we don't give chase now, it will be too late. Yes, we must definitely chase them. Let's all attack together. We can just pile up on him and crush him to death. But right at this moment, Zhang Yi spoke again. None of you are going to attack, right? Alright then, I'll attack first. As soon as he finished, he took a large stride forward. Everyone was startled and took a step backward in unison. What? You even want to make the first move? See, can you really still fight? Zhang Yi walked over slowly and said coldly, the feud that old Rao had with Zhou Tang is settled, but not mine. I still intend to settle the score for what happened today. First off, who threw those 2 darts into the fight ring? Own up now, or do you want me to seek you out? Second, the death match has already ended. I have always thought that the martial arts community would have martial righteousness, but all of you have widened my horizons today and allowed me to clearly see just what kind of people you all are. Those who know me will know that I've always been a vengeful guy. You think that I will just let the matter rest like that? You're even playing dirty with me? He suddenly shouted in anger, motherfuckers. Then I'll fucking play with you guys today. Charge. What's he to be afraid of? He's only one person. Just one person. Kill him. Someone in the crowd led the clamoring. The Kunlun sect's leader was also enraged by Zhang Yi. You really think that we're afraid of you? We'll attack then. I would like to see just how many of us you can stop. Zhang Yi looked at the Kunlun sect's leader and laughed. Then I'll let you find out. If any one of you can make it downhill and still stay standing, I'll take your surname. What? No one can reach the bottom of the hill and still stay standing? Those words were really fucking domineering. The small sects and non-affiliates who were standing far away suddenly felt their blood coursing with excitement. Liu Yigan clenched his fist and said, Zhang Yi is going all out. He Badao said in astonishment, he must already be prepared to not make it down to the bottom of the hill alive. Liu Yizhang's eyes reddened. He was prepared to not go back alive the moment he chose to stay behind. To save Rao Aiman and the people of the 8 Triground School, he prepared to go all out. A female non-affiliate said anxiously, "Teacher Zhang." Li Quan roared, "What sort of righteous sex are they? They're just a bunch of low-class thugs. Teacher Zhang is the real man. He's the fucking hero of my heart." The large sects surged forward, but many of the disciples were still looking rather unwilling to do so. Seeing Zhang Yi's insane behavior, they felt intimidated. Zhang Yi showed no fear and gave a cold smile. "There will definitely be casualties today. Since this is the final battle, I'll need to take a bathroom break. You people can understand that, right?" He can still joke around at this time. Seeing this, the small sects and non-affiliates were even more impressed. This is what you call a real hero. This is what you call a heroic man. The people from the large sects did not say a word. Zhang Yi did not wait for their reply and headed straight for the unsophisticated bathroom not too far away. He went inside while whistling a tune. The Huashan Sex Fan Wen said, "Split the party in half and have them pursue Rao Aiman." But at this moment, Zhang Yi's voice came from the bathroom. "Whomsoever crosses the line dies." A big group of the large sect's disciples were about to rush down the hill, but retraced their steps in a daze. Even though Zhang Yi was in the bathroom at this moment, they still couldn't help feeling terrified. They were afraid that if they had really crossed the line, they would be killed straight away. Perhaps this was what one would call having an imposing aura. Eldest Brojua of the Zhou family-style school looked at his frightened juniors. "Good-for-nothings." Master Sun said a bit guiltily, "From the looks of it, Zhang Yi should still have a backup plan. He might hidden some his strength earlier. If we split up and a group of us head downhill first, we might not be able to deal with him. What could he be planning? I don't know. How can he be so confident taking us on? Is he thinking of perishing together with all of us? Could it be that he has already reached Grandmaster level? Impossible. Even if he is a Grandmaster, he can't stop this many of us." 10 seconds. 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had passed. Zhang Yi still did not come out from the bathroom. Second Brojua asked in puzzlement, "What's going on?" Master Sun called out, "Zhang Yi." The Kunlun sect's leader said, "Are you done yet?" No one answered. Why isn't there any response? Where is he? Say something. Are you not ready yet? They shouted 2 more times. Still, no one answered. Everyone was simultaneously surprised and bewildered. Immediately, eldest Brojua of the Zhou family-style school gathered a number of martial artists and charged into the bathroom together. When they got inside, everyone was stunned. There was no one inside. Not a trace of a person. Zhang Yi had disappeared into thin air. Holy shit. Where is he? How did he disappear? Is he in the cubicle? No one is in the cubicle either. What about the death battle? What about not letting anyone reach the bottom of the hill while staying standing? Fuck your grandma. Zhang Yi has escaped. Fuck. Zhang Yi has really escaped. Whomsoever crosses the line shall die. Fuck your third uncle's grandma. Don't tell me you were simply blustering just now. In the end, after the entire bathroom was destroyed by the angry people of the large sects, spilling a pool of urine and feces all over the place, there was still no sign of Zhang Yi. Escaped? Zhang Yi escaped? Liu Yikan, Li Quan, He Badao, and the others were dumbfounded. Be it the disciples of the large and small sects or the non-affiliates on the hilltop, everyone was dumbfounded. A disciple of the Huashan sect cursed angrily, "That cheat." A person from the Iron Palm shouted, "How deceitful." That was very deceitful. A disciple of the Kunlun sect could not believe his eyes and said in a stunned manner, "Didn't Zhang Yi say that if there were anyone who could leave the hill and still stay standing, he would take our sect leader's surname?" When the Kunlun sect's leader heard that, he got even angrier. No one understood what was going on. However, the next thing that the Kunlun sect's leader said made everyone faint. "Fuck his grandma. And my surname is Zhang too." Everyone collectively fainted on the spot. Immediately, everyone started cursing and swearing on the hilltop. Old Crook Zhang is very deceitful. Despicable. How despicable. Let's quickly give chase. Everyone, quickly chase after them. They would never have imagined that there would be such a shameless person in this world. Life is like a play, anyone can get best actor. 940 Let's see who has more people today. Chapter 940, let's see who has more people today. Halfway down the hill. Everyone from the 8 Trigrams school ran for their lives down the hill. But as they were carrying Rao Aiman, they could not go too fast and were already at their limits. If anyone were to pursue them, they would definitely be unable to escape. At this moment, their hearts were heavy with sadness. Just before they escaped down the small pathway, the last words they heard from Zhang Yi were "Whomsoever crosses the line dies." At that instant, they realized that Zhang Yi intended to take their enemies down with him. "Teacher Zhang." Yanhua's eyes were filled with tears. A female disciple of the 8 trigrams school was unable to stop herself from crying. She kept wiping away her tears while saying, Zhang Yi chose to stay behind so that he could save us. He sacrificed himself because of us. Lu Yu roared with rage. I, Lu Yu, swear that I will absolutely avenge Teacher Zhang within this lifetime of mine. Right. Avenge Teacher Zhang. We must take revenge for him. We can't allow Teacher Zhang to sacrifice himself for nothing. That bunch of bastards from the large sects. When eldest senior sis has recovered, we must exterminate them all. Exterminate them all. Avenge Teacher Zhang. Revenge or die. Revenge or die. The 8 trigrams Palms people started shouting rallying cries in grief. But at this moment, the footsteps of someone running could be heard coming from behind them. A figure was sprinting toward them at a speed that was at least 3 times faster than their group's pace. Ah! Someone is catching up to us? This is not good. Let's run faster. That doesn't feel right. Why does it sound like it's only one person? Who is it? The figure was getting closer and closer. When they managed to make out who this person was, the disciples from the 8 trigrams school were stunned and stood rooted in place. It turned out that it was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? Teacher Zhang? Damn, how are you still alive? Where are they? Where are the people of the large sects? Zhang Yi bellowed as he ran madly for his life. What do you mean, why am I still alive? Let's hurry the fuck out of here. Stop staring. They will be catching up to us soon. Lu Yu said in a stunned manner, weren't you going to sacrifice yourself to stop them from advancing? When Zhang Yi heard that, he nearly tumbled to the ground. I'll sacrifice your sister. Are you cursing me? No, I didn't mean that. I. Lu Yu did not know what to say anymore and just asked, then where are they? Why aren't they chasing us? Zhang Yi replied, I stopped them. Song Zhao, who was carrying Rao Aizen on her back, exclaimed, how did you manage to stop them? Did you beat them all into the ground? Zhao Yanlong was greatly surprised. Why, you are that amazing? Even our eldest senior sis couldn't do that. What do you mean by beating them all into the ground? There were over 100 fucking people back there. Do you guys think I'm Iron Man? Even if there were only a third of them, I wouldn't be able to beat them. Zhang Yi said matter-of-factly. Zhu Fan gaped. Then how did you stop them? Zhang Yi explained, by using my mouth of course. Then this fellow even proudly related the happenings back there instead of being ashamed. Those idiots, they think they can fucking argue with me? I frightened them with just a couple of words. Did they really think that I was injured? Did they really think that I couldn't beat all of them? Yes, I really couldn't beat them. Those who knew him knew that Zhang Yi was not known for his excellence in martial arts, but for that mouth of his. If he couldn't beat them, then he would outtalk them. The 8 trigrams Palms disciples were extremely astonished as they ran down the hill together with Zhang Yi. Just you alone? Someone who had been seriously injured? Could rely on your mouth to stall over 100 martial arts experts, masters, and sect leaders from the large sects? Fuck. How could your mouth be so damn powerful? Chen cried out, flustered and exasperated, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was given a fright. Whoa, why are you shouting so loudly? Lu Yu gave a wry smile. The child was frightened just now. Here, let me carry her. Zhang Yi took Chen from Lu Yu's hands. There, your Uncle Zhang is fine. Didn't I tell you all that I would hold them off for a while? I said that I'd be right behind. How did that turn out to become me sacrificing myself and taking them down with me? Do you guys think that I'm an idiot? Song Zhao. Lu Yu. Zhu Fan. Yanhua could only think about how he had cried for nothing. Zhang Yi naturally would not go all out with those large sects at such a time. As he and Rao Aizen were injured, and Chen was also with them, what he needed to do now was not to take revenge, but to recuperate. After Zhang Yi recovered from his injuries, he would settle this score properly with those people one by one. No one was going to escape from that. Therefore, Zhang Yi was just bluffing the entire time when they were on the hilltop. He had thought of an escape plan beforehand and relied on the game ring to do so. This time, he had used a right to activate an item from the special category that he obtained a very long time ago. It had performed outstandingly. Invisibility effect, upgraded. Zhang Yi had tested this item from the merchant shop before and it was quite awesome, though he had not officially used it. But today, he used up the last of his remaining reputation points on it and was able to escape under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Although he had played the lottery draw many times yesterday and purchased about 2,000 Taiji Fist skill experience books today, there was still a tiny amount of reputation points left over. On top of that, Zhang Yi was an A-list celebrity and his reputation points would constantly increase. For example, if the news mentioned him, or if someone watched A Bite of China, Or maybe there was a leak about Zhang Yi being involved with the Central TV documentary channel's upcoming documentary on air pollution issues. All of this exposure would give a continuous stream of reputation points to Zhang Yi. Although the accumulation per day was not considered much, he still had enough reputation points to activate the invisibility effect for a while and run out of the bathroom. "How is old Rao?" Zhang Yi asked. Irritated, Song Zhao said, "She has internal injuries, so I'm not sure." Lu Yulu said, "We must find a hospital as soon as we get to the bottom of the hill." Zhang Yi spoke again. "Call the police first. On our way down, I contacted the local authorities, but I don't know whether that will help much." Lu Yulu said with a dark expression, "The National Martial Arts Association is quite influential and have people within the ranks of the relevant authorities. Why else do you think that the deaths that occur every year within our martial arts world never get exposed?" Suddenly, shouts calling for a massacre could be heard from afar. "Chase them. Capture Rao Aizen. Kill Zhang Yi, that thieving bastard. Let's catch up to that shameless person. They won't be able to fight back anymore. Don't let them escape. Let's attack together. We have more people anyway." "Right, we have more people." The 8 trigrams Pom's disciples immediately paled from the shock. Song Zhao said while panting, "They've almost caught up." Zhang Yi decided, "We can't keep running like this. We simply can't outrun them. Since there is still some distance and they haven't spotted us yet, let's hide in the hills." "Hide in the hills? I suppose that's the only way out now. Let's hide in the hills first, then find an opportunity to contact someone from the outside world." They turned around. At a forked path, they did not run down the stairs but went straight into the forest and deeper into the hills. "Little junior bro, try to contact your friends at the Public Security Bureau again. I've already contacted most of my friends in Beijing. What do we do now? Even if we continue downhill off the beaten path, what if those people waiting for us at the bottom are also from the large sects? No one's ever been caught halfway. They have too many people. Eldest senior sis and teacher Zhang are injured. We won't be able to stop them if we bump into them. The local authorities might not necessarily help us either. The police tend not to concern themselves with the majority of feuds occurring within the martial arts community and the National Martial Arts Association. It's the same everywhere." No one knew what to do. They could only run blindly in the hills, but what lay ahead was uncertain. They had more people? Comparing who has more people? Zhang Yi's face darkened. "Where are my clothes?" Yan Hu was startled. "Ah. I'm wearing them." This was the down jacket that Zhang Yi threw on the ground back before he went up into the fight ring. It was later picked up by Yan Hu, who was wearing it. Yan Hu took off the down jacket and passed it back to him. Zhang Yi felt the pockets of the down jacket and took out his cell phone. When he saw the 8 trigrams Pom's disciples looking at him in confusion, he said, "I'm posting on Weibo. Competing with me on who has more people? Motherfuckers. Let's see who has more people today." 941 The large sects get annihilated. Chapter 941, The large sects get annihilated. In the afternoon. In the hills. The group from the 8 trigrams school was running around like a headless chicken. "What are you posting on Weibo for?" "Calling for help, of course. How can there be any people at such a remote place? I still have to give it a try no matter what. Why is there no signal around here? You can't call on this cell phone anymore, there's no reception. Let's walk around for a bit. Here, signal, 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 where are you?" After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhang Yi was tapping furiously on the screen of his cell phone. Suddenly, a signal bar appeared when it latched onto a signal that came from an unknown position. The phone immediately connected to the internet and that Weibo message successfully got posted. But when he wanted to post something more, the signal disappeared again. He kept searching for a signal from the same spot they were at, but to no avail. After a long time, he had to give up. "Alright. Let's leave everything to fate. Ah, eldest senior sis's body feels very hot. She has a fever. Let's rest here for a while, don't walk any further. Where are the large sex people? I don't hear any commotion from them. It seems like they didn't manage to catch up to us. They definitely know that we are hiding in the hills. It's impossible that the dozen or so of us would not leave any tracks. We still need to take a rest no matter what. It's hard to walk any further." The paths in the hill were tedious to hike and there were no staircases to follow. There were just hilly roads everywhere and overhanging precipices and steep cliffs which made it quite dangerous. They found a rock to rest on and quickly placed Rao Aizen down. Song Zhao quickly asked, "Is there anyone trained in medicine here?" No one uttered a word. Zhang Yi took it upon himself and said, "Let me have a look." Lu Yulu said in surprise, "You even know medicine? That's great." Zhu Fan said, "Take a quick look at our eldest senior sis." Zhao Yunlong said excitedly, "Teacher Zhang is the most dependable. Zhang Yi walked over and pressed Rao Aiman on her philtrum 1 in a very professional manner, but she still didn't come around. Zhang Yi then slowly withdrew his hand. 1 second. 2 seconds. Zhu Fan blinked several times. And then? Zhao Yanlong was taken aback and asked, "Why don't you continue to check on her?" Zhang Yi looked at them and said, "That's all I know." The 8 trigrams Pom's disciples fainted upon hearing that. "So it turned out that you only knew how to press on the philtrum? Fuck, that's something we know too." They knew they could not rely on Zhang Yi anymore and had to depend on themselves for ideas. Some of them went to search for medicinal herbs to see if there were any suitable for emergency treatment, while others looked around for food nearby. But in this winter weather, where could they possibly find something to eat? There were not even any unripe fruit around to be found. In the end, Yan Hui took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket to give to little Chenchen to eat. Chenchen tugged at Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, will my auntie die?" "What are you saying?" Zhang Yi said firmly, "Old Rao will definitely be fine, there's me around." Zhu Fan asked Zhang Yi, "What should we do now?" Zhang Yi said, "Rest for a while first. Then we'll continue to travel downhill." Worried, Zhao Yanlong said, "But no buts. We must quickly find a hospital for old Rao before the sun sets." Suddenly, Zhang Yi felt a pain in his chest and clutched it as he coughed several times. The coughs sounded like they had come from his lungs. Yan Hu asked anxiously, "How bad is your injury?" Zhang Yi gave a wave of his hand and said, "I'll be fine." Among them, Zhang Yi's martial arts was the best, and coupled with his societal and fighting experience being greater than their group of martial artists, they had unknowingly started to look up to him as their leader. As someone who had stepped forward at a critical juncture and saved all of them, everyone was definitely more than willing to listen and trust in him. Lu Yu said in resentment, "We will have our revenge someday. Have our revenge someday." Zhu Fan also shouted angrily. Song Jiao wiped the sweat off the unconscious Rao Aiman's forehead. "Eldest senior sis, please get well soon. When you've recovered, we'll bring the fight to the large sect's headquarters together." All of a sudden, they heard some shouting from where they were. "Their trail is over here. They went in this direction. Chase them. It's definitely this way. They're carrying an injured person, so they can't have gotten too far." The people from the large sects actually caught up to them. Zhang Yi's expression changed. "Let's go. Move." Song Jiao carried Rao Aiman piggyback and everyone continued to run. With nowhere to escape to, they were feeling rather helpless. How pathetic. Only the word pathetic could be used to describe their current situation. 30 minutes. 1 hour. It was already past 1 p.m. Everyone felt utterly exhausted. But the large sects behind seemed to have an expert tracker who managed to follow closely behind them based on the footprints and trail left behind by their group. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. "They're going to catch up with us soon. How should we proceed from here? Where should we head? Which path is the way to get off the hill?" The 8 trigrams Pom's disciples were getting anxious. Zhang Yi did not know the way either. At this moment, Chenchen suddenly shouted, "Zhang Yi! Throw a shoe!" Song Jiao was stunned. "What?" Zhu Fan was also stunned. "Throw a shoe?" However, Zhang Yi smacked his thigh and said, "That's right. I nearly forgot about that." He opened up the game ring and immediately activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded. Although he did not have many reputation points left, he still had enough to keep it activated for a few seconds. He took off his shoe. Then he threw it into the air. The shoe landed on the ground. Chenchen firmly pointed in the direction the toe tip was facing. "Let's go this way." Song Jiao. Lu Yu. The 8 trigram school's disciples. "Fuck, is that reliable or not?" Zhang Yi and Chenchen led them and ran in that direction. "Let's go. What are you guys looking at? This must be the path to get to the bottom of the hill. Trust me." Chenchen explained on his behalf, "On the journey from Beijing to here, we found my auntie by using this method. Zhang Yi's shoe is very amazing." "What? From Beijing? You found your way here by throwing a shoe for directions on the journey? Fuck, are you too serious?" Looking at Zhang Yi, they felt that this fellow's mysteriousness had elevated to yet another level. It was time to move. They kept running in that direction down the hill. Another hour had gone by and they had lost their way again. Touching Rao Aiman's forehead, it was getting even hotter. Zhang Yi was burning with anxiety by now, and decided that he had to use his last remaining bit of reputation points to activate the Lucky Halo again so that he could throw his shoe once more. And so, Zhang Yi's reputation points were completely used up. He was left with nothing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the large sects lost their way as well. The Huashan sect's Fan Wen said in annoyance, "Where are they? Is it this direction?" The Iron Palm's master son said, "They must be over here." A disciple of the Zhou family style asked, "Is this the path to get down the hill?" They are carrying an injured person with them, so why are we still unable to catch up? A Kongtong sect member wondered. We've already been chasing them for almost 3 hours. It's going to be dark soon. One of the Shelline monks said, they must have an expert in their group. Whenever we are about to catch them, they always seem to be able to find an alternate route and make us pursue in the wrong direction. Ah! Look, we're almost at the bottom of the hill. The foot of the hill is right in front of us. We're finally here. Once we reach the bottom of the hill, they won't be able to escape anymore. Quick, call the others. There isn't any reception right now, but I called them a bit back. Are they on their way here yet? Another 30 experts from the large sect will be coming. Good. We'll attack them from either flank. Right, we'll block them off from both ends and capture them in one fell swoop. Attack. Charge. The large sects thundered as their morale increased greatly. The group from the 8 trigram school also spotted the end of the path at this moment. Suddenly, they heard the shouts coming from not too far behind them. It nearly drove them to despair. They're catching up to us. We won't be able to get away. What should we do now? What should we do? Ah, there are some people at the bottom of the hill. They've even got pursuers in front of us now. Fuck, let's perish together with them. We'll charge our way out. Blaze through them and leave a bloody path. Charge. The 8 trigrams Pom's disciples were getting extremely nervous. They had nowhere left to run and no alternate route to take. They had no choice but to head down the hill with all they had and pray that there would be less people blocking their path at the bottom. In that case, they might still have a glimmer of hope and force their way through. But the moment they reached the bottom of the hill, they were stunned. People. There was a sea of people. They only had one thought now, it's over. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Have we nowhere else to run? The 8 trigrams Pom's disciples looked grief-stricken and angry. They had reached the bottom of the hill, but it still wasn't enough. They could not avoid this crisis. Why? Why? However, the very next second, several loud screams from the crowd at the bottom of the hill dumbfounded the 8 trigrams Pom's disciples. Heavens! It's Zhang Yi. It's Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is really here. The moment when the countless people at the bottom of the hill saw Zhang Yi, it was like they were all injected with adrenaline. Zhang Yi was taken aback by this and his spine instantly straightened. Damn. Those are my people. What? They're on our side? The 8 trigrams Pom's disciples almost cried with joy. Tourists made up the majority of the crowd. There were men and women, young and old in the group. Among them, there were also the police with their police vehicles, reporters, taxi drivers, and some local villagers who had brought along more than a dozen of their Tibetan mastiffs. There were over 2,000 people. A good 2,000 people. Up on the hill, the large sects were also charging their way down. They had no idea what was happening. When they saw from a distance away that there were people, they thought that it was their side's people. That made them run even harder. Everyone was shouting rallying cries as they did. Kill that old crook Zhang. Capture Rao Amen. Take them down. Ha 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 ha. We've finally caught up to them. Don't be afraid of them. We have more people on our side. Everyone, charge. Everyone abruptly, the shouting stopped. The large sects finally saw the dense crowd of innumerable people. Fan Wen asked dumbfounded, eh? Do we even have that many people? A person from the Zhu family style said stunned, that's not right. We didn't call for that many people as backup. Master Sun wondered, eh? Why aren't the 8 trigrams Pom's disciples running anymore? After being dumbstruck for a few seconds, they suddenly realized what was going on. Holy shit. This is bad. They are not our people. A lot of the large sects people were greatly alarmed and shocked. Zhang Yi stopped running. Not only did he stop running, he even turned around and walked in the direction of the large sects, cursing loudly, motherfuckers. Who was trying to act tough with me just now? I dare you to try acting tough again. Looking at the child Zhang Yi was carrying and the unconscious woman piggybacked on someone who was running beside Zhang Yi, the crowd was instantly angered. It was the kind of anger that erupted violently, from deep within their hearts. What they saw truly enraged many of them. A woman? A child? And they were being chased by over 100 men carrying weapons? In an instant, many of the younger and stronger adults rushed forward at the pursuers. There were even some women, grandfathers, and grandmothers who rushed up the hill angrily. Hitting a woman? Fuck you. You even want to abduct a child? These are the crooks that Zhang Yi posted on Weibo. I can't take it anymore. You people are taking it too far. Behaving so lawlessly. Let's follow Teacher Zhang and attack them. Follow Teacher Zhang and catch the crooks. Let's get rid of evil for the people. Beat those bastards to death. The crowd was frenzied. Thousands of people were crying out in anger as they rushed up the hill. Their shouts were deafening. When the large sects saw this, They were scared silly. Why? How could there be so many people? Only now did they remember who Zhang Yi was. He was a fucking A-list celebrity. His fans could be found all over the country and they numbered in the tens of millions. Comparing who had more people? Fuck, who could have more people than him? Zhang Yi caught up with some of them. Come on. Carry on acting tough with me. Let's compare and see who has more people. You have a few thousand people with you. Compare? Compare your sister. Fan Wen screamed, quick, retreat. Master Sun scrambled away. Quick, run. Run. 2,000 people versus 100 people? Even if the latter group was skilled in martial arts, they still wouldn't be able to take them on since the numerical difference was too great. They would be beaten to pulp from just getting punched by each person in that group. Run. Withdraw. The large sex fled in panic. Over 1,000 people chased relentlessly after them. An old granny angrily grabbed a rotten egg and threw it at them. With a crack, it smashed onto the head of a Shaolin eminent monk and the gooey yolk sprayed all over his face. Baldy. I'll smash you to death. That Shaolin monk cried out in pain, but did not dare turn around. He just continued running away while covering his head. A lot of the surrounding people started throwing things at them. Old Taoist, don't you run. Bastards. Beating up a woman and a child? Fan Wen was hit right in the back of his head by a thrown apple. An iron palm disciple who tripped and fell was beaten black and blue by more than 50 young and strong adults who had chased after him. Wails could be heard from those people of the large sex. Tragic. Only the word tragic could be used to describe the current situation. The 100 of them were surrounded and attacked by more than 2,000 people. Even a martial arts master would not be able to bear the beating. The police also took action and chased after them. The reporters were desperately trying their best to take photos of the free-for-all. There was even an ambulance that had been urgently dispatched after Zhang Yi's Weibo was posted. The paramedics hurriedly carried the injured Rao Aimen onto a stretcher and sent her to the hospital for treatment. But Zhang Yi did not leave yet. The trio of Lu Yu, Zhu Fan, and Zhao Yunlong did not leave either. Lu Yu caught up with a Kunlun sect disciple and gave him a beating immediately. Zhao Yunlong faced off with a high-ranking senior from the Kongtong sect. Yunlong's martial arts were actually inferior to his opponent's, but his opponent could not handle Zhang Yi's fans, who rushed up to him. His opponent had to face a dozen of them together. That Kongtong sect senior did not even have the chance to make a move before being beaten to the ground unconscious. His teeth were even knocked out from the thrashing. Zhang Yi held a brick-shaped rock that he had gotten a hold of and quickly chased after them, smashing it into whomever he came across. Fuck your mother. He smashed it into a Huashan sect disciple. Fuck your grandfather. He smashed it on a Shaolin monk. Trying to act tough in front of me? He caught up to the Huashan sect's Fan Wen and also smashed it right into his face. Go on and act tough then. He smashed it on a Kongtong sect member. You want to chase after me? Come on, I'll let you chase. Zhang Yi cursed as he smashed. A smash for each target, one shot, one kill. The large sects had already pursued Zhang Yi and the others for around 3 or 4 hours, and adding the mass brawl with the non-affiliates and the small sects at the restaurant last night, many of them were still wounded. How could they outrun an angry mob of well-rested people standing at the bottom of the hill? The furthest that someone made it was about 500 meters away, but that person was quickly caught by a villager's Tibetan mastiff. Shrieks rang out everywhere. The large sects were nearly annihilated. 942 Taking it up with the various large sects? Chapter 942, Taking it up with the various large sects? That night, there were no reports of the fight on the news. This story was discussed heatedly on Weibo instead. How is Teacher Zhang? Have the criminals been arrested yet? How's the situation over there? Local brothers, say something. Didn't Zhang Yi mention something about women and children being under attack? Relax, everyone. Those criminals have been arrested. We've taught them a lesson, those bastards. We've vented our anger. Right, we don't know who they are either. There were monks among them and some guys wearing Taoist clothing. Over 100 of them were shouting and urging to kill, but in the end, we totally crushed them. They were beaten up by more than 2,000 of us and sent scurrying with their tails between their legs. And at least a dozen of them were bitten by Tibetan mastiffs. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. If I could have rushed over there, I would have taught them a lesson too. But why aren't there any news reports about it? I don't know. What's really going on here? Why did Zhang Yi appear there? A lot of people had gone there and the matter was settled. But as for the details of the happenings, those who answered the call did not have a clue. The police and reporters did not say anything either. This was perhaps the power that the National Martial Arts Association had. Lu Yu was right. The National Martial Arts Association had connections in high places everywhere, and objectively, it was impossible to report about some incidents. A fight between several grandmasters from the Chinese martial arts world. Sneak attacks? 2 injured and 1 maimed? And being chased after by a group of people out to kill? There were even people who got killed several years ago. How could they report something like that? If the truth of the matter and happenings were to be revealed, the National Martial Arts Association would definitely not be allowed to run any longer. It would surely get dissolved. As a result, even if they were not involved with this affair, some of the officials from the National Martial Arts Association would want to cover up the incident at all costs. The people were ignorant of the events. But the Chinese martial arts community knew full well of everything. At a small sect. Second senior bro is back. Second senior bro, what happened? I read Weibo. What really happened? Why did Zhang Yi participate in the conference? Hi, don't bring that up. Something disastrous happened at the martial arts conference. Sit down, all of you. I'll tell you all about it. The large sects have been annihilated this time. At a training hall. What? Zhang Yi is the successor of Taiji? Goddamn. The Taiji fist that had been missing for over 100 years has reappeared again? This. He could even hold his own against Grandmaster Chen? Concealed power? How could it be possible that Zhang Yi could achieve concealed power in Taiji fist? The Huashan sect. Say that again? The sect leader is seriously injured? Marshal Uncle Fan Wen was beaten up by more than a dozen civilians? He was taken away by the police too? How could Rao Aiman possibly be that skilled? Why would Zhang Yi go and help that old crook Rao? The National Martial Arts Association. We have to suppress all news of this. Hurry up and do some public relations about this. What the hell were Grandmaster Zhu and Grandmaster Chen thinking? There were so many people going after Rao Aiman and they still failed? They were all arrested? Quick, contact the local police. Get them to release our people. What? They can't do that? Why can't they do it? Why did someone conduct a sneak attack during the death match? How bad are Grandmaster Zhu's injuries? He's been stripped of his martial arts? That's a Grandmaster we're talking about. He's the vice president of our National Martial Arts Association. The outside world was still in the dark about the news, but to those who were from the martial arts world, this was no secret at all. A lot of the martial sects and their disciples who did not participate at the martial arts conference venue soon found out about the situation and were in shock. Too many things had happened at the National Martial Arts Conference this time, and every one of those events were more shocking than the last. That shit stir of the entertainment industry had stirred his way into the Chinese martial arts world. The successor of Taiji had appeared. Zhang Yi and Rao Aiman versus Zhu Tang and Chen Zai. A sneak attack from below the ring. Zhu Tang stripped of his martial arts. Chen Zai seriously injured. Rao Aiman survival unknown. People of the large sects went against their moral principles to seek extermination of the opponent after the duel. 2,000 civilians and a dozen Tibetan mastiffs annihilated all of those from the large sects. When they heard this news, many people from the Chinese martial arts world fainted over and over again. In the many years of its existence, the Chinese martial arts world had never had something so disastrous happen before. The most recent incident before this was Rao Aiman's fierce duel against the 2 grandmasters. Who could have imagined that when nothing happened, all was peaceful, but when something happened, it was as big and shocking as this? It could even be said that all the incidents in the past 50 years of the Chinese martial arts world added together would be incomparable to the mess that occurred during the whole of today. Our martial arts world has been plunged into chaos. Yeah, something really big has happened. What will happen now? How will the National Martial Arts Association handle this? Will the large sects still continue to hunt down Rao Aiman? Hunt down Rao Aiman? Zhu Tang has been maimed and Chen Zai is seriously injured as well, so the question is, what will happen after Rao Aiman recovers from her injuries? Will she start hunting down these people from the large sects instead? Let's see how this will develop then. Yeah, it's a fight between the gods. We should stay as far away from it as possible. On this night, every person in the Chinese martial arts world was paying close attention to the developments of the event. Everyone knew that with this big affair happening, the ramifications had yet to conclude. At the place in question. In a hospital. Zhang Yi took a phone call in the corridor. Zhang Yi said, "Mom, I'm fine." His mother said, "Why did you get into a fight with others again? And it's even a real, physical fight this time? Where's Chen? How is she?" "Chen's fine." "You troublemaker. If I knew this would happen, I would never have allowed you to bring Chen with you. Anyway, just let Dad know that I'm safe." "When will you come back?" "Me? Several days later, I guess." "Isn't the problem already settled? Why are you coming home several days later?" Zhang Yi replied, "There are still some issues that haven't been settled yet." After hanging up, many of Zhang Yi's friends and colleagues also called him to find out what had happened. They had all seen Zhang Yi's Weibo post from earlier in the day. Zhang Yi said, "Director Yan, I might have to take a longer break this time." Central TV documentary channel's Yan Tanfai said, "I'm fine with extending your break, rest as long as you'd like. But why are you always getting into trouble everywhere you go? I'm very worried about you." His friends were all very worried for him, but Zhang Yi did not explain anything to them. Even if he did, it was pointless. The incidents that happened within the martial arts community could only be resolved with the martial arts community's methods. He went back into the ward and realized that there were a few more people who had just come in. "Teacher Zhang is back. Teacher Zhang. This is our eldest and second senior bro. They've just arrived." Song Zhao, Lu Yu, and the others introduced them. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them. They were not old, not older than Rao Aiman at least. One of them was pretty ugly and had a buzz cut. The other had a ponytail and looked like someone who was involved in music or the arts. When they saw Zhang Yi, the 8 Trigram School's eldest senior brother immediately stepped forward and gave a fist and palm salute. Then he bowed for a long time. "Master Zhang, please accept my respects. We arrived too late." The second senior brother also did the same when he saw his senior brother Bo. Zhang Yi quickly went over to stop them. "What age are we living in now? Please don't do such things. Come, stand up straight. My relationship with Big Sis Rao is no worse than yours, so it's only right that I help her out. There's no need to be so polite." He then looked at Lu Yu. "How are old Rao's injuries? Will she recover?" "Old Rao?" The 8 Trigram School's eldest and second senior brother's eyelids twitched. What the fuck, someone actually dared to address their eldest senior sister in this way? Lu Yu immediately said, "It's nothing serious. With eldest senior sis's skills, she'll definitely pull through. The doctor said that as long as she regains consciousness, her life won't be in any danger." Zhang Yi asked, "Has her fever gone down yet?" "It's better now," Song Zhao answered. Their eldest senior brother clenched his fists and said, "Those people have gone too far." Zhu Fan said angrily, "They did not even report this event in the news. There was no mention of it at all." Zhao Yunlong also choked out with anger. The national martial arts world is also staying silent about this affair, and those people from the large sects are all pretending that they don't know a thing. Meanwhile, those from the small sects are too scared to utter their opinions. "I really want to ask about this right now. Will anyone give us a proper explanation about this issue?" Lu Yu yelled, "Right, who can give us a proper explanation?" They had been through too much today and were angered by all that had happened. There had been too much scheming and injustice. Even though Zhang Yi had managed to call on those common folk and turn things around, and given a heavy beating to the people of the large sects, but it was still not enough to vent their anger. They just couldn't swallow it. Getting surrounded? Sneak attacks? Getting hunted down? This was a deep hatred that stemmed from them being targeted for annihilation. Even if those people had been arrested, so what? Besides, the National Martial Arts Association might still make use of their connections with the authorities and get those people released after a few days of detention. Moreover, those large sects likely had their own connections with people within the ranks of the authorities too. Shilin? Or Huashan? Each of them had better connections than the other. Therefore this case was definitely not closed. They needed an explanation. It was at this moment that Lu Yu received a call. At the same time, the various martial sects and non-affiliates of the Chinese martial arts world received the news. The National Martial Arts Association had finally spoken up after the incident and had expressed outrage at the events that took place during the National Martial Arts Conference. They listed out several actions to be taken. First, they would do their best to find out which person had carried out the sneak attack and make sure they gave a fair answer to the people affected. Second, they expressed a harsh condemnation of the incident in which people from the large sects hunted down Rao Aiman after the death match. This was disgraceful behavior against the morals and rules of the martial arts community, and they would be taking disciplinary action against the various martial sects involved in the incident. Third, they also expressed their understanding of why all of the events had occurred. The downfall of a grandmaster was something that no one wanted to witness, and this was something that would definitely enrage anyone. Even though it was a death match, the National Martial Arts Association had never advocated this as a way of resolving feuds in the martial arts community. For Rao Aiman to have taken such drastic actions against her opponents, it was also in defiance of the rules. Therefore, it was understandable that those actions had triggered the emotions and sympathy of the people from the large sects. Putting into context the 3 points. The attitude of the National Martial Arts Association was clear. They had pointed out the problems with both sides and blamed the incident on both parties. Thus, the affair was concluded with no concrete results, and the association's stand was that this would be the end of it. The non-affiliates and those from the small sects were abuzz. That's how they're going to wrap it up? Is this considered resolved? It does look like a fair judgment, but why doesn't it feel right? Don't say anymore. It's not something we can poke our noses into. When a lot of the people from the large sects learned of this outcome, they were subconsciously relieved. It's finally been settled. This is great. Yeah, it was Rao Aizen who went too far in the first place. Both sides should just take a step back and forget it. Yeah, this outcome is something that I can accept. But even though they could accept this, the disciples of the 8 trigrams school could not. Not only could they not accept it, the 8 trigrams POM's disciples nearly exploded with anger when they learned of the National Martial Arts Association's stand on this incident. Lu said angrily, "What do they mean by they will do their best to find out which person carried out the sneak attack?" There were so many people at the venue at that time, so there must have been quite a few people from the large sects who saw the person throwing the darts. What's there to investigate? Just ask around and the truth will be revealed. They don't intend to hand anyone over. Zufan said. Our eldest senior sis was even blamed for the incident. Fuck. Zhao Yunlong said, what kind of explanation was that? Song Zhao said, to put it bluntly, the National Martial Arts Association are just made up of people from the large sects. Their people are all in there. So how can we depend on them to hand over the perpetrator? Or expect them to carry out any investigations? They're just trying to sweep it under the carpet? How can it be so simple? Then who'll give us our explanation? Are they just going to forget about the incident in which the large sects surrounded us and carried out a sneak attack against us? The 8 trigrams POM's disciples were enraged. A nurse came in from outside the room and said, "Please be quiet. Don't disturb the patients." Suddenly, Zhang Yi spoke up. He looked at that female nurse and asked, "Comrade nurse, do you have a map around here?" The female nurse said with a hint of excitement, Yes, we do." "What kind of a map do you need, Teacher Zhang?" "We have everything here. Could I please take a picture with you later?" "Sure," Zhang Yi said. "I would like a map of the entire country." Soon after, the female nurse brought the things over to Zhang Yi. The disciples of the 8 trigrams POM looked at Zhang Yi. They did not understand what he was trying to do. Then, Zhang Yi spread the map out across the table and handed a pen to Lu Yulu. Lu Yulu was taken aback. "What's this for?" Zhang Yi said calmly, "Do you remember all those sects who surrounded and tried to hunt us down? I won't forget even if they turn to ash." Lu Yulu said. Zhang Yi nodded. "All right, mark out the exact locations and address of their martial sects headquarters for me." What are you planning? Why do you need their addresses? Teacher Zhang. You." Everyone was stunned. However, Zhang Yi spoke very nonchalantly and even smiled, "I'll find a place to heal up for a few days. When I recover, I'd like to travel around to their stomping grounds and have a taste of the lands of our homeland. The Shelline Monastery? The Huashan sect? The Zhu family style school? The Kongtong sect? The Kunlun sect? South Wudang? The Iron Bomb? Good. I'm going to look up each and every one of you." 943 Attacking Shelin. Chapter 943, Attacking Shelin. 5 days later. Mount Song 1. The Shelline Monastery. This was not a tourist area. The mountain was located in a separate area from the tourist spots. In the main hall's backyard, a group of young monks were holding brooms and sweeping the floor. "Are Martial Uncle Ji Zhao and Ji Zhao back yet?" "They just came back yesterday. I heard they got some fractures." "Yes, they were badly injured. It's a miracle they managed to get back. I heard that they were only released and did not get into much trouble after the abbot pressured the local authorities in Tanshan. The National Martial Arts Association helped out too. Otherwise, they might have even gotten sentenced for that day's happenings. We live in a lawful society now, after all. How did it end up like this?" That Rao Aizen had been committing all kinds of evil. It was time to teach her a lesson. Don't speak carelessly. Others might hear you. So what if I said that? I'm just speaking the truth. This issue is more or less resolved anyway. What do you mean resolved? Aren't we going to take revenge for what has happened? Our martial uncles were beaten up too. I heard that we were in the wrong first. Still, they shouldn't have been so cruel. We'll settle those scores at a later time for sure. Has Rao Aizen come around yet? I heard that she's still unconscious at the hospital. Humphrey, I hope she never wakes up. And that Zhang Yi too. Even the 8 trigram school's leader does not dare to have an opinion on this issue and announced that Rao Aizen would be expelled from the school a while ago, so why did a celebrity like Zhang Yi bring himself into the picture? So what if he's a celebrity? Does being a celebrity give him the right to poke his nose into other people's business? Why doesn't he? Suddenly, the bell in the mountains pealed. When they heard the first ring, everyone still looked normal and went about doing what they were doing. But when the bell pealed 5 straight times, The Shelline Monastery monks' expressions all changed. An enemy attack. It was an enemy attack. Everyone came rushing out. What happened? What is going on? Why are we under attack? The bell of Shelline hasn't rung 5 times in a row in decades. What has happened? How can there be anyone who dares to come up into Shelline and cause trouble? Some of the people were panicking. Some of them were looking confused. And there were some who quickly picked up their staves, ready to take on the enemy. Suddenly, an angry roar from the warrior monk came from outside. Zhang Yi is here. Zhang Yi is attacking us. Quick, go and get the martial granduncle. What? Zhang Yi? The successor to the Taiji fist that had been lost for over 100 years? This is bad. It's him? Hurry up and call the martial granduncle. Defend. Defend the grounds. Get into formation. Before they even saw him, they heard him say, since the National Martial Arts Association cannot give me a satisfactory explanation? And the Shelline Monastery cannot give me a satisfactory explanation? Then I'm gonna force out a satisfactory explanation. Thump. Thump. 2 muffled sounds and 2 warrior monks flew into the front yard with a scream. Zhang Yi had changed into pure white training clothes today and was wearing a pair of normal canvas shoes. He strolled into the premises of the Shelline Monastery. The monks who did not know much martial arts had been sweeping the floor and gossiping earlier. But now, they were scared out of their wits and scampered away. Zhang Yi, what do you want? The nerve. You dare attack Shelline? How bold of you. Have you gone crazy? The 18 Arhats formation was set up. Quite a few Buddhist monks too were raging at Zhang Yi from a distance away. Everyone was very surprised at this, as after 5 days of peace and quiet, they had thought the worst was over. No one had expected that someone would actually bring the fight to the Shelline Monastery. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I've always had this much courage. Most issues only have 2 choices for me, I either handle them or I don't bother with them at all. There has never been an issue of whether I dare or not. He raised his foot and started to walk in. Charge. Stop him. Don't let him get into the main hall. Block him. The 18 warrior monks formed into the 18 Arhats formation and swarmed Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi did not even look at them. His eyes were already set on a hundreds of years old plaque inside the main hall. Slowly, step by step, he made his way in. A staff attack flew in. Zhang Yi moved his hand with a twist and a snap. A warrior monk fell to the ground crying in pain. Right after, the afterimages of 2 staves whistled past, one in the front of Zhang Yi, the other behind him. Zhang Yi did not look back. He raised a hand to use his index and middle fingers to pinch the staff attacking from in front. With a flick of his wrist, the staff held by the warrior monk in front of him shook violently and the monk lost his grip. Zhang Yi then gathered up a bit of concealed power and pushed the staff forward, hitting the warrior monk right in the chest, which sent him flying. Zhang Yi immediately twisted his fingers and flung the staff held between his fingers behind himself, straight into the face of the warrior monk standing behind him. That monk was also sent flying, with a bloody nose, and passed out from the pain. Yet another monk attacked Zhang Yi with a staff, the afterimages sweeping his lower body. Zhang Yi did not try to dodge. He just stepped on it with 1 foot. The tip of the staff was pressed down onto the ground, and with a shudder, that warrior monk was also sent flying. The 18 Arhats formation was reduced to only 14 people in the blink of an eye. The monks of the Shelline Monastery felt their blood run cold. They were not a match for their opponent. There was no way to fight him. Don't be afraid of him. Beat him up. Charge. We'll stop him even if we have to die. Let's charge at him together. There were a total of 28 people who could fight. All of the warrior monks present attacked together at once. Zhang Yi made use of his listening power and used both hands to stop a barrage of punches from 2 warrior monks. Deflecting, he threw both monks to the ground. It was as though they had no control over their bodies anymore, but also as though they had been sent sprawling to the ground by the same force they had exerted in their attacks, resulting in them smashing their heads. A warrior monk who practiced hard Qigong roared and attacked in a berserk fury. But the moment he arrived in front of Zhang Yi, before he could even see what Zhang Yi's move was, all he saw was the sway of an afterimage hitting his body's center of gravity. Afterwards, his entire person was thrown to the side, never to get up again. Master. Assistant instructor. Assistant instructor. The assistant instructor of the Shelline Monastery's warrior monks couldn't even stand up to 1 strike from Zhang Yi. There was no way they could fight him. What was the point of fighting anymore? Although the martial arts of these Shelline Monastery warrior monks was very good, and each one was even picked out of 100 others, their opponent right now was someone who was an expert in Taiji fist. This expert had also fully recovered from his injuries and was young and strong, a martial arts master at his peak. Unless there were between 100 and 200 people attacking him at once, there was no way they could deal with him. 5 people. 10 people. 20 people. In the blink of an eye, all of them were on the ground. A few people who had participated in the National Martial Arts Conference 5 days ago were once again surprised by Zhang Yi's kung fu. This was because Zhang Yi had obviously just recovered from his injuries, yet his martial arts had gotten better than before. Of course, what they couldn't know was that in the past few days, as long as he had accumulated 1 million reputation points, Zhang Yi would immediately purchase a Taiji Fist Skill Experience book and eat it up. We can't do it anymore. We're unable to hold him off any longer. Quick, get the martial granduncle. Where is the martial granduncle? In the inner courtyard. In some room. The eminent monks of the Sharingan Monastery, including the abbot, were all gathered here. They did not even bother going outside in the face of this crisis. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. The abbot was silent. An eminent monk looked anguished. A Buddhist monk looked fretful. And in the corner sat a monk who seemed to be the center of focus right now. But he did not say a word. This person was very old, but still looked to be very healthy. He wore only the most simple and common gray robes meant for the lowest level disciples, and had a head full of hair, all of which made him stand out. He might have been ordained as a monk before, or perhaps he had grown out his hair later on. But it was quite clear that everyone in the room was focused on him. They were also quite respectful of him. His name was Shiwu. He was the most skilled person in the entirety of the Sharingan Monastery. The abbot suddenly looked at him and said, "Senior brother." Shiwu shook his head. A Buddhist monk said anxiously, "Martial uncle. Zhang Yi has already trained to the level where he can use concealed power. Moreover, no one is familiar with this Taiji Fist martial arts style. In the entire Sharingan Monastery. Only you can take him on." Shiwu looked at them and replied, "I am not his equal." "But you haven't tried yet, so how could you know?" said someone, gasping. Shiwu explained, "By taking Chinzai for that many moves, there isn't anyone below Grandmaster who is a match for him anymore." Taking a pause, he continued, "Even if I can fight on level terms with him, what then? The fault in this affair lies with the Sharingan Monastery. This is a sin caused by those who attended the National Martial Arts Conference. And the sneak attack? Surrounding their people? Hunting them down with the intent to kill? That was a blunder on the grandest scale. Now that they have come seeking an explanation from us, even if he were to bring the Sharingan Monastery to the ground, we could not raise a voice of objection against him." The abbot said, "But the several hundred years of the Sharingan Monastery's heritage, how can we suddenly—" A scream came from the outside. "Don't you dare! Zhang Yi! Don't you dare! Stop! Stop, I say!" Bam! There was a loud crash. "Ah! Abbot! Martial granduncle! Zhang Yi has smashed our Sharingan Monastery's plaque." The Sharingan Monastery plaque that had been handed down for hundreds of years was now in pieces. "What?" The abbot was furious. The Sharingan Monastery was furious. "We'll take him on. We'll take him on. Zhang Yi's taking it too far. We can't let him leave." The plaque of the Sharingan Monastery had been handed down for several hundred years. This was their identity, as well as their reputation. By smashing the plaque, this was as good as smacking their faces. Shiwu's expression changed slightly. He sighed again, then suddenly said, "None of those who came back from the National Martial Arts Conference this time will be allowed to leave the mountains for 5 years while they meditate and reflect on their actions. For the rest of this year, the inner courtyard of the Sharingan Monastery will be locked shut. There won't be any more recruitment of warrior monks as well." "But why?" "Yeah, why? Martial uncle. Martial granduncle." At this moment, the head warrior monk of the Sharingan Monastery, who usually kept to himself, finally spoke up. "Rao Aizen is currently unconscious. Chenzai is seriously injured and won't be able to fight again within the next half a year. Zhu Tang has been maimed and won't survive much longer. Meanwhile, of the other 2 grandmasters, one of them is overseas but his location is unknown, the other is already past 90 and has closed himself off from worldly affairs. In the entire national martial arts world, there isn't anyone who can stop him, so what else can we do but shut our doors to the outside world? What can we do if we don't submit? If we really make him angry again, do you want him to come back and take it up with us? By then, it may not be only the several hundred-year-old plaque that gets demolished, it may be our entire Sharingan Monastery that gets leveled to the ground." Hearing that, everyone fell silent. In the front hall, Zhang Yi dusted off his hands. In front of the many angered Sharingan monks, he turned around and strode off. He was extremely calm. As though no one were around. "Zhang Yi! You! The Sharingan Monastery has become your sworn enemy." Even though they shouted at him, none of them dared to make a move to stop him from leaving. Zhang Yi had come and gone like there was no one around. He could come as he wanted, and leave as he pleased. Before he walked away, he even left some words for them. sworn enemies? Alright then, follow my Weibo to get the latest updates of my news. I welcome you all to be sworn enemies with me at any time. He even advertised before he left. The many monks of the Shelline Monastery exploded with anger at this. 944 Attacking Kunlun. Chapter 944, Attacking Kunlun. The next day. At a place where a mountain chain jutted into the clouds. At the peak of a mountain, the Kunlun sect's main hall looked extremely magnificent. A plaque with the word Kunlun engraved in gold hung in the main hall. Under the sunlight, it looked brilliant and blazing. Within the halls, a lot of Taoists were busy chattering with one another. Zhang Yi is much too lawless. This is infuriating. Barging into Shelin? Smashing their plaque? With so many experts in the Shelline Monastery, why didn't they resist? How could they resist? Can anyone even beat him? But there's Master Shiwu around. I heard that Master Shiwu did not even appear to face Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's being provocative right there. He's blatantly clamoring for war against our entire martial arts world. How did the National Martial Arts Association react to this problem? There's no response from them at the moment. Why? Why aren't they sending someone to condemn his actions? This is the Shelline Monastery we're talking about. Their monastery has been turned upside down and their disciples have been beaten up. Why isn't anyone saying anything? That guy is a total hooligan. He is even more unreasonable than Rao Aizen. How should they condemn his actions? Send a skilled martial artist to condemn him? Fight him in the fight ring? The 5 remaining grandmasters in the national martial arts world are either injured, maimed, or not around anymore. The only person who might stand a chance against Zhang Yi was Shelin Shiwu, but he didn't even make an appearance that day. He must have known that he isn't a match for Zhang Yi. Then, the whereabouts of the last few remaining powerful hermits all are unknown. So how can they fight him? Just gather up the people to finish him off. The National Martial Arts Conference is over and everyone has dispersed and gone back to their sects, so there aren't too many people they can gather. At this time, where else are you going to be able to gather up 100 to 200 martial arts elites? And if it's about comparing who has more people? He is an A-list celebrity, so how can you have more people than him? Don't you remember how it looked when our sect leader and our senior brothers returned from the conference that day? They were all beaten up so badly. Phew, we're fortunate that Kunlun is situated in a remote location. What do you mean? Even if he finds his way here, we're not afraid of him. Right, there's still Elder Feng and Elder Zhu, as well as the other martial uncles around. Humphrey, I doubt Zhang Yi would try and cause trouble at Kunlun anyway. Just as he was saying this, knocking on the Kunlun sect's tower doors that had stood for over 100 years suddenly boomed. It wasn't a light knocking, and neither was it a heavy knocking. The rhythm was neither fast nor slow. The Taoists of the Kunlun sect were slightly startled. Who was that? Are we expecting any guests today? Not that I know of. Could it be the senior brothers returning from their trip down the mountain? But it can't be. Senior Brohan and the others always take the back door when they come back. A young Taoist ran down the granite stairway to the front door and shouted to the person behind the door, "Who is it?" It was a man's voice on the other side of the door. It sounded very young and rather indifferent. "Open up, I'm here to check on the water meter," the man simply said. "Check on the water meter? Go check your sister's water meter. We only use water from the wells around here, bro. Are you from the area administrative committee?" That young Taoist lived in the mountains year in and year out, and did not have much experience in society, so he went over and lifted up the wooden crossbeam barring the doors. The doors opened. A sunglasses-wearing young man slowly walked in from outside. The young Taoist did not recognize him immediately and tried to stop him. Hey, what are you trying to do?" The sunglasses-wearing young man raised his hand and took off his sunglasses, then clipped them between a shirt button. "I'm here to collect a debt." When the many Kunlun Taoists saw this person, their faces abruptly paled. Heavens! Zhang Yi! It's Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi is here! Quick, get the sect leader! This is not good! Prepare to face the enemy! Face the enemy! The Taoists started shouting in panic. None of them had expected this. Zhang Yi was still at Mount Song yesterday, yet he had already arrived at the Kunlun Mountains to attack the Kunlun sect today. First was Shelin. Would it be them, the Kunlun sect, next? Was Zhang Yi really thinking that he could challenge all the large sects by himself? In an instant, the entire Kunlun sect was plunged into chaos. Everyone was alarmed as the Kunlun sect's leader, who was still injured from Zhang Yi and his fans attacking, came out, along with 30 to 40 skilled and unskilled disciples. The highest-ranked elders of the Kunlun sect also came out, and when they saw Zhang Yi standing at the foot of the staircase, everyone was looking pretty bad, with some who blanched. The Kunlun sect's leader, who had the same surname as Zhang Yi, shouted condescendingly, "Zhang Yi! What are you here for?" Zhang Yi said, "I'm here to seek an explanation." An old Taoist said angrily, "You injured so many of our Kunlun sect disciples that day. What are you still seeking an explanation for? That is a separate matter." Zhang Yi said quite calmly, "You people were beaten up because you deserved it. Who told you guys to be so reprehensible in the first place? I am here today to ask for a proper explanation. Who was it that carried out the sneak attack on me when I was in the ring? Old Drow is only unconscious because she tried to save me. She still hasn't come around, and since that's the case, I'll do what she can't do now on her behalf. So for the debt that she cannot collect, I will collect it for her. That's perfectly justified, right?" The Kunlun sect's leader said furiously, "We didn't throw those darts." Zhang Yi put up his hand in a very unreasonable manner. "I don't care about that. After the sneak attack and old Rao's injuries, you people from the large sects came to hunt us down. Therefore, I come to you to seek the answers. Whether it was Kunlun who threw the darts, or Shelin, or South Wudang, or Kong Tong, or the Zhu family, it makes absolutely no difference to me. I just know it's you people." An elder chastised, "Are you still being reasonable here? But did they ever stop to think about that day at Tanshan when they surrounded Rao Aiman and Zhang Yi, where they viciously took insidious actions against them? Were they being reasonable then? Don't you dare cross the line. Zhang Yi, do you really think that you're invincible? How dare you trespass on our Kunlun sect territory? You must not know when to stop. If you want to fight, let's fight. We've sworn to defend Kunlun till our dying breath." The Kunlun sect's leader knew that he couldn't avoid this face-off, so he looked to the several elders standing beside him. A grumpy elder immediately went forward. Another elder laughed bitterly and followed reluctantly. 4 elders were now standing in front of Zhang Yi. These 4 were currently the strongest in the Kunlun sect, but even they did not dare be overconfident and take Zhang Yi on single-handedly. This was because they knew it would be impossible to do that, since he was a highly skilled Taiji master who had even achieved concealed power. They could only join hands and take him on in this case. It was nothing to be shameful of either. When it came to dealing with a martial arts master like this, it wasn't necessary to have that many considerations. Zhang Yi, though, didn't even notice them. He scanned the place, and before long, his eyes landed on the plaque engraved with golden letters that was hanging in the main hall. When the 4 elders saw this, they couldn't repress their anger. "Charge! Mysterious formation! Surround him!" The 4 of them gave each other secret hand signals and attacked with killing blows. 20 attacks. It only took 20 attacks. After 20 attacks, only one person was left standing within 10 meters of the fight, Zhang Yi. Even with the 4 of them coming together, they didn't come close to being Zhang Yi's equal. The 4 elders were all injured, either lying on the ground, passed out, or clutching their chest while pointing and cursing at Zhang Yi. "You'll get your retribution. Don't you dare. Stop. No. Your grandpa." All of the Kunlun sect's disciples roared. Because Zhang Yi had just picked up a stone from the flower bed and weighed it in his hand. With a nod of his head, Zhang Yi turned his head and set his eyes on that Kunlun sect plaque, which had also been handed down for hundreds of years. Suddenly, he exerted a force in his fingertips and channeled a stream of concealed power into the stone. Whoosh! The stone flew toward the plaque in the main hall. "Stop! I'll take you on." Amid the angry shouts of the Kunlun disciples, a loud crash rang out. The Kunlun sect's plaque cracked apart and shattered into several pieces in midair before falling to the floor. The Kunlun sect's leader, who still had some injuries, was so infuriated that he actually passed out from his anger and fell to the floor. The plaque was smashed. The Kunlun disciples wailed. Kunlun meant everything to many of them. The plaque represented their dignity and was something they had sworn to protect with their lives. But now, the Kunlun sect that had been established for over 100 years, and which no one had dared to provoke before today, was under attack from just a single person. And their plaque was even smashed. This was a great big slap that continuously smacked their faces. It had crushed all of their dignity and honor. "Zhang Yi! Zhang! Revenge or death! Kunlun will fight with you to the bitter end. To the bitter end!" Countless Kunlun Taoists were shouting, enraged. Zhang Yi just dusted off his hands and told them, "Don't be anxious to shout those words. We still don't know who'll be fighting with whom to the bitter end. Old Rao is still unconscious right now. If anything were to happen to her..." He suddenly raised his voice and pointed at them. "I'll fucking fight with all of you to the bitter end." With that, Zhang Yi turned around and strolled out. No one was brave enough to stop him. No one could stop him. He came and went like the wind, leaving the Kunlun main hall in shambles in his wake. "Quick, attend to the sect leader. Sect leader has fainted. Elder Chen, how are you? How are you holding up?" An elder who had been seriously injured and left lying on the ground by Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Yi as he walked away. Shock written all over his face, he said, His kung fu has it really reached that level already? Another seriously injured elder beside him sighed. Below the Grandmaster level, there really won't be anyone who's a match for him. The elder who suffered the lightest injuries turned around and looked at the broken and smashed Kunlun plaque and said, "We're all sinners of the Kunlun sect. We've brought shame to our ancestral founder. We have brought shame to our martial sect." Taking a pause, he suddenly said, "Yesterday, it was Shaolin. Today, it was Kunlun. Who will be next? Whose turn is it next? Do you guys still remember the Taiji Grandmaster from all those years ago? The one who single-handedly challenged the experts from the 18 martial sects. Our Kunlun sect leader from over 100 years ago was defeated by that person. And the current situation is turning out to be the same as the events all those years ago? Is history really repeating itself? Is the Taiji fist going to bring us back to a time of bloodshed?" An old Taoist sighed deeply. Zhang Yi is only a step away from becoming a Grandmaster, and he's just 25 this year. The only thing we can do now is pray that Rao Aizen regains consciousness quickly, or else the entire martial arts community will be plunged into chaos. But the martial arts community is already in chaos right now. Hurry and inform the other sects. What should we tell them? Just say Kunlun has fallen as well. 945 Old Pal, open up. Chapter 945, Old Pal, open up. The next day. In the morning. The Zhu family's headquarters were situated in a remote region that had great scenery. Rather than calling it a martial sect headquarters, it felt more like a holiday resort. This place was very well known to those from the Chinese martial arts world, not only because the Zhu family style's disciples were numerous and running a very successful training hall system, but also due to that battle of the Grandmasters several years ago. Rao Aizen had fought her way to the Zhu family's headquarters and single-handedly battled with two of the Grandmasters, Zhu Tang and Shinzai. Some of the traces left behind from the fight back then could still be seen. A woman's shoe print was still clearly imprinted in the wooden front doors. At this moment, the front doors of the headquarters were tightly shut. Some faint voices came from inside. The Kunlun sect was taken down as well. Then what should we do? Shaolin, Kunlun, who's next? Surely it won't be us, right? That won't happen. He needs to rest at some point. That's right. I heard that the 4 Kunlun sect elders attacked him together yesterday. Even though Zhang Yi only took 20 attacks to beat the 4 of them, he would still have sustained some injuries. And even if he were made of steel, he can't possibly attack one sect today, right? Whatever, hurry up and pack the things. Yes, eldest senior bro has already spoken. We have to be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. We're running away just like this? It's not called running away, it's just a tactical withdrawal. This is too hard to stomach. Oh right, remember to keep the plaque safe. It's been passed down since the time of our ancestral founder. Bang bang bang. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. The faces of the headquarters disciples abruptly tightened. Zhu Tang's 7th disciple of this generation, 7th brother Zhu, looked over to the front door and asked while trembling, "Who is it?" A man spoke from outside, "Old pal, open up." "Old pal? Who is your old pal?" 8th brother Zhu furrowed his brows. "Don't you have the wrong address?" The man outside knocked on the door again and said, "Old pal, open up." "Who the hell are you?" When eldest brother Zhu heard the commotion, he came out as well. Then, a surprising turn of events took place. With a boom and a crash, the front doors of the headquarters were kicked open by someone on the outside. Zhang Yi strode in with his hands behind his back. "I'll just barge in since no one's opening the doors." Instantly, everyone screamed in shock. "It's him. He's here. It's Zhang Yi. Hurry and run." "Run? We have to face the enemy." "Face the enemy. Face the enemy. Grab your weapons. Pick up whatever you can get your hands on." When the Zhu family received news from the Kunlun sect, they started packing up their things overnight and planned to move everyone, including the books and items, from the headquarters by the end of the day. But little did they expect that they wouldn't make it in time. However, it was clear that they were still prepared for this. After Shaolin met with disaster and the Kunlun sect got routed, if they still did not make any preparations, then they would really be idiots. A moment later, more than 20 Zhu family-style disciples came rushing out. Half of them were actually wielding modern compound bows made out of steel. This strategy was very ruthless, but it could be seen that they really had no other way out. Even if they had to bear the brunt of the criticism of the martial arts community for the rest of their lives, they would still stick with their unwise decision and use this tactic to deal with Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi did not even look up at them because he had received a call at just this moment. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. Eldest brother Zhu gave a hand signal. "Listen to my commands." Everyone from the Zhu family-style school nervously kept their eyes on Zhang Yi. Some of their hands were shaking badly even though they had compound bows on them. They were in truth not all that confident. No one could have expected that at such a critical juncture, when faced with so many arrows pointing at him, Zhang Yi could actually do something that would stun everyone from the Zhu family-style school and make their jaws drop. Zhang Yi answered the call and said, "Hello, who is it?" This was an opening. "You asked for it." Loose. Eldest brother Zhu's eyes brightened. The Zhu family-style's disciples couldn't be more excited as none of them would ever give up on this oversight by Zhang Yi. Whoosh! An arrow flew like the wind at him. The next second, the arrow stuck into the ground near Zhang Yi's feet as it missed its target. Zhang Yi did not move a muscle. "Oh, Liu. I'm outside now, what's the matter?" Whoosh! A second arrow was loosed. Zhang Yi took a step forward all of a sudden, and that arrow zoomed past his face and struck the front door of the headquarters, its shaft rattling. Shoot! Loose! Loose! A third arrow shot through the air. Zhang Yi lowered his head slightly and carried on walking. What? Old Drow has woken up? A fourth arrow was coming for him. Zhang Yi veered to the left. When did she wake up? Just now? A fifth arrow came whistling in. Zhang Yi leaned to his right. Haha, that's good then. I told you guys you didn't need to worry about her. Old Drow is much tougher than everyone else. She doesn't die when others would. A sixth arrow darted over. Zhang Yi turned his head to the side. Did the doctor say when she'll be discharged? A seventh arrow came. Zhang Yi lowered his head again. Another 2 weeks? An eighth arrow. Zhang Yi kept walking forward as he rotated his shoulders to dodge the arrow. Alright, I understand. Make sure she recovers properly, I'll help her handle the rest. Haha, let her know that she owes me a favor now. Hi, not to the point of owing me a life, just a favor will do. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Eldest brother Zhu was dumbfounded. Third brother Zhu was dumbfounded. Fifth brother Zhu was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Why was it like this? How could this be? He could still talk animatedly on the phone as he dodged over a dozen arrows without even a change in expression? Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Alright, I can't speak now, so I'll hang up first as I have some things to attend to." He hung up. The moment Zhang Yi lowered his head to put away his cell phone, the arrow that eldest bro Zhu held back from shooting earlier was suddenly loosed. With a whoosh, it flew straight at Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi pocketed his cell phone, then raised his hand. Time seemed to stop in this instant. The next second, Zhang Yi grabbed that arrow. He flicked his wrist and threw it to the ground like he was throwing away garbage. He took another 2 steps forward and finally stood in front of them. Seventh brother Zhu exclaimed in horror, Is he even fucking human anymore? How did he do it? How was he able to do that? Ninth bro Zhu was shocked into daze. Eldest brother Zhu blanched. There really was someone who could dodge all these steel arrows at such a close distance? How was that possible? Even if they weren't very good at archery and the arrow volley was not uniform, this still shouldn't be possible. He knew that Rao Aizen and another one of the 5 grandmasters could achieve this feat, but he could not understand how Zhang Yi had managed to do it. Even Zhu Tang and Chen Zai at their peak could not accomplish such a feat in this manner. Moreover, he was even talking on the phone. But they did not know that just because a grandmaster couldn't do it, it would not mean that Zhang Yi couldn't do it. He was probably worse at some aspects compared to those grandmasters, like their concealed power and fighting experience. But with regard to reaction speed and agility, he was definitely superior to everyone else. Others might not be able to see those arrows because they traveled too fast. But Zhang Yi could see them clearly and was also able to dodge them as well. Zhang Yi said with a laugh, "A few days ago, some of you used hidden weapons to carry out a sneak attack on me in the fight ring during the Danshan Martial Arts Conference. I dodged one of those without getting hurt, so how difficult could it be for me to dodge arrows that you were shooting directly at me? Take him out. Let's all take him out. This is a battle for the Zhu family style. Everyone, no need to be afraid. Let's attack together. Let's fight him with all we've got. We have more people on our side. Let's run away instead. We can't defeat him. Don't hit me, I don't know anything." It was utter chaos in the compound. 5 minutes later. Of the between 20 and 30 people who were present here, no one was left standing besides Zhang Yi. Eldest brother Zhu was lying on the ground, shouting, "Zhang Yi, don't you dare." That plaque was passed down by our Zhu family style's ancestral founder. If you touch it, you're making yourself as a sworn enemy of our Zhu family style. However, Zhang Yi took down that plaque and broke it with a single stomp. The moment you people tried to hunt me down, we became sworn enemies. I've touched it and even stepped on it. What will you do? Oh, ancestral founder. Old crook Zhang. Quite a few people screamed in anguish. Eldest brother Zhu and several of the most loyal Zhu family-style disciples saw red. They finally realized now just what kind of person they had offended that day. Zhang Yi dusted off his hands again in that usual manner. He turned around and departed, fulfilled. The receding figure that the Zhu family style's disciples saw infuriated and rather terrified them simultaneously. Eldest brother Zhu suddenly bellowed, "Quickly notify the other sects." Eighth brother Zhu despaired, "Which sect will he attack tomorrow?" Ninth brother Zhu clutched his arm in pain and said, "Maybe. There won't be a need to wait until tomorrow." "Why? What do you mean?" A few of the Zhu family disciples who could still speak asked this. Ninth brother Zhu was sweating profusely as he struggled to raise his hand and point west. Everyone understood immediately. The headquarters of the Kongtong and Iron Palm sects were situated not too far from them. Hurry! Hurry and inform them. Inform the Kongtong and Iron Palm sects. Everyone who escapes is one less victim. I'm afraid it might already be too late. Half an hour later. At the Kongtong sect. Someone was banging on the front door. Who is it? Wary voices came from within the Kongtong sect. Bang bang bang. Old pal, open up. Bang bang bang. Old pal, open up. Inside the Kongtong sect, everyone was suddenly screaming. Ah! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi is here. Let's get out of here, quick. Go. Run. Run to the mountains behind the building. But the next second, the front door was kicked open by Zhang Yi. Fuck, how did you people know it was me before the doors were even open? I'm here to collect a debt. It's time to repay, with interest, the debts you people owe me. Bang. Thump. Crash. Sounds of fighting rang out. The Kongtong sect's plaque, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, was smashed to pieces by the palm of Zhang Yi. A while later. At the Iron Palm's headquarters. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Zhang Yi is about to arrive. Shelin, Kunlun, the Zhu family and Kongtong were all taken down by him. Are we next? Hurry up. Pack everything up, faster. The plaque. Take care of the plaque. But all of a sudden, without any warning, a sound came from beyond the door. This eerie sound horrified the Iron Palm branch's disciples. Other people might not find the sound to be anything special, and the word used to describe it would not be considered scary either. In fact, it even sounded pretty harmless. But without exception, when the Iron Palm's disciples heard this sound, they were all scared out of their wits. Bang bang bang. Old pal, open up. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Old pal, open up. 946 Take this one alive. Chapter 946, Take this one alive. The next day. At the front doors of South Wudang. An eerie voice echoed. Bang bang bang. Old pal, open up. Bang bang bang. Old pal, open up. Half an hour later, screams rang throughout South Wudang. The front doors were kicked down. The plaque was smashed to pieces. The day after next. And the day following that. That ghostly sentence sounded at many of the martial sects headquarters. Old pal, open up. Then chaos ensued. 10 days later. Mount Hua. The Huashan sect's headquarters. There were two sounds of knocking on the main doors. Bang bang. Open up. Bang bang bang. Open up. Suddenly, a trap that had laid in waiting was activated without warning and a large net was released from above. It firmly caught the unsuspecting person standing before the front doors. The front doors suddenly opened. We've done it. It's a success. Get him. Tie him up. Kill him. Kill the thieving bastard. Defend the Huashan sect. Beat the fucker. A barrage of punches and kicks. Weapons were drawn. It was a mass drubbing. But in the next moment, a piercing roar thundered from inside the net, stunning all of the Huashan disciples. Motherfucking hell. Fan Wen, the junior brother of the Huashan sect leader, had his head wrapped in bandages and his arm in a cast. He was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a bruised face. He shouted angrily, "Why the fuck are you guys beating me up?" After being released from the police station's holding cell a few days ago, Fan Wen had gone to a local hospital for treatment. His arm was put into a cast and he also got a rabies shot for the bite that he received from a Tibetan Mastiff. After much fuss, he'd finally returned the sect's headquarters today. But he could never have expected to get beaten up so violently before he could even step through the doors. He was beaten so badly that even the cast on his arm was shattered. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Ayo. Martial Uncle Fan. Martial Uncle. Why is it you? Why did it have to be you? Why are back? You should have said you were coming back. Fan Wen howled, "What do you fucking mean I didn't say? Didn't I ask you guys to open the doors for me?" Several disciples flusteredly went to remove the net and rescue Fan Wen out of it. They thought to themselves that with the ghostly open up phrase that he had used, who'd have known it was him? In recent days, that old pal, open up line had spread throughout the entire martial arts community and become the most frightening words that anyone from the large sects could hear, turning the people into birds startled by a sound. Shelline was barged into. Kunlun was taken down. The Zhu family style was exterminated. The Kongtong and Iron Palm sects had fallen one after another. Afterwards, in the span of 10 days, South Wudang, the Amai, the Ma Ashan sect, the Zhao family style, and the remaining dozen or so large and small sects that had taken part in the denouncement of Rao Amen were all attacked by Zhang Yi. Their front doors were breached, and their sect's plaque was smashed. No one could escape his wrath. There were even 2 sects who had relocated to a secret hideout overnight when they received news of Zhang Yi's impending arrival, but Zhang Yi still managed to find them somehow. Even after all that, Zhang Yi still did not intend to stop. Who would be next? Everyone already knew the answer. Next was them, the Huashan sect. This was because they were the only martial sect left standing that had partaken in that incident. Moreover, Zhang Yi could have already made his way here when he was last near Mount Hua, but he had not come. Instead, he left this place for last. From that, it could be seen that Zhang Yi placed a certain amount of importance on this location. This was because on the day of the National Martial Arts Conference, Qinzai and Huashan sect were undoubtedly the lead main force of the main force, and was the only sect still with the Grandmaster as its leader today. Now that Fan Wen was back, he was also asking about the situation anxiously. After the disciples related the events, everyone looked dejected as their expressions darkened. How are the sect leader's injuries? He has not recovered yet. If Zhang Yi comes, then will sect leader. He certainly can't fight. Then shall we make a run for it? How can we run away? We're the Huashan sect, for goodness sake. Right, we won't run even if it means our deaths. Forsake our martial and run away? The ancestral founder would surely curse us to death. But who can hold off Zhang Yi? Where are the reinforcements? Where are they at? We've already sent out an appeal to the martial arts community. But the other sects can hardly look after themselves right now, so who would answer to our appeal? A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. When the sect leader has recovered from his injuries, we can fight again then. We can't run. We will take him on then. A large sect still had the dignity of a large sect, after all. A few minutes later, a large group of people suddenly arrived outside their front doors. When the Huashan sect saw this, they got very excited. They're from the National Martial Arts Association. The people from the National Martial Arts Association were here, a team of more than a dozen martial artists led by a steward. When they arrived, that steward immediately found Fan Wen and said, "Ah, old Fan, why are you injured again?" There was fresh blood all over his arms. Fan Wen looked glum. "It's nothing. I fell down earlier." He couldn't possibly blame it on getting beaten up by his own sex disciples, could he? The steward from the National Martial Arts Association said, "Where is Grandmaster Chen?" "He is recuperating at a different location," a Huashan sect elder said. The National Martial Arts Association's steward nodded. "We're here to back you guys up. Don't worry. If Zhang Yi tries to cause trouble here at Huashan sect, the entire martial arts community will not let him off easy." However, at this moment, an eerie sound suddenly came from beyond the door. "Old pal, open up. It's already open? I'll let myself in then." Zhang Yi, who was dressed in training clothes, had at some point made his way quietly here. The Huashan sect's people were horrified. "Ah! Zhang Yi! It's Zhang Yi. He's really here." Many of them picked up their weapons at once. The National Martial Arts Association's steward was surprised. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "You really have the courage to appear on these grounds?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Why would I not?" The National Martial Arts Association's steward said angrily, "I am Li Yan from the National Martial Arts Association. And I am in charge of handling this problem. The association has given me full authority in handling you. Zhang Yi, do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you're pitting yourself against?" Zhang Yi glanced at him. "I'd also like to know if you know who you people are pitting yourselves against. I've always been a reasonable man. If people are good to me, I will return the favor 10 times over. But if someone provokes me, I'll be sure to return the favor 100 times over. Li Yan, right? From the National Martial Arts Association? You're in charge of handling me? Can you handle it? You people are suddenly making an appearance now. Where were you during the National Martial Arts Conference? Where were you when the news of the sneak attack was reported? Where were you when the dozen martial sects went against their morals and surrounded us and attacked? Stop bullshitting me." Li Yan said furiously, "Don't you dare make a move against the Huashan sect." Qinzai was the vice president of the National Martial Arts Association, while Fan Wen was a steward at the association. The relationship between the National Martial Arts Association and the Huashan sect was therefore very close. When the other martial sects were attacked by the enemy, they did not show up. But when the Huashan sect was in danger of attack, the National Martial Arts Association immediately sent their people over. However, no one expected what happened next. "Ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Li Yan's voice had just faded when Zhang Yi took a large stride forward and used a pushing hands movement to land a hit on Li Yan, leaving him lying on the ground. Old Li. Ah. Stop. Old Crook Zhang. The Huashan sect was stunned. The National Martial Arts Association's people were also stunned. Li Yan lay on the ground and cried out angrily, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi threw up his hands. See if I care. I was still worried I might not find someone from the National Martial Arts Association. If it weren't for the National Martial Arts Association siding with their own that day, the issue wouldn't have escalated to this point. I have yet to take this up with you people, but you're already here pointing your fingers at me? You think I won't make a move on the Huashan sect? Let alone Huashan sect, even for those of you from the National Martial Arts Association, I'll fucking beat up any who come forward. What can you do about that? Back at the National Martial Arts Conference, you people from the National Martial Arts Association and the various large sects were all expressing an attitude of whoever was more skilled would have the last say. Well, alright then, in recent days, I am the most skilled in the National Martial Arts world, so the last say belongs to me now. Isn't that right? He was too imposing. This attack from Zhang Yi dumbfounded those people from the National Martial Arts Association. The dozen or so National Martial Arts Association people were ready to charge, but then took a step back again, probably afraid to do so. A madman. He's really a fucking madman. Then Zhang Yi shouted, where's Chen's eye? Why is he still not coming out? No one spoke. Zhang Yi said, he's not coming out, right? Then I have no choice. I've been very nice, deliberately giving him more than 10 days to recover from his injuries and left the Huashan sect as my last stop. Since he still hasn't recovered, don't blame me for being a bully. I want to see who'll try to stop me today. Fan Wen raged, when my senior bro recovers fully, that'll be the day you meet your demise. Zhang Yi was amused. Wait for him to fully recover? It's still a question whether he can even land a hit on me. Besides, by then, old Rao would have already been discharged. I'm guessing that old Rao will still want to pay a visit to the Huashan sect when the time comes, so you can leave those words for her when she comes. Fan Wen choked at those words. If Zhang Yi were bullying his way around the Huashan sect today due to their lack of people, then when Rao Aizen came around, they would truly be swept away. Even if their sect leader were not injured, or if his martial arts skill were to greatly increase all of a sudden, that would still not be enough for him to equal Rao Aizen. Let's take him on. Charge. Enough with the talk. Attack. A battle instantly broke out. Huashan sect was still a large sect after all, so they had many experts on their side. Compared to Kong Tong or even the Zhou family style, they were on a completely different plane. But just like Zhang Yi had said earlier, in the current Chinese martial arts world where the 5 grandmasters were either injured or not around, he had the last say in things. They were not even a match for him. 1 person fell. 10 people fell. 20 people fell. Zhang Yi was also injured from taking 7 or 8 punches. In addition, a person from the National Martial Arts Association slashed his arm with a sword. But an hour later, he was the only person left standing. They couldn't beat him. They simply couldn't beat him. The Huashan sect people despaired. Several of those from the National Martial Arts Association did not even have the courage to attack anymore at the end. Zhang Yi looked at them. Let me give you all a word of advice today. Do not think that if you're more skilled, you'll have the last say in things, that everything must follow your reasoning, that the world revolves around you and everyone else has to abide by your rules. There will always be someone who is more skilled than you. Whoosh. He picked up a staff and prodded it upward. The Huashan sect's plaque that was hanging overhead immediately fell into Zhang Yi's hands. Zhang Yi. Fan Wen glared at him with immense hatred. No. Stop. Stop. If you want to break something, break me. Don't touch our Huashan sect's plaque. The Huashan sect's disciples all looked doleful. It's done for. The Huashan sect's plaque couldn't be protected. Zhang Yi had been going around smashing the plaques of the various large sects and smacking their faces in the process. Everyone knew this by now. Zhang Yi had already raised his hand as an open palm. But just as he was about to smash the plaque in his hand, he suddenly stopped and started studying the plaque. He turned it around, looked at the front, and even lowered his head to sniff at the wood scent. In the end, Zhang Yi decided not to smash this plaque and tucked it under his arm instead, carrying it away with him. Yes. He took this one alive. It was made from fragrant rosewood too after all. 947 A man who strikes fear into the hearts of the martial arts community when mentioned. Chapter 947, A man who strikes fear into the hearts of the martial arts community when mentioned. On this day. Somewhere. At some military hospital. Even though it was already spring, it was still not that warm out yet in the morning. Light drizzle was falling outside. Zhang Yi was carrying an umbrella and wearing sunglasses as he strolled into the hospital. After he folded the umbrella, he took a beaded bracelet out from his pocket and went looking for Rao Aiman's ward. Before he walked in, he heard people talking inside. "Madam Rao, you can't be discharged yet." "Why not?" "There are still many tests that we have not conducted, and 2 more bottles of medication to finish." "Don't try to bullshit me. Go and process the paperwork for my discharge. I want to leave by the afternoon. Other than that, just what kinds of meals does your hospital provide here? Did you scoop it up from the drain or something? You should change the cook as soon as possible. You mustn't get out of bed." "But I've already recovered." "You were in a coma for several days. You don't have any strength as of now and still require further treatment." "I have no strength?" A loud thud reverberated. It sounded like something had been flattened. "Damn. Senior Sis. Just listen to the doctor, please." The ward's door opened and the doctor strode out angrily, close to vomiting blood. Several of the medical personnel standing a distance away looked over. "Dr. Zhu, what's the matter?" a nurse asked. Stressed, a female physician said, "Bed 13's Miss Rao is kicking up a storm again. That woman in bed 13 has already driven away 2 doctors." The chief nurse said, discouraged. At his wit's end, Dr. Zhu said, "Just ignore her from now on. If she wishes to be discharged, then let her get discharged." "How can we do that?" That female physician tried to go by the medical ethics. "We have to be responsible to our patients. Even though the patient in bed 13 is rather hot-headed and has a sharp tongue, she is still our patient." Dr. Zhu said furiously, "Have you ever seen a patient who just regained consciousness after several days flatten a stainless steel lunchbox?" He then waved his hand and ordered, "Get her discharged quickly. With that powerful constitution of hers, if we treat her as a patient, then the rest of the world must be disabled." The nurse. The female physician. Zhang Yi. This old Rao. Why is she always so troublesome? Zhang Yi pushed the door open and went inside. This was a single-person ward. The disciples from the 8th Triground School were all inside. When they saw Zhang Yi, everyone got excited. "Ayo! Teacher Zhang is back. How did it go, Master Zhang? Are you hurt in any way? Teacher Zhang, you were so amazing. You've really helped us vent our anger." Everyone stood up to welcome him like they were celebrating a hero's return. Zhang Yi had been away for half a month now, and although they did not accompany him on his road trip, they were still a part of the martial arts community. They could even be called the main party involved in this incident, so while the ordinary folk did not know about it, or even if the outside world's news did not report about it, how could they not know of the glorious deeds that Zhang Yi did in his time away? He had essentially gone to thrash more than a dozen martial sects and routed them all. Several of the younger disciples of the 8th Trigram School were even looking at Zhang Yi as though he were a god of some kind. The events that occurred in recent days had left a very deep impression upon them. And it felt really good too. Zhu Fan brought over a chair. "Master Zhang, please, have a seat." Zhang Yi sat down and smiled as he pointed at a gauze covering his left arm, and said, "It's nothing, just slightly wounded." Song Zhao and the rest heaved sighs of relief. "That's good then, good." On the sickbed, Rao Aiman, who was watching Chen do her homework, glanced over as well. "You're back?" Beside her, a stainless steel lunchbox lay there misshapen after being flattened by her. "How are you doing?" Zhang Yi asked. Rao Aiman looked rather well. She tilted her chin upward. "I'm not dead." Zhang Yi nodded. "I suppose you aren't." Lu Yu smacked his lips and said, "The doctor says that she can't be discharged yet, but eldest senior sis keeps insisting on being discharged." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I overheard the doctor say that they're already processing her discharge. I think it's because they're afraid that your eldest senior sis will tear the hospital apart if they don't." Chen also raised her head at this moment and greeted him. "Zhang Yi. Whoa, you're studying?" Zhang Yi looked at her. Chen acknowledged him and suddenly turned her gaze to the bracelet in his hand. "Zhang Yi, what is that?" Zhang Yi looked down, then held it up and said, "This? It's a bracelet. I'll give it to you since you like it." He then threw it at her indifferently. Lu Yu caught it for Chen and held it up to inspect it. "Yo, is this made from fragrant rosewood?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Yeah, it is. It looks like it is even made from old-growth wood." Lu Yu said, "It's quite big too. This should be quite valuable." Zhang Yi replied, "You like it also? I'll give you one too since you like it." He felt around in his bag, taking out another similar-looking bracelet and throwing it to him. "Who else wants one? How many of those do you have?" Zhu Fan was astonished. Song Zhao also wondered, "Didn't you go out to thrash those large sects? Why did you bring back so many local souvenirs with you?" The eldest and second senior brothers, along with the others, were also very curious. Zhang Yi sighed and then mentioned something that nearly gave the entire 8 trigrams Pum's disciples heart attacks. What local souvenirs? I went to the Huashan sect to destroy their sect's plaque, but when I saw that it was made of fragrant rosewood, I took it instead and got it made into these beaded bracelets. He threw his bag onto the table and rummaged through it before pouring out more than a dozen beaded rosewood bracelets. I'll keep one for myself. Feel free to take one of the rest for yourself. Song Zhao was dumbfounded. Zhu Fan was dumbfounded. Everyone from the 8 trigrams school was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you serious? The Huashan sect's plaque that had been handed down for hundreds of years was turned into these beaded bracelets by you? Turned into these beaded rosewood bracelets. Into these beaded rosewood bracelets. Beaded rosewood bracelets. Lu Yu was holding the beaded bracelet he had just caught. His hands trembled. He nearly passed out, but said with a quavering voice, Teacher Zhang, they must have gone through 8 lifetimes of tribulations when they encountered you this time. At a small sect. Have you heard? The Huashan sect has been taken down too. Yeah, I heard about it. How scary. The people from the National Martial Arts Association who went to back them up were beaten up as well. Zhang Yi has gone crazy this time. You're making it sound like he's ever once been normal. Yeah, I've watched him on television since last year. If you've ever read his Weibo and know about his past deeds, you'd know that he's always been a madman. We were lucky to not have attended the recent National Martial Arts Conference. The entire martial arts community has been thrown into disarray. I heard that the National Martial Arts Association intended to ask the remaining 2 grandmasters to deal with Zhang Yi, but I doubt that plan will come to fruition. It's impossible to get those 2 anyway. Besides, even if they did, what's the point? Don't forget how old Zhang Yi is. He's already achieved concealed power, and is also practicing the martial arts style of the Taiji Fist. Who knows if he'll become a grandmaster too in the near future? Would a Taiji Fist grandmaster still have any worthy opponents in this entire world? Even at his current state, he could force a draw with a grandmaster. Moreover, Rao Aizen will be discharged from hospital soon as well. If those 2 were to join forces and set their eyes on the entire country. No, set their eyes on the world, there wouldn't be any worthy opponents for them. How can anyone take them on? Indeed. The large sects couldn't even take their vengeance. They deserved it for being bullies in the first place. It was already a death match, so why did they still resort to using sneak attacks? Hearing about it just makes my blood run cold. Those large sects threw good money after bad. They've bumped into a tough opponent. At a gathering of some non-affiliates. Liu Yikan wiped his sweat away and said, Old bro Zhang Yi has taken down the Huashan sect as well. How many is that already? Liu Yizhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he started counting on his fingers. Beside him, Li Quan said, It's the 16th. He Badao said in awe, all 16 sects that went after them in the hills have been annihilated by bro Zhang Yi. None survived. How freaking awesome. Yeah. Zhang Yi's martial arts are ridiculously good. It's not only that his martial arts are good. There have been a lot of people in history who were more skilled than Zhang Yi, but how many have dared to go up to each of those reputable sects to thrash them and smash their plaques? Only Zhang Yi decided to do that. Not only his kung fu, Zhang Yi is also the most audacious one of all. One person. Sweeping away a dozen of those reputable large sects? What awesome was that? How domineering was that? However, the even more domineering act was yet to come. Some of those in the martial arts community who were better informed suddenly received a shocking piece of news. This news even dumbfounded some of them for a long time, making them unable to come back to their senses and forcing them to drop their jaws. The large sects have been slapped ruthlessly in the face this time. Yes, whether it is Shelline or Huashan, a martial sect getting its plaque smashed is something that is considered really terrible in the Chinese martial arts world. What's more, Zhang Yi even smashed 16 of their plaques all by himself? Only 15 were smashed. Right, he didn't dare smash the Huashan sect's plaque. I heard about that too. Sounds like only the Huashan sect was let off the hook this time. Their plaque was taken away by Zhang Yi instead of being smashed. I guess even Zhang Yi did not dare go overboard with a sect that still has a grandmaster as its leader. Judging from that action, that's all he's got. He's also a bully. Suddenly, someone broke the news. What are you all saying? A bully? Is that not so? PFFT. You guys don't know shit. Eh? What are you trying to say here? I just received a very reliable piece of news. The Huashan sect was the unluckiest of all the sects that were targeted. After Zhang Yi left, he found a wood processing factory at the foot of the mountain and got them to make that fragrant rosewood plaque of the Huashan sect into beaded bracelets. My god, made into beaded bracelets. Tell me now, how is he a bully? What? Holy fuck. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. The news spread a while ago. I think that a lot of people have already found out about this too. Heavens. Holy shit. This. Just what sort of a person is that man? Meanwhile, roars of anger and piercing screams resounded within the Huashan sect. When a few of the Huashan sect's disciples found out about this news, they fainted to the ground with a thud. Zhang Yi. Fuck your grandpa. You're too damn evil. That's the plaque handed down by our ancestral founder. We're your sworn enemy. Despicable. How despicable. Sworn enemies. Fan Wen was enraged. Qinzai was extremely infuriated and coughed for a full minute, worsening some of his healed injuries. Elsewhere, the other large sects were also cursing and swearing. He's really pushing it too far. Pushing it too far. Does he still abide by the laws? Does he even know about the code of the martial arts community? What he did was even more evil than taking someone's life. The Huashan sect's plaque was made into beaded bracelets. Fuck. He's really gone too far. How can he do that? His lack of morals must have stretched across 8 lifetimes. But while they cursed and swore, some of those large sect's disciples were also secretly feeling lucky and a lingering sense of fear. They were fortunate that at the time of the founding of their martial sects, the ancestral founders did not have much money and had only used some simple wooden materials for their plaques. If it had been some good material like the Huashan sect's plaque, all these large sect's plaques would probably have been taken away by Zhang Yi to make tables, chairs, benches, or some treasured furniture. If that had happened, it would have caused a huge uproar and they would probably vomit at least 3 liters of blood. Who could bear with something like that? This was not just simply face smacking anymore. It was face trampling. Trampling on the face step by step. If Zhang Yi's attack on the 16 sects was said to be a shocking event in the Chinese martial arts world, then Zhang Yi using the Huashan sect's plaque and turning it into beaded bracelets was something that disintegrated the entire Chinese martial arts world. The National Martial Arts Association, and people of the various martial sects and non-affiliates, all nearly passed out from Zhang Yi's shamelessness. But they were also astonished by Zhang Yi's guts. It was only now that many of those in the martial arts community truly knew just what kind of hooligan had arrived in their Chinese martial arts world. After this incident, Zhang Yi became even more infamous in the Chinese martial arts world. In the current Chinese martial arts world, there were 2 phrases that must never be mentioned ever again. One was "old pal, open up." And the other was beaded rosewood bracelets. Overnight, Zhang Yi had become a man who struck fear into the hearts of the martial arts community when mentioned. Moreover, everyone knew that the incident this time would surely be recorded into the annals of Chinese martial arts history and forever be a painful history for those 16 martial sects. 948 Hiring an Agent. Chapter 948, Hiring an Agent. It was now March. In Beijing. It was the season where flowers bloomed into spring's warmth. About a month had passed and Zhang Yi was finally back at Beijing. Before he reached home, he had already posted on Weibo after arriving at the airport, "I'm back in Beijing, everything is fine." The fans actively replied back. "Wow, old Zhang is back. Where did you go? Has that problem Danshan been handled yet? Why didn't the news report on it? It's good that you're back. Teacher Zhang, when are you going to come up with a new show? Your contract with Central TV should almost be up, right? 1 more month left? Teacher Zhang, you were away for so long. Get back to work quickly, or else you might drop out of the A-list rankings." The phone calls came in shortly afterward. The first call was from Hakiki. "Director Zhang, you're back?" Zhang Yi laughed. "I just got off the plane. How's the documentary on the air pollution problem going?" Hakiki said, "We're currently shooting. It's almost finished." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "If there's anything you need me for, just tell me." "Oh right, Director Zhang." Hakiki suddenly said, "When you weren't around for all these days, there were quite a lot of people looking for you. Some of them wanted to get you to make advertisements for them, some inquired about your copyrights, and there were all sorts of people looking for you to do commercials. When they couldn't get through to you, they contacted our Central TV documentary channel instead. You might not know this, but your assistant Little Wang was so busy taking your calls that she couldn't get any work done." Zhang Yi said in embarrassment, "I was a little caught up recently." Hakiki said helplessly, "When do you intend to get an agent?" "An agent?" Zhang Yi repeated. Hakiki laughed dryly. "I think that you should really hire an agent." "Alright, I'll think about it," Zhang Yi said. After hanging up, a call from the publishing firm came in. "Teacher Zhang, I've gotten through to you at last." "What's the matter?" "The sales for Ghost Blows Out the Light have been performing very well, so we've been thinking of adding a print run for half a month. Just do it. I'll leave the decision-making to you all. But no matter what, we still have to inform you. How can we make the decision for such matters on your behalf?" And there were also some overseas publishers who inquired about the copyrights to several of your fairy tales. It seems like they are interested in publishing an English and German edition of them, but since they could not get through to you, they contacted us instead. I will send you their contact info in a bit. Alright, thank you very much. Next was a call from Dong Shanshan. Zanger, where did you go? Haha, a tour, I just went on a tour. You simply disappeared without a care and just left everything for me to handle. When some people couldn't get in touch with you, they called me instead and wanted my help to pass their messages along to you. Did I become your agent? Hi, I wasn't able to answer any calls recently. Check your email. I've already organized and labeled everything for you. Thank you, Shanshan. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Don't give me that, it's not necessary. But you really should hire an agent quickly now that you're an A-list celebrity. It's fine even if you don't have a team, but you can't possibly not have an agent either, right? It wouldn't look good if it got out, but more importantly this really inconveniences everything. When there's something for which we need to look for you, you just can't be contacted. What happens if something gets delayed? Alright, I will think about it. Don't think anymore and quickly hire one. Get someone to recommend a few candidates to you. With your current reputation and status, as well as your future development, if people in the industry know that you're looking for an agent, there will surely be many people flocking to you. Then you'll have a wider range of candidates to pick from and won't have to worry about not finding a suitable one. Okay. She was the second person today to suggest this to him. On his way home, Zhang Yi pondered this. He was a small-time celebrity and not famous in the past, so he handled almost everything himself and did not need an agent nor did he consider joining any talent agencies. But as he got more famous and became an A-list celebrity, he had more things to handle as well. Just like now, he had already received many phone calls the moment he arrived back in Beijing. Although Zhang Yi did not intend to accept commercial performances or make advertisements, even so, he needed someone to reject those offers for him, didn't he? Everyone constantly calling his office or his old classmate to look for him was not a long-term solution. In fact, it was even causing a lot of trouble for them. Keishaku. At Zhang Yi's parents' house. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Zhang Yi opened the door and entered the house. His mother came out to welcome him. She said, "Why did you stay out for so long?" "Hi, there was something I needed to take care of." Zhang Yi took off his shoes and changed into his slippers. His father asked, "Where's Chenchen and her aunt?" Zhang Yi said, "They're back as well and have already returned home. Her aunt has fallen sick and will need to rest for a few more days. She will come over in another 2 days to thank you both for taking care of her child for such a long time." His mother heaved a sigh of relief. "It's fine as long as she's alright. The last time she called to leave her seemingly last words gave me a terrible fright." Then she passed a piece of paper to him and said, "By the way, these are the phone numbers that called you in the past half a month. Why did so many of them call our home to look for you? Since your dad was afraid that it would delay your work, he did not neglect anyone who called. He wrote down everything for you, so just take it from here." Zhang Yi looked down, then exclaimed, "There were this many people who called?" His mother laughed and said, "You're an A-list celebrity, so how can it be the same as before?" At the mention of this, his father said slightly angrily, "The house phone kept ringing and every caller was looking for you. I wanted to pull out the telephone line because I couldn't even have a peaceful afternoon nap at home." Zhang Yi quickly said, "I'll take it from here, I'll take it from here." His mother said, "Let's eat first." "Hi, I'll eat after I've finished with all these," Zhang Yi said, stressed. Back in his own room, Zhang Yi took a deep breath before beginning his work. The novel's authorization for an additional print run. Signed. The Fairy Tales International Copyright. 200,000 RMB for everything? Get lost. The Voices International Copyright Authorization? 1 million USD? Goodbye. An invitation to attend a Beverage Enterprises 10th anniversary celebrations? Can't go. A managing director of a global top 500 company was getting married and he was invited to be the host of the wedding event? Bye-bye. A commercial endorsement for a condom product? Go away. 1 hour. 3 hours. 5 hours. Zhang Yi was busy handling all the matters from the morning until afternoon. For some commercial performances or jobs, all he needed to do was ignore them and that would be the end of it. But there were many others that he had to reply to one by one. Since they thought so highly of him and even got their people to contact him again and again, Zhang Yi could not possibly just ignore them. Even if he didn't intend to take the job or accept their requests, he had to at least give them a reply. But when they knew that it was Zhang Yi calling them back personally, of course they got a little bit excited and couldn't help but say a few words. And try to extend the conversation. As such, the time taken to get everything done was dragged out much more than originally intended. This also included some weird people he encountered who wanted to have a long chat with him. "Little Yi, it's time to eat. Son. Quickly come and eat dinner." It was already time for dinner. His parents had to call him 3 times before Zhang Yi finally came out to join them. Zhang Yi, who had just handled all the outstanding work, was extremely exhausted. The moment he came out, he exclaimed, "This won't do. I was exhausted by all of that, so I must quickly find myself an agent. Now." Immediately. He had no choice but to find one. Now that he had reached A-list status, he was getting too busy to handle so many things by himself. With his character, he could not possibly take care of all these things every day. He had to find one. He had to find one immediately. 949 The Battle of the Agents. Chapter 949, The Battle of the Agents. On the same night, he gave Zhang Yuanqi a call. The Heavenly Queen was acknowledged to have the best social ties in the entertainment industry. Zhang Yi did not have many friends, and she was the only person he knew to have the means. If he wanted to find an agent as soon as possible, then it would definitely be the most convenient to contact Zhang Yuanqi. "Dedu." The call connected. "Hello, Sister Zhang, it's me." What are you doing? Where are you?" "Home." "By yourself?" "Yes. I've got something to tell you. There's something I need your help with." "I'm listening." "I'm looking to hire an agent as fast as possible." "Any requirements?" "I don't have too many requirements, and either gender is fine, but it'd be best if it's a woman, as it will be easier for me to communicate with her. She should be capable of handling work, but it doesn't matter whether she is very capable or not. Even if she's a rookie, it's fine. You know that my social ties are not that good, so I don't have many demands for my potential agent's popularity with others as long as she suits my needs. It'd be great if she has the same values as me so that I can save the trouble of communicating. And, it'd be best if her appearance is not too shabby either, since she'll be representing me, after all, and has to pull in the points in the looks department for me. I don't have many demands regarding her figure either, but she must not look too bad. She should at least have a decent figure, since she'll need to appear in public sometimes on my behalf." He rattled off a long string of demands. In the end, Zhang Yuanqi summarized his requests in a few words. "So a busty, beautiful woman, and nothing else matters?" Zhang Yi was slightly embarrassed. "Right." Zhang Yuanqi said, "Wait for my message then." After hanging up, Zhang Yi confidently left the task to old Zhang. The agent held a very special position in the entertainment industry. It could be said that they were the celebrity's most intimate colleague and the most loyal representative. They could help the celebrity handle all sorts of matters, such as endorsements, advertisements, press interviews, and job arrangements. There was no need to emphasize how important an agent was. Every celebrity's agent was either selected in the strictest way, or they were the celebrity's most trusted relatives, like their mother, elder sister, or second aunt to begin with. Otherwise, they would have to be exceptionally capable, like Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fang Wang. She was a renowned, elite agent in the industry who had become famous long before she became Zhang Yuanqi's manager. Actually, Zhang Yi could opt for the latter choice, but he found it unsuitable for his situation. Look for his relatives? His mother or one of his aunts? His paternal elder cousin or his maternal younger cousins? None of them would fit. His family members were just ordinary people who had not seen much of the world and were inexperienced in the things they might have to handle on his behalf. With Zhang Yi's notorious reputation in the industry and him getting into trouble so often, he did not want to let his relatives handle his affairs for him. As for those highly reputed elite agents, he did not wish to hire them, and neither could he hire them. Many of the agents were directly contracted to the celebrities and would draw a % commission from the celebrities' earnings. For a person like Zhang Yi, who had never accepted any commercial appearances and was not likely to accept them in the future, which elite agent would want to work for him? Ignoring the fact that the agent would not be earning much, just the trouble brought about by Zhang Yi's temper would be enough to keep them busy. A low salary, a pile of work, and they might even get cursed at by other people. Only an idiot would take a job like that. Hence, his favorite was still a rookie, who could at least help him handle some miscellaneous tasks. As for the other, more important matters, Zhang Yi could handle them by himself. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fang Wang, sent him an email with a list of the candidates. Although old Zhang's temperament in private wasn't too good, her efficiency in getting things done was still very high. Zhang Yi did not have to worry that she would forget about the favor that he had requested from her. More than 10 resumes arrived in his inbox. Li Han, female, 27 years old with 4 years experience in the industry. Han Feng, female, 29 years old with 6 years experience in the industry. Former agent of Hueco Dongfeng. Zhao Minli, female, 25 years old. Rookie with 1 year of experience in the industry. very capable and had just left her previous position at a communication and media agency. Zhang Yi scanned through the resumes one by one and was very satisfied with every one of them. Actually, he did not really understand them as this was his first time doing something like this. He did not feel that anyone was worse than anyone else, which gave him with an even greater dilemma. Later, he even got his parents to help him look at the resumes together. As a professional agent, she'd also need to handle some parts of a celebrity's private life. Therefore, Zhang Yi valued his parents' opinions very much as they would come across each other often in the future. His father pointed at one of them. This person seems alright. Come on. His mother disagreed and pointed to another person. This one is better, she looks rather big-hearted. One look at her and you can tell that she's a very capable person. Zhang Yi said, "That's so?" His mother urged, "Check with her." Alright. Zhang Yi agreed since he did not have any opinion either. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and called the candidates he had shortlisted. "Hello, is this Miss Zhao Minli?" "Yes, this is she." "May I know who's calling?" "It's Zhang Yi." "Ah, Teacher Zhang, hello." The woman on the other end of the line sounded very excited. "Sister Fang mentioned this to me. She asked me about my current job situation, as well as my opinion of you. I never expected that you would actually contact me. Let me introduce myself briefly then. I just left my position at my previous agency, so I have no contractual obligations right now. I can accept being contracted to you as an exclusive agent. You can put that as a term in the contract and I won't have any problems with it. I seldom accept commercial appearances. Are you okay with that?" How seldom is seldom? I basically never accept them." That's not a problem. Can we meet up to discuss this?" "Sure, let's schedule a time." After chatting for a while, Zhang Yi felt quite satisfied with her. He then called the next person. "Hello, is this Miss Han?" Are you Teacher Zhang? You can recognize my voice? I'm very familiar with your voice. I'm looking for an agent, and Sister Fang recommended you to me. Before we discuss other things, I'd like to get to know you a bit more, and also find out if you have any requests. I don't have many demands, except that upon contracting, I would like to receive a higher percent commission, at 30% of the earnings. Is that so? If you have a talent agency, the agency will assign you an agent while they take a percentage for the commission. If I am your personal agent, I'd have to use my own network to get work done. Therefore, I would definitely need to receive a higher percent commission. As for the exact details, we can discuss further." "Sure." As he contacted the shortlisted agents, he did not know of the buzz that had started in the talent agency business. At a talent agency. "Hey, did you hear? Zhang Yi is looking for an agent. I just heard about it too. Now this is a good opportunity. I would like to apply too. Then you'd have to quit first. He's hiring a personal agent. I don't mind quitting. I'm mainly afraid that I'm not qualified enough. There's nothing good about being Zhang Yi's agent anyways. Don't you guys know him by now? He has never accepted any commercial appearances, so there's basically no money to be earned. I'd still be willing. He's an A-list celebrity. Yeah, my career highlights would be glossed up, and in the future when I say that I was once the agent of an A-list celebrity, who wouldn't scramble to employ me. My resume would have thickened. At a private gathering of some agents in the business. So Zhang Yi is looking for an agent? Yeah, I heard Sister Fang Wang helped him spread the word. This is a very good opportunity. Yes, among the current A-list celebrities, only Zhang Yi does not have an agent yet. I wonder who will get the job. Hi, too bad my contract is tied to the agency. Otherwise, I would have applied too. Almost everyone in the business knew about this now. This industry was neither big nor small. There weren't many secrets in the industry, especially if it concerned an A-list celebrity like Zhang Yi. Every move of his would attract the attention of many others. At once, quite a number of agents in the industry tried to contact Zhang Yi or Fang Wang. Their demands were gradually getting lower than the last. I don't have any demands. I am willing to take a commission of only 10%. I can take 7%. 5% for me. I don't need any commission at all. A working salary will do. The number of applicants increased by the second. In the end, they were almost fighting to outdo each other in terms of their demands. Everyone was using all means possible to try to secure this job. Zhang Yi did not expect that he would be so popular. Initially, he thought that no one would willingly be his agent since he did not accept commercial appearances and often got into a lot of trouble, but it seemed like he had underestimated his current fame. There were even some very prominent, established agents in the industry who found ways to contact him to reveal their intentions of willingly becoming his agent, and also to express some of their requests to him. Zhang Yi was spoiled for choice. This is good. This one is not bad either. So who should be chosen? 950 A martial arts action star warns against Zhang Yi. Chapter 950, A martial arts action star warns against Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looking to hire agent. Competition in the talent agency business heats up. Who will end up as Zhang Yi's agent? Online, some media outlets had also posted news updates about the situation. Some of the more meticulous reporters even made a chart of talent agents for comparison in a special coverage of the business. They listed some of the current statuses and contributions of agents to celebrities like Zhang Yuanqi, Huo Dongfang, Ning Lan, etc., and took the opportunity to comb through the standing of the talent agency business. The netizens were very happy. Haha. Teacher Zhang has finally been enlightened. Quickly hire someone. Let's see who'll get chosen. Being Teacher Zhang's agent won't be an easy job. Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult. With Zhang Yi's social relationships, the pressure on his agent within the industry will surely be the greatest. After every fight that Teacher Zhang gets himself into, his agent will have to handle the media. I doubt just anyone could handle that. They'd also have to be careful not to get beaten up. PFFT, that's right. Teacher Zhang attracts too much hatred from within the industry. Although some things were only meant to be jokes, no one could have expected those jokes to actually come true. Though no one knew which private gathering it had originated from, nor who had leaked it, a piece of news posted online stirred up a huge reaction. A very popular martial arts action star had actually issued a warning publicly: whoever dares to take the job as Zhang Yi's agent would get fixed by him. Zhang Hanwei. An A-list celebrity in the domestic market. The best martial arts action star in the country. A famous movie star whose appeal at the martial arts movies box office was unparalleled. As long as it was a movie that he starred in, the box office earnings would be at least 100 million RMB. He was the most famous kung fu star in the industry with no one coming close to him. Not only that, he was also a true martial arts expert who had won first place in the National Youth Wushu Championships when he was just 16 years old. This was followed by many other martial arts awards as well, making him a big-shot celebrity who actually knew real kung fu. In the A-list celebrity rankings, his position was also higher than Zhang Yi. As a big shot of the big shots, he had actually stated something like that so publicly. This left many netizens in disbelief after they found out. What did he mean by fixing whoever dares take the job? Did that mean he would beat up whoever became Zhang Yi's agent? Zhang Hanwei was known for being quite temperamental, not like how Zhang Yi was, instead more hot-tempered. Since he'd debuted, he had beaten up many people. He had beaten up reporters, assistant directors, fellow celebrities on set, and some troublemaking fans in his time. As a result, everyone in the industry knew about Zhang Hanwei's temper and most people would not risk angering him. He was a big brother of the entertainment industry after all. That was why the netizens were shocked. Holy fuck. What happened? Why did Zhang Hanwei suddenly pop out of nowhere? What is wrong with Teacher Zhang? Why is he picking a fight with Zhang Yi? This should just be a rumor, right? Yeah, I feel that way. Why would Teacher Zhang issue such a threatening statement? Yeah, from what I know, he shouldn't have any animosity for Zhang Yi. Who can tell me what's going on? Zhang Hanwei is being too overbearing, isn't he? Fuck. What makes him think he can stop others from hiring an agent? What logic is that? Who does he think he is? The boss of the entertainment circle? That's how he always behaves, handling everything like one would in a fight. He's born from a martial arts background after all. If he says he will fix someone, then that person will most definitely be fixed. Fuck, do you think that Teacher Zhang is afraid of you? Who the fuck are you? In an instant, the netizens were seething. Perhaps even the person who started this did not expect it to blow up this much. Although the veracity of this news was still unconfirmed, the fans treated it as if it were real. On Weibo, Zhang Yi's and Zhang Hanwei's fans immediately got into an argument. Zhang Yi's fans, motherfuckers. Zhang Hanwei's fans, you motherfuckers. Zhang Yi's fans, do you people think you own the entertainment industry? Zhang Hanwei's fans, Teacher Zhang must surely have an issue with that Zhang fellow. Since Teacher Zhang has said something like that, there must be a good reason. Are you people unconvinced? Zhang Yi's fans, you all think you're really awesome, don't you? Zhang Hanwei's fans, we've always been this awesome. You got a problem with that? There were also many who came to mediate the situation. Calm down, everyone. The news might not be true. There's a lot of rumors flying around these days. At home. Even Zhang Yi thought that the news wasn't true, so did not take it seriously. But several phone calls later, he began to think otherwise. Chen Guang was the first to call. When did you offend Zhang Hanwei? Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, but laughed. You've been duped by the rumor too? You didn't offend him? Chen Guang said in surprise. Zhang Yi replied, I don't even know him, so how could I have offended him? At most, I've heard of his name and have seen several of his martial arts movies. That's all. Chen Guang was silent for a moment, then warned, well, just be careful. He really walks the walk. Huh. Zhang Yi found this comical. Next, Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Feng Wang called. The moment he answered the call, Feng Wang asked, did you offend old Zhang? Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner, I haven't even met him before. Feng Wang mused, I'm still helping you find an agent, but you'd better not hold out much hope for now. I think it will be difficult to find one in the near future. Zhang Yi was quite exasperated. What do you mean, Sister Feng? Old Zhang is considered a big brother in the industry, and even though he has offended some people before, he has helped out many celebrities. Therefore, everyone acknowledges his position in the industry, and he's also very popular with everyone. Now that he's issued a warning against you and made this threat, it's quite possible that you'll really be in some trouble. As long as it's someone in the industry, who would dare be your agent under such circumstances? You'd have to at least wait until this blows over. Do you really not know what happened? Feng Wang asked again. Zhang Yi returned, oh, so you mean this isn't actually a rumor? What rumor? Feng Wang related, it's already spread throughout the entertainment industry. Those words were shouted by old Zhang at a party. And his original words were not even that nice. He didn't say that he would fix your agent, he just said that whoever dares to become your agent will get beaten up by him. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Feng Wang sighed. In any case, just be careful. He's not someone to be trifled with. I still have some influence in the industry, so let me help you ask around first and see if this problem can be resolved amicably. But when Zhang Yi heard that, he spoke up, it's alright, Sister Feng. I'll settle this myself. Zhang Ziya's call came in. Little Zhang, what's happening? I don't know. Is it a rumor? I think it's real. Yao Jiankai also heard about it. Dong Shanshan gave him a call as well. Zhang Yi's friends were all quite surprised. They didn't know why Zhang Hanwei had suddenly picked a fight with Zhang Yi, so all of his friends called to show their concern for him. This was because the person who had picked a fight with Zhang Yi this time was not some unknown. It wasn't like those little-known athletes or crosstalk comedians like Tang Dazhang who did not have many fans. This was a genuinely recognized A-list martial arts action star who was even more popular than Zhang Yi. In the entertainment industry, such public disagreements between A-list celebrities were virtually unheard of. But when they occurred, the gravity of the situation would not be light. Before long, Zhang Yi started receiving updates from those talent agents he had contacted earlier. From the first person, Teacher Zhang. Hey, Ms. Zhu. I've fallen sick recently and feel quite bad, so I'll be hospitalized for a while. Let's take a rain check on our meeting. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, it's fine. Your health is more important. Do take care of yourself. From the second person, Teacher Zhang. Yes. I've considered for a while, but I think that I won't be able to qualify as your agent with my current skill set. That's fine. My apologies. From the third person, Teacher Zhang, I think I won't be able to meet you in the afternoon. What's the matter? Teacher Zhang Hanwei's position in the industry is too high, and I'm just a small-timer, so I... Understood, no worries. I'm so sorry. Everyone was rejecting his offer now. None of them dared to take the job as Zhang Yi's agent. Zhang Hanwei's threat was too ruthless. For many of these talent agents, getting beaten up would be considered getting off lightly, and it wasn't as bad as it sounded. But realistically, it wasn't going to be as simple as just getting beaten up. They were more likely to get several beatings instead, or even not be able to make a living in the industry. Applying for the role of agent that they didn't even know if they would get was simply too risky. And it might even cut short their talent agent careers. No one was willing to take the risk. If it were for the role of Zhang Yuanqi's manager, then it wouldn't matter. With Sister Zhang's reputation in the entertainment industry, Zhang Hanwei would never dare to issue such threats. Even if he did, no one would care because Sister Zhang would most assuredly back them up. But it wasn't the same for Zhang Yi. This fellow's social ties were too poor, and he had few connections or friends to depend on. Compared to Zhang Hanwei, it was clear that Zhang Hanwei was the more oppressive figure. His words definitely held more weight. His parents also found out about this. His mother immediately flew into a rage. Zhang Hanwei. I used to rather like his kung fu movies. That old bastard, based on what is he restricting my son from hiring an agent? His father, usually mild-mannered, was also enraged. Isn't he taking it too far? His mother said, keep searching, just continue looking for an agent. I doubt that he really dares to beat anyone up. Zhang Yi said calmly, the agents I shortlisted earlier have already rejected me for the interview. What? When his mother heard that, She cursed even more harshly. Has my son goddamn offended you or something? Zhang Yi was also thinking about this. Zhang Hanwei. A martial arts action star? A martial artist? Soon, he reached a plausible conclusion. Zhang Yi went online to research Zhang Hanwei's history. Everything was available online and was no secret at all. Zhang Hanwei turned out to be a former disciple of the Huashan sect, and was Fan Wen's sixth disciple. He had studied under Fan Wen for 3 years beginning at the age of 8, but then left the sect due to some unknown reason and went into the world to fulfill his own ambitions. He was no longer a disciple of the Huashan sect, but after he became famous, he donated quite the sum to the Huashan sect for repairs. It seemed like he intended to rejoin the Huashan sect back then, but they did not accept him back. Perhaps it was because they just didn't want to take him back, or that something had happened all those years ago. Whatever the reason, it was unclear. But there were rumors that Zhang Hanwei's current martial arts skills were even better than Fan Wen's. A former disciple of the Huashan sect? Zhang Yi sneered. So this was the reason. So this was the root cause? 951 Rao Aiman comes to visit. Chapter 951, Rao Aiman comes to visit. On the same day, the more the news spread, the more exaggerated it became. I heard it was because Zhang Yi took a show from Zhang Hanwei. What? I heard that it was because Zhang Hanwei found Zhang Yi to be an eyesore and wanted to repress him a little. I heard someone say that it was because Zhang Yi had offended too many people and did not know the rules of the industry. After he reached his current status, he did not even pay his respects to Zhang Hanwei as one of the big brothers, so Zhang Hanwei decided to make things difficult for him. Stop making things up. Those are all rumors. Fuck, there's too much information about this news now. Does anyone know what is going on? Does anyone have any information on what is really happening? I checked with a friend in the industry. He said that Zhang Hanwei really did say those words, but no one seems to know what kind of animosity they have. Is this true? It's true and has been confirmed. Can't you see how the involved parties did not come out to refute the rumors? Yeah, if the news were wrong, someone would have come out to clarify. Those applicants have all gone quiet. No one dares to be Zhang Yi's agent. The news was confirmed. Zhang Yi's and Zhang Hanwei's fans fought even harder. The entertainment industry had been quite peaceful recently, with no major events occurring. As such, this dispute made it to the headlines. Be it the common folk or the media, everyone was delighted to know that there was a feud between these celebrities. Their enthusiasm for it was even greater than for the news of a heavenly queen accepting a role on a new movie project and a heavenly king releasing a new song. This was human nature. Everyone had a gossip side. The reporters were also flocking over in full strength. Zhang Yi could not be contacted. Zhang Hanwei could not be contacted. However, someone managed to contact Zhang Hanwei's agent. Hello, I'm a reporter with the Beijing Times. Oh, what's the matter? Can you tell me what grudges Teacher Zhang and Teacher Zhang have for each other? No comment. Wait, I do. The call was cut off. Then the cell phone of Zhang Hanwei's agent was turned off. But the more it became like this, the more excited the reporters became. Their keen sense of news reporting told them that there was certainly much more to the story. The way it was handled confirmed the authenticity of the news even further. But as for Zhang Yi? How would Zhang Yi handle this? The reporters waited with bated breath. The atmosphere in the entertainment industry became very tense. An A-list celebrity publicly issuing a warning against another A-list celebrity. This was a fight between the gods. This had not been seen in many years. Numerous people from the entertainment industry were also waiting to see how Zhang Yi would react. After all, Zhang Hanwei was very special, his status illustrious and prestigious. Very soon, Zhang Yi made a response. This response left the entire entertainment industry in a state of shock. Zhang Yi had given a call to Yao Jiankai. What's the matter, little Zhang? Yao Jiankai asked. Zhang Yi got straight to the point. Old Yao, you've been around the entertainment industry for many years, so you're quite familiar with how it works. Help me spread these words to the industry. Yao Jiankai was stunned. What do you want to say? Zhang Yi answered, just help me spread word of my response. Say that I said, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Yao Jiankai was speechless. What are you trying to achieve? Zhang Yi said, just say that. Are you sure? Yao Jiankai asked nervously. Zhang Yi nodded. I'm very sure. Yao Jiankai was very familiar with this temper of his longtime cross-stock partner. Alright then. Soon after, Zhang Yi's words were spread throughout the entertainment industry. Feng Long was at a loss for words. Chen Guang was speechless. Fan Wenli gasped. The others in the industry were astounded. What are you acting all high and mighty for? No one had expected Zhang Yi to use this fierce a method to start the war with Zhang Hanwei. They were really going fight. Elsewhere. Zhang Hanwai's house. It was a villa. Zhang Hanwai was in the lounge discussing some fight choreography in a movie with two of the martial arts choreographers and a martial arts double on his team. His agent, Wan Yi, walked over and whispered some words to him. Zhang Hanwai belly laughed. Great. Tell him to watch out. Wan Yi nodded. Brother Zhang, what's the matter? One of the martial arts choreographers asked. That martial arts double blinked several times. Is it about Zhang Yi? Zhang Hanwai mocked. I've been in this business for over 20 years. But a rookie who has only been in the industry for 2 years dares to say such things to me? Wan Yi asked, Brother Zhang, just what is going on between you and Zhang Yi? Stop asking. Zhang Hanwai bluntly said, this is a blood feud. Wan Yi nodded. I understand. I'll inform the industry and use my social ties to guarantee that Zhang Yi won't find anyone as his agent. No one will want to work for him. Zhang Hanwai grunted in approval. Suddenly, a veteran from the actors' union called. Old Zhang. Oh, it's old bro Zhu. I'm calling to sort things out. Then please stop talking. Why are you picking a fight with Zhang Yi? Let it go, alright? I know little Zhang's agent, Little Fang, quite well. She asked me to help you two reconcile. You're both big shot A-list celebrities, so don't get so ugly. Otherwise, people will laugh at us. If you two continue with this fighting, both of you will suffer. Old bro Zhu, you don't know the whole story. Old Zhang. No need to speak further. I'll buy you a drink when next we meet. Following, another person called to mediate things. It was songstress Zhang Xia. Little Zhang, it's been a while, right? Oh, Andy Zhang. I think we haven't met since that year's Spring Festival Gala. I know you and Little Zhang pretty well. Do things have to be like this? Give me some face and let it rest. I really can't do that. No matter what, you can't stop Little Zhang from getting an agent, right? Isn't this unreasonable? Please don't continue. It's not that I don't want to give you any face, but I really can't do that no matter who tries to mediate. Zhang Hanwai fended off all those calls for mediation. Just like he said, it was useless for anyone to try to mediate. Zhang Hanwai only wanted to make Zhang Yi look bad. He had many things he couldn't tell anyone because there were just too many things in the Chinese martial arts world that people did not know about. He had no way of saying it, nor did he have the right to say it. Ultimately, he was just a former disciple of the Huashan sect. As for why he dared to say such things to Zhang Yi, Zhang Hanwai naturally did not think that his own martial arts were better than Zhang Yi's. In his opinion and based on rumors, the two of them would at most fight to a draw, in his own imagination, which was the best-case scenario. Of course, as they had not encountered each other before, the actual events could turn out much worse. Who knew if Zhang Hanwai could even take 10 attacks from Zhang Yi? But the problem now was that Zhang Hanwai did not plan to fight Zhang Yi in the ring. There was no need for that. A duel? A fight in the ring? What day and age did they live in? However, Zhang Hanwai was not uncompromising. From a certain perspective, he was not rigid at all. He could not interfere with the affairs of the Chinese martial arts world nor help out in any way, but this was not the Chinese martial arts world. This was the entertainment industry, and he was one of the few celebrities with the highest of reputations. So why was there a need to duel Zhang Yi? This was not the place to duel in the ring. Zhang Yi and he were both A-list celebrities, so they couldn't possibly fight in the ring to decide the victor and make the person who lost admit defeat, right? This wasn't some children's game. This was a lawful society, and the usual practices of the Chinese martial arts world were not really applicable here. Every profession had its own rules and regulations. In the entertainment industry, the fight depended more on one's fame, reputation, aggressiveness, and savviness. Despite the fact that Zhang Yi had defeated all the large sects when their strongest were down, he would guarantee that the Zhang fellow would not get past him in the entertainment industry. He was confident that with just a word of his, Zhang Yi would be completely quashed by him. At the least, he could make Zhang Yi be unable to find an agent. Your martial arts are great? You can fight? What's the use of that? You may be very good at fighting, but can your agent fight well too? If I can't beat you in a physical fight, Zhang Yi, then the dozens of brothers of my Zhang Hanwai stunt team will be more than enough to take care of your agent. Frankly, I will make your agent get into a small accident and get injured. Even if the police come, they would have nothing on me. Who would still dare to be your agent then? I will beat them whenever I see them. You think I've been involved in the entertainment industry for this long without anything to show for? Saying that I was acting all high and mighty with you? I'll fucking act all high and mighty with you today then. I'll declare my intentions clearly here. What can you do about it? Back in Beijing. At Zhang Yi's parents' house. Very quickly, Zhang Yi received word of Zhang Hanwai's message. Just watch out. Zhang Yi was tickled by that. He knew that he could not beat me, so he spread the word to deal with my agent instead. Make everyone afraid of applying for the job? But Zhang Yi had to admit that even though Zhang Hanwai's move was nefarious, it was actually very effective. Up until now, there was no more news from those agents recommended by Feng Long whom he had contacted earlier. His mother was so angry that she scolded Zhang Hanwai the entire morning. Finally, she asked, "Son,